it's going to be interesting to see. He's picked up something from them. Durka was tweeting that he's going to bring back the Yoru clone. He's going to do it again. Isaac, wise, do you think, is there ever a situation you're not shooting the clone?
I think that we should do a highlight just to DRX players looking at the clone and being like, okay, we all look at it. We all look at, we should...
You have to shoot it, right?
I would love Durka to run a fake clone play. But, I mean, there's scenarios where, against Vice, you run the clone in to try and trigger the wall, which is kind of what they were doing in that one instance where he pulled off the fake clone play, right? It was a bonus round against...
Yeah.
What was it?
It was the game that qualified them.
Yeah, the game that qualified them.
He's like, oh, this, you know, it's the kind of game where you just have to do the
It was
funny
foot.
thing.
It was foot. It was foot.
It was the right time for it as well, and the fact that he pulled it off, I mean, just balls of steel, man. Honestly, just balls of steel.
But that's what I'm saying. You have to shoot the clone now. It doesn't matter. It really does not matter what situation. Just shoot it. Just shoot it. But let's take a look at the predictions from the Talon team, of course, as well. And it looks like Mika and I are the only EDG believers. What happened, Brent? You went Trace yesterday.
Yeah, honestly, that game is also really hard to call as well, because I think EDG's map pool is all over the place. It could be incredibly good in terms of the 2 weeks prep that they've had, but I've just been...
And the new comps, come on.
Yeah, the new comps as well. I thought my Preds were doing worse than this, I'm not going to lie. Am I actually 2-2, or is that a mistake? I thought I was worse.
Oh,
I was like 1-3.
I didn't even see the stat. Are you leading?
No, I'm like 2-2. I'm like even, but I was expecting to be worse than a coin flip.
I'm like 3-1 because I believed in Liquid.
Wait, hold on. You can still believe in Liquid. They'll play tomorrow.
And I still believe in them.
They will play tomorrow. Let us know your predictions at home as well. But today is all about the battle of the number one
believing
seed.
Liquid against
A playoff,
EDG is
the
crazy.
all-important championship points as well. Get ready for DRX versus Team Vitality, followed by EDG versus G2. Day 3 of Masters Bangkok starts right here, right now.
So we have two people who are very fine. I have Vitality G2 winning. Personally. But, yeah.
In this new team, I get to play the style I actually like, give some reads to the team, and just try to play like myself.
Let me answer it.
They're not clearing him! They're not clearing him!
Dog, bro.
DRX라는 팀이 정말 강한 팀이다라고 생각밖에 안 드는 것 같아요.
What just happened?
I think in this team we just try to enable all the players. That means you need to trust your teammates.
현민이랑 영혼의 듀오라고 현민이가 못하면 제가 하고 제가 못하면 현민이가 해주고 만약에 100% 상태면은 누가 와도 제일 잘하지 않을까라는 생각이 듭니다.
I think it's important to be humble outside of the game, but on stage, you show no mercy.
Last year on EG, we didn't make any events. But I did go to Champs last year, and I was a spectator, watching all these guys play on the stage. EDG winning live. So it kind of brought back my motivation. Saying, I was here at one point. Why am I not here now?
我认为这不仅仅是粉丝们对我的一种认可，但是在我身上可能也是一种包袱。但是当我站在舞台上开始比赛的时候，我认为我的包袱一切都没有。因为我觉得应该是去弥补掉了很多自己的缺点，去更融合团体。
EG, we're here to play too, so get ready.
如果有一个人能赢下全胜状态的 EDG 的话，我认为那个人还没有出生。
Team Vitality, Hopcap, DRX.
It's time for the best of EMEA to take on the best of Pacific. The super team facing some of the best rookies we have ever seen in the game, or for a spot at playoffs, and one step closer to the first global trophy of the year.
And for any of these teams, it would be their first trophy, and this is their chance to secure those playoffs. Let's see, you know, what the form that we're going to see. Are we expecting also another 2-0? I think that today we're in for a very, very long day.
I hope so. I certainly hope so. You've got the best teams competing against each other as well. That's one of the beauties of having this Swiss system in play early on for a tournament where you really do have the best of the best. It's an 18 tournament, 2 of the best teams from every single region. You just get bangers from the rip, and you're starting off here. I mean, it's day 3 and we're getting this already.
We are indeed, and the map is going to be very interesting because, as you guys remember, in the draw show, DRX were drawn as the first seed, which means they will get to pick the first ban as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they get to choose whether they're team A or B, and probably they decided to go for the B because both of these teams perma-banned the Pearl. So they kind of forced Vitality to ban the Pearl, and now they can ban the Haven, which brings them into a very, very good light. But I'm surprised that they go for the Abyss on here, Brent.
Yeah, I mean, well, Abyss is one of the best maps for DRX, but what I'm really shocked at is that they banned Lotus to go to Split.
Yes.
That, for me, is the decider, because Lotus is another map which they've looked really good at. I mean, we were talking about how they changed their compositions on that map specifically, and they were looking really improved. And I think if they're going off of Split being a bad map for Vitality because of the EMEA finals, they're going to be mistaken pretty heavily, because that was a Nats masterclass in terms of the calling. That was what made Vitality look silly. You're not going to catch them every single day looking like that.
Yeah, and in many regions that was the case, right? The final felt a little bit, you know, like it wasn't really a representation of how the feeling was and how the rest of the year had been. But I'm interested to see. I think that the decision comes from, we already played it in this tournament. This is a very important match. This secures our playoffs. If we have prepared something else that they have not seen yet, that they cannot prep for, it has to be the split.
Yeah, and it's very interesting for Vitality to pick Bind. Usually when they play Bind, it's the other team that pick it into them. They prefer the Haven, they prefer the split here, but obviously the Haven's not going to be a choice, so I want to see how DRX can handle this, given we saw the Bind very, very recently from them.
And yeah, for DRX, it's kind of this middle ground map for them, so I have a lot of respect, I think, for Vitality picking this, because I think they've seen it as a weak spot for DRX. They like to float it as well, and they've changed their stuff again, running this Yoru gameplay. I mean, Yoru's very good for a lot of the kind of conditioning. I think heading into Biden themselves as well with Safe's style of calling, one of the things that DRX need to watch out for is that Safe will use the drone solo a lot to condition like there's a heavy placement of players on their attack side. He loves to condition with his drone alone a lot. If DRX have been watching the VODs, they might be able to cook up something around that and try and, I mean, jump on them as well if the opportunity arises.
I want to see how Vitality does without the preparation, right? Because DRX used to run this map with the KO, right? And I think that makes a huge difference into how to spot, how to react to it, and it defined their playstyle a lot. So really looking forward to this matchup.
I'm also very much looking forward to bringing you guys an amazing caster duo. Show some love for Ender and Mimi.
Thanks very much, Jinsu. We have a good one on our hands. A chance for the first team here at Masters Bangkok to make it to the playoffs. And it's two squads, Christy, that thus far this year have not dropped a series.
Yeah, both of them looking incredibly hot regionally. And both of them came in, won their first series very convincing fashion. DRX absolutely pounded Sentinels. And Team Vitality, some slow starts to their early maps, but always showed up in a big way in the second half, especially Durka. Once he gets an op in his hands, man's on fire.
And it's the third time DRX have brought out a new composition thus far this tournament. They start things off on the attack side.
Yeah, DRX just putting that camera over in showers, gets cleared away by less on the other side. Vitality know that DRX are pretty heavy over on this side of the map, and Safe has to get out of there. Bro just barely dodges the damage.
And in with the TP, Hyunmin will take control. A reframe from Vitality, but Hyunmin, oh my, he's got the flash in hand. Still goes 1 for 1, and Vitality pull back.
Less somehow being alive, though, in a really uncomfortable spot, because DRX could look to fight into backside. That drone's going to ping him out, so he jumps back into the smoke as reinforcements arrive for Vitality.
No plant attempted just yet, but already some damage, and that's a TP hit. No one here to receive for Vitality. But the nade gets a kill onto Mako.
That's crazy. A little bit of an overcommit on the rotate, but Kix is already here. 2 players stuck up in heaven. The good news is that cage has dropped down, allows them to get out, but Kix already on a warpath here. finds his first and still pressing forward. DRX have spread apart over into elbow. Up in hookah and freeing is able to find that first one.
It's all down to Flashback. The 1v3. It's an isolated duel here, but Vitality, they play this very patient. Wait for the smoke to fade and now spot out his position. Triple swing sure to come as Flashback tries to isolate a duel and Vitality won't give it to him.
Excellent work from Kicks in that round.
No,
First
no,
one to
good
rotate back
pistol
over
for
to the B site,
Vitality.
first one to find the opener. Just kind of entered for himself. This is a really unfortunate situation because you never expect that Viper to be hiding right in the corner. But all things considered, with this retake and sort of playing around those smokes very nicely from Kicks, Vitality start themselves off strong.
That to me seems like such a classic Vitality round of what they've been good at. Slowing the rounds down, swinging together in the team fighting, I think is where this team really thrives. Obviously, incredible individual skill on each of the players on this roster. That's why people are calling them a super team.
Now stepping up here, Outlaw in the hands of Durka, but already is pinged out. He is in a lot of trouble. The teleport in, Hyunmin finds the kill, and if they can recover that Outlaw, that could be huge.
Now Trex has stolen it back from them, dips away, and DRX will make things out here. Safe, a little whiffy, but he finds his mark at the end. Mako should be able to get the plant down uncontested. Now where's the fight from DRX?
They've got a take here into Lamps. Flash dodged out from Safe, and Trex gonna make quick work of that. Switches over to the Ghost, as a matter of fact, bringing in reinforcements, and even though it was that opener that went down onto Durka, Vitality have stabilized.
Flashback. Not a great chance of winning this round now. Any more
Back-to-back
damage would be great.
1v3s, right?
Yeah, bit more difficult this time. He does have trips down on the site, but not the best plant for him. With his position revealed already, it should be an easy cleanup for Vitality.
You say easy, but down to 20 HP, 733. That could have been pretty dire. Vitality bought 4 rifles going into that round, so only end up losing the one because those players survive. Still, it's nice to see Hyunmin finding the opener, right? DRX made a big comp swap coming into this match, the highlight being that Yoru, I think. It's no longer the Rays they're playing. DRX's coach, Termi, was very vocal about saying that after watching EMEA and Americas play specifically, that they wanted to start picking up that Yoru. And already Hyunmin finding that opener.
The 2 rookies for DRX freeing, and Hyunmin have just been incredible in their first match already here at Masters Bangkok.
Vitality have bought a little bit here. Extra Phantom, a Stinger in too as Hyunmin fires forward.
Great flash on the Kicks. Yeah, no chance and damage through the smoke as well. Hyunmin slows down for a moment and the salvos keep him at bay, but DRX happy to just be a man up in this position.
Yeah, I mean, just look at all the utility they ate up.
Here's
All of the stall.
Durka spots him out in the corner, but can't really commit to the fight. DRX keep Hyunmin alive, and he'll TP out as well.
Yeah, Vitality haven't overcommitted the rotates. They've still got 2 players over towards A. Safe realizes that's just a clone, but he's in a great spot to punish if DRX decide to jump in the teleport.
Durka alone on the site. Vitality put him in these positions yesterday. Think of his ace on Fracture.
He knows he's there.
First phase is good for Durka. He'll duck away, and Trex has come in for a kill as well. Flashback, not even into hookah, but that's a very big kill for DRX. Now, options opened up, but Durka shuts them down again. And now it's an attack from one front for DRX.
And there's just no time. 20 seconds left. Player still on site, up in hookah. Trex is just anchoring like a beast right here. But now with the spike going down, Durka's gone all the way around the world into long. There's no chance really for Hyunmin to get this spike down with Durka coming in on the flank. He was just dancing around them.
The pathing was incredible from Durka that round. Gets the kill towards long, helps his teammate with a double swing in hookah, and then is going for that late reflank as well. Truly incredible in those positions.
But it's just back-to-back rounds now where Hyunmin's found that first kill, got an even extra bit of chip damage onto Les. But this time it's Durka with that reposition up into hookah, helping his teammate out there, going for that rewrap that ends up converting that round for Vitality. And like I was saying before the round, like they decided to purchase up a little bit into that too.
Vitality had some slow starts yesterday in both of their maps against T1, required some big second half rallies to end up winning. It's good for them to get a bit of a stronger start today.
Already seen them lock in a bit. DRX now, I mean, we'll see if Hyunmin can find anything. This time it's a stinger, so maybe a little bit less likely. Flashback's gonna take his chance.
Kicked out of the smoke, he gets absolutely nothing. Trex isolated as well, DRX. They've just ran him down on this eco round, and suddenly, it's only 2 left alive for Vitality.
Yeah, I think we've done the thing where we praised Vitality for having a clean opener, and all of a sudden DRX had just killed them. Flashback getting 3 kills there is just ridiculous. The Sheriff start at the beginning, and then upgrading into the rifle. A flawless round for DRX is crazy on the eco.
Yeah, ridiculous. But a very nice round constructed off of that Yoru ult. Thus far, we've seen them go for these early takes and then wait normally that 40 seconds for the Breach Teo util to come back online. This time, they just slam it in off the Yoru ult, catch the Anchors of Vitality out on their own.
Yeah, it felt like when they paused in the past, like you think round 3 when they were just waiting in long, it didn't really fool Vitality. Vitality had space outside showers. Even Durka had the angle where we saw, players' shoulders into long. So I like DRX changing that one up here, especially on the light buy.
MasterCard thrifty for DRX to get them on the board.
If you compromise your position, you hand them a free
Vitality will be able to get a buy back out though, and they're close to some key ults here.
Let's see this shot one more time. Oh, he just goes for the double jump up. That's why Les wasn't ready for it. Feels a little bit bad, but Vitality shouldn't be scattered in a position like that.
Flashback, not one of the rookies on this team.
Let's try to do some damage.
There for their 2024 run where they only made 1 global event, but it's definitely come into its own right this year.
Now if those first 4 rounds were, a bit lighter from DRX, hold on, safe, spotted out by Flashback. DRX are about to be in a great position the next few rounds. They've got Flashback's ult right now, but all of those heavy hitters, they've got 4 monster ults that are gonna be coming up very soon.
Vitality have not been able to stop DRX from taking long every round, and it puts them in a great position to send the exec. Here comes a pinch of a TP. Safe finds his kill, and there's even more util to help Durka out, so DRX need to expedite onto this side. They've done that, but Bane is just having to swat them away and wasn't ready for Durka to swing in. A plant. Now, which direction did DRX choose to fight?
DRX are all just sort of dividing up and taking their ones right now. Finally, Hyunmin's gonna regroup over into long. This is the fight that'll mean everything.
It's all up to freeing. Durka a little ahead of Les, but the shot's not good enough for 2. Les instead controls that space. And the IGL for DRX has an impossible task. A good start though, but a pinch from Spawn, and that puts a bow on it for Vitality.
So the only round DRX have won over on this B site was when they dominated Hookah, right? That lurk from Flashback. He's found kills there a couple of times, but these other rounds, Vitality have been jumping up into that space, fighting very aggressively. And with DRX only sending 1 player in there, I think if they want to keep going B, they need to put up a little bit more fight there, or risk never really being able to get out into the site itself.
Almost every round, Vitality has been able to dominate space in showers control uncontested, which means they're never feeling threatened by TP plays coming back towards A from B late rounds, meaning that they get to have pretty heavy stacks on that B site towards the end of these rounds when DRX is actually going for their exec.
Yeah, because we saw in round 1 and 2 DRX were playing over towards the A side, but every round it's been 5 players going to 1 site from DRX. There's not really the threat of late lurks coming in, and truthfully, part of this is going to be the comp swap for DRX, right? Flashback had been playing Viper previously. That wall obviously opens up so many opportunities to find your little timings over towards the A side of the map. On this Cypher, it's a little bit less possible to find the lurk because you've got to walk out into these big open spaces.
So the first chance for Termi, DRX's veteran coach, to get a word with the players. It's his 10th global event he's been a part of, and he has a tendency to always make it out of groups with this DRX team.
Yeah, it's been a long time. DRX never actually fallen out in the group stage.
Last time, 2021.
Yeah, and they weren't called DRX back then, were they?
No, Vision Strikers, but they did lose to Durka in that tournament back when he was on Fnatic to go out. I don't want to make a habit of it here.
Yeah, it is a little funny seeing, so many new teams, I think, on the international stage are not seeing the classics, all right? You don't have Loud, you don't have maybe a Fnatic, but you still got Durka and Les. They're still always showing up to the big stage.
And you don't have that same DRX, but with some new rookie players, you keep the IGL Mako in the mix as out of the timeout, DRX turn their attention towards A and take control in showers.
Yeah, so there you go, exactly. Shutting down that showers look. This time Vitality's playing a much stronger open on the B side.
They're just sending it on A, it looks like here. In goes the Annihilation, a Brim ult as well, but Vitality have a smoke to get out front sight, and that's huge for Trex. He'll dip back, but has to dance around, then he's unable to avoid the bullets. Another player just flooding, and that's psychotic from Les. He wanted to take his risk, but it doesn't pay off.
Now it's just Kicks and Durka. Yeah, you've got a showstopper in hand. They're Seekers too, but these two players are gonna have to find some kind of an opening pick before they can commit those big abilities. That stun refresh is just brutal.
Still a rocket for Durka.
Satchel out.
Satchel punch sight, it's perfect onto Hyunmin, but the trade is there from Flashback. And Durka just doesn't have much time to work with here. He's getting wrapped from behind. Still Yuto working against him, and he just wants to keep his gun.
Get out of there, man. No chance in a round like that. And looking at the money, it's all right for Vitality right now, but Safe and Durka had both bought down, so very important they can hold on to that rifle and have at least 4. You could even have Durka not take the rifle this round and commit the showstopper. Both rounds DRX have won, and I think we've seen them take advantage of what has been so strong about these compositions they've been playing. Switching into the Breach, Taeho, Yoru on every single map they've played thus far means you have 3 of the best power ults in the game to build rounds off of. And you know, it's not easy to hit the A site with a solo Yoru, right? When you're not playing the Raze, it's very hard to threaten those fights into backside because you don't have the double satchel over truck or something like that. So the fact Hyunmin was taking those fights into backside anyways and finding his mark, good sign for DRX early on.
Stun over towards Showers.
Yeah, that's going to be DRX's typical default now over towards the A side of the map. But this round, Hyunmin and Freeing are testing that space over towards B. It seems like the timeout was to sort of structure these early rounds to show a lot of presence into A, but open up maybe some lurk opportunities.
Well, you rarely see players take advantage of that. The silent drone walks his way out, spots 2 players.
It can be nice though, because if you don't hear that drone, you don't necessarily know that the reclear came in, unless you've got players there to get pinged on out by it.
Les being more proactive in holding long this time.
Wow, look at that utility, it's just endless.
But it's expired now. DRX.
See, it's just so hard to lurk into A short on the Cypher. Viper maybe have a chance, but it's really just to buy some pressure here while they fight over into the B side of the map.
There's a pit on the B side. Do they want to finish here? They still had some pressure towards Showers. I think it's a TP.
They surely want to move over towards A, and a couple players have rotated for Vitality. The timing is good now for DRX to send it.
Kicks was hesitant. So it all comes down to Durka. He still has that showstopper. Ready to go top drop. Only 20 seconds. DRX need to get this plant down quick. But the ult goes wide. Still, 15 seconds. DRX, where is that plant? It's yet to even be attempted. Fight forward from Durka. This man's doing it all. 2 kills picked up. The plant is stopped, and the next player ready to swing through. No! The spike makes it down, but it was never enough.
What a chaotic round. That was absolute mayhem. Durka getting the 2 kills over into Lamps opened up everything for Vitality, though. And with so little time on the clock, it's like DRX, even if they have 5 players alive, it's a 4v5 because one guy's got to be trying everything to get that spike down on the ground. I think the important play here, actually coming in before the retake, is the fact that Kicks had sort of half rotated over to the B site, sent him a big Skybird over that Viper's pit that didn't ping anyone, so he was quickly moving back towards the A site. Vitality hadn't overcommitted even with so little time, so they were ready to get that fight. They didn't actually lose full control of site, and it gave that opening opportunity for Durka to control the site.
DRX go back to the well of B. Good stun, catches on to Kicks. Young's past it. Here's the refight from Vitality. It's excellent. The decay catches 2, and Vitality cuts them all down. Flashback has found the time to walk out, but the smoke from his teammate, Les, a bit of safety to isolate these duels. And in a one-on-one, you know Les is just going to pick them apart.
Not letting the eco come through this time around, no sir. Just a complete lockdown. Honestly, I've really liked how Kicks has been playing on this map. This time it's that fight supporting Les very nicely into long. But really, my eyes go towards this 9th round. DRX need to salvage something towards the back end of this half. They've got the ultimate on Hyunmin to work with. Looks like they're gearing up for an A-hit. They had the one slow round, but since then it's just been go, go, go.
Showers fight this round for Vitality. But there's the ult. Already teleporting in. Hyunmin should be able to find where this is coming from. Armageddon going in. Doesn't really affect
Hold on,
them here.
Hyunmin's all the way up in heaven. Bro's throwing out a flash. He's out of this, looking for someone. Less, can he find that timing? Because right now, Vitality crushing outside Showers.
Another TP for Hyunmin to get back into the site here, and a flash to follow up off of it. It's a very weird one now. Vitality on a bit of an island towards Showers, but they know exactly where Hyunmin is. The satchel, good, but not enough. Safe, guys. There's no ammo for Durga. He's got the shorty, goes back in. Hyunmin takes him down. And Vitality, they're split up at this point. Another possible 1v1 for Hyunmin. 3 kills already for the rookie. That's 4. Hyunmin, he wants it. The crowd chants for it. And Trex swings out front. Side Bane steals away the ace. But it's the round DRX needed regardless.
That was just absurd from Hyunmin. I mean, Vitality had full control of Showers. There's no way you should be able to plant the spike. But Hyunmin going all the way up into heaven with that ultimate. Getting that kill onto Less, and then whatever the hell this was, I don't even know. We missed the shots going wide at the beginning, but it's all good. Hyunmin kept it composed, kept it together, and kept DRX in this half.
So they head back to it. A breach ult, now available this round. And that same look to take Showers. Trex was ready for it. Swung in off of that stun, but couldn't quite catch the timing.
You can see, though, that stun timing is nasty with the TP coming in. Back in round 2, Hyunmin found a kill with it. And it'd be hard to replicate that success, but here come DRX.
TP front side. Safe
Hey, get out of the drone!
He's gonna die to the missiles! Oh, that's a tragedy for Safe.
But Trex in backside gets that first one. Vitality are still putting up a fight. Lamp's been a constant problem with his fight into backside. Hasn't been conclusive just yet. Hyunmin still on the prowl, still trying to get a little bit more. And now with an ultimate coming down, Bane and Hyunmin are tearing this side apart.
But it evens to a 2 versus 2. And the reposition for Trex. I don't know if Bane is ready for him to be in Showers. It's perfect from Trex. Now another rookie with his chance for a clutch, but he's not prepared. Vitality immediately answer back.
These rounds are just getting a little bit crazy. But you can see that once the dust sort of settles, those individuals on Vitality, they see those angles they can take, whether it's Trex walking into Showers, or then Les trying to go on the complete other side of the site. Getting that late pinch in, those positions just so unexpected.
Yeah, Vitality winning the round, despite Safe just getting cooked by the missiles.
Yeah.
Well in his drone. Les did recover the op there, so Durka will have another go with that favored weapon of his.
It's just another round where DRX have basically nothing. Hero rifle on Hyunmin.
If they get some picks, they're one off of 2 key ultimates as well. Have a chance to snowball that.
But look at Durka under hookah with the op. Actually ends up shooting the drone. So his spot's been revealed. He's got to go into the showstopper, he's got to find it.
What's more Durka than that? You think the man's in trouble, and he just sends it at you. That's a shorty! Not a care in the world from Durka. Donates them an operator. In goes Vitality. And they'll clean up this anti-eco with an absurd quantity of confidence.
Yeah, no problem. Les gonna pick up that up, chuck it over to Durka once again. When Vitality were up against T1 on this map, you know, another Pacific team, they've just gotten luck of the draw on that, back-to-back matches. But his op was absolutely beastly. Haven't seen too much of it so far in this half. That's always something DRX, now they're gonna know, is very much on the cards, something they're gonna have to deal with.
DRX, with both the Yoru ult and the orbital strike, a really nasty combo, especially if you can breach, stun, body block a player into it.
Yeah, ultimate comes in. How much is he actually going to see here? Hyunmin just going to see less for the time being.
There's the stun, there's the flash, less. He can't see a damn thing.
Crazy.
Executed by Hyunmin. But Trex has made it out. No one's ready for Trex on the site. He didn't do enough though. Needed more than just one. And now it's an off on the retake. That's just the clone. But he'll swing in for more as smoke pops though. Becomes all the more difficult.
All right, Durka did grab a Phantom there. Some chances to get back into this round, but DRX are all bundled up on site right now. Great angles to play off of one another. They don't leave anything to chance here.
On the last round.
Smoke fades. Bang, first contact. That's very good from Durka. But Hyunmin in the corner, taken down as well. That's incredible out of Durka. And the trades come in. Somehow, the IGL's in a 1v1, but Mako in the perfect position to close that round out.
DRX get a little bit going there towards the end. Not the best start for them, but look at a round like this. I mean, I think the Your experiment has clearly been paying off for them in the offseason. That was nice.
Yeah, it really has. 4 rounds for DRX. For the most part, off of the ult combos, off of new ideas being invested, but still a very long road to go for them. The clutch absolutely critical to close out for Mako. And it's halftime, but we have something very special standing by for you. 2 special guests for an interview at the half.
I'm here in the crowd right now with 2 very special guests. I have David and Linda here, 2 Vitality super fans, of course. Now, David, your brother's team is up there. How stressful is it watching, watching this live?
Oh my gosh, I'm having a heart attack right now.
Are you okay? You'll be okay?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Okay. Well, you gotta check up on your brother then, but I think he's doing okay. And Linda, you've been doing a lot of Valorant content recently. How's that been, like being invited to show matches, going to events like this too?
No, this has been awesome. It's been super cool. Also checking out Thailand and everything. So yeah.
And the fans love you. I mean, a while ago, you had so many fans coming up to you saying, "I love you so much."
No, it's great. We're from California, so it's really cool having an audience here too.
And of course, both of you, I'm really curious what a duo Q night is between the 2 of you guys.
It's me, her, and Baby Bay, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Baby Bay from Faye played FaZe.
Shout out to Baby Bay, we miss you over here. And of course, I hear this is your first time in Thailand. How are you liking it so far?
I love Thai tea. So I've been drinking that every day, and mango sticky rice. So it's been really cool.
Guess what we have backstage? We have Thai tea and mango sticky rice as well.
Can I have that right now?
I will send it to you. And David, what about you? How are you liking Thailand?
I love Thailand. This is my 3rd time here, and the food is great. The people are so nice. It's perfect. Literally the perfect place to be.
We keep coming back, right? We love it here. But anyway, Vitality, they're doing pretty well right now. But I just want to let you guys give, maybe a little bit of words of encouragement for them to close out this map.
I'd say my words of encouragement are, Daniel, keep smiling, because when you're smiling on stage, you know they're doing well.
And you, Linda?
I'm just so excited to see Daniel play and coaching. It's a lot of hard work and dedication, and I know he cares about the players' mental and everything. So it's just really cool to see it all live.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. We'll go back to the game.
Cool to hear from some people close to Coach Faded from Vitality. It's his first year coaching a Tier 1 Valorant team. His first global event he's made it to. Before this, he was in Tier 2 NA, coaching on FaZe Clan. I talked to Baby Bay. He said he took a group of different players, made them into brothers. Trying to do that with some big personalities here on Vitality as well.
Let's see how that can come into play on this pistol. Vitality could start off great. But already I've seen Durko with double satchel and a shorty. It's U-Haul destruction coming on in off the back of the Teho utility. Tripwire not going to turn into a kill for DRX though, but they do control showers.
Less versus Mako.
Launching smoke.
And a very important part of the map to control still for DRX. Vitality not committing to the plant. They want to actually get a kill before they go for this. No one's looking triple. No one's looking flashback. He's whipped it. Still finds 2 and swings in for more. Bit of a redemption for him. as Bane finds an opener as well. Kick-straighting things back out. It's pandemonium. And Durka only has a shorty? How can he even get a gun out of this? They have him trapped, locked in, and a swing coming through. The shorty's just not good enough for that.
Yeah, don't think he's gonna get it done, as a matter of fact. Madness round right there. I don't know. DRX somehow with flashback sitting here on triple. There's a smoke right there, so Vitality don't really respect the fact that someone could be hiding there. And it turns into a bit of a mess. Kicks finding 3 kills.
Oh, what a chaotic way to end that round, but DRX absolutely needed that. Now bring the gap down to 3.
Oh, big news here. So an Outlaw was bought up and tossed over. Kicks through that to Durka, and there's 4 players on light armor. Or actually, they switched up. There's only 2 players on light for DRX. That's actually a great call if Mako made that. Make sure they can't get punished by the hero buy.
Drone is down.
Brings drone, just spots the 1.
Unfortunately for Vitality, they're going into the wrong site to get value out of the Outlaw. With the Cypher here to scout. Wait!
That was the player on half armor.
It should have been the difficult site, but somehow the Cypher's down and the timing is missed to fight into short.
Still, that's not a gun that's recoverable.
But the problem is now, DRX are playing a very low info comp, so they're gonna start walking down in numbers. And Freeing's gonna walk straight into Drex, even getting the timing. That's now a Spectre picked up. Vitality of 5v3, and they just walked in with an Outlaw.
Mako a chance to save it. Down goes Durka, and Hyunmin a 1v1 as well. Getting overwhelmed by 2, but Hyunmin, he's good for it. Still not out of the woodwork just yet. Vitality, they've walked their way up short A.
I got the spike.
And they've recovered the Outlaw onto Kicks.
Yeah, got a flash to play with. 2 players, 1 shot right now for DRX. Really Bane to be the serious problem. And he's not quite in range to use his util just yet. DRX gonna take things slowly, regroup, and play numbers in this retake.
Hyunmin will die to 1 shot of the Outlaw. But thankfully, Bane and Mako both good with full armor. Aftershock on to save. He barely gets away, but Hyunmin swings in and takes care of him. So now it's Kicks alone, and surely there's enough odds for DRX to just overwhelm this one, and yeah, they'll shut it down. Got a little dicey for a moment,
Sure.
but they win their anti-eco.
Yeah, good on DRX to sort of settle down and equalize in that round once they'd fallen down in numbers.
But you hit on something there, how low info this comp is for DRX. They have a lot of great tools for active re-clears, for retakes, but in the mid-rounds, Vitality can really work them on the rotations.
It's primarily once either Cypher is gonna die or that util ends up being cleared away, right? Because Vitality find that opening pick and then all of a sudden it's like, well, we have no real anchor to rely on here. Kind of hard to play that, because really when you look at this comp swap for DRX, you're going to be seeing a lot of these rounds where it's 4-1, where Cypher's going to be on his own, no longer on the Viper. Cypher much more self-sufficient, and DRX have the tools to fight forward with this breach pickup.
And also, they have the ults that they want to prioritize. Hyunmin, on their bonus round, will have the Yoru ult available. And he's just sending it to trap play. Durka's in the sky, and the missiles knock him straight back down.
What a combo there. Again, DRX put in the work on all these new Yoru comps they're trying to debut. They had not been playing the Breach previously. Now they've got ways to combo with the Yoru, to combo with the Teho. Even played the fast rotate if they want with that Yoru.
When you think about the history of this team, they've always loved to cook up the combos, to cook something special, and they're going for another one here. Spotting 2 players out.
It's
Hyunmin,
weird, though, only seeing the 2.
does he want to go for this one? They're kind of chasing behind him. He's got a clone to work with, but just pulls them away, and TP's out of dodge.
Yeah, so right now, Vitality need this pick to be found by Trex. Dog comes in, and that's going to cause the bailout from Freeing.
Stun available, another from the Teo, but it doesn't catch on the Trex.
All the time, though, Vitality are moving over into this A side, trying to lurk into this Cypher. First tripwire broken. DRX already have 2 players here ready to hold.
Oh, Flashback had a chance on the Kicks. He doesn't convert it. And now with the smokes up, the spike should be able to make its way down.
There's not a lot of time.
Spam, there's a gap in the smoke. He converts.
Full on.
Safe trying to plant. The spam coming in, safe sticking. He'll get it down. But Hyunmin through the smoke for 2.
And now this flank coming in from Bane, it's just a ghost. Trex isn't able to get it done. Hyunmin has been a beast for DRX today. I mean, so consistently, and it doesn't matter if it's an eco round or not. Hyunmin is always showing up.
A rookie player. Last year, he's playing Challengers Japan on 120 ping from Hawaii. DRX take a chance picking this guy up, and my God, have they been rewarded.
Yeah, if you thought he was good on 120 ping, just wait till you see him on 1. Spoiler, he's on 1 ping right now, and this is what the kid can do.
Pretty ridiculous. When the all-star players last Durka were winning trophies, he hadn't even played his first Challengers match. Truly the next generation of Valorant talent on display here from DRX.
And now coming into this round with a monstrous advantage. DRX posting up 3 over towards this B site. Vitality don't really have ults to dip into here. DRX went full heavy. Very easy to play controlled defensive side here with this Yoru comp.
It's just an execute into the B site. Durka, no chance in the air yet again.
The worm smokes on a global stage, you love to see it.
An interesting one, Bane playing inside the smokes. He's become a worm himself, and they've spotted him. He'll get out and over and dip away to safety as well. Vitality though, still a lot of players ready. When these smokes fall, it's gonna be a brawl, and it doesn't go well for Freeing. Bane trying to reply back, but overwhelming odds! They only had a half buy, and Vitality now up 4-2. But Hyunmin, the hero of last round, arrives yet again and knows exactly where Les is. Can't take the risk yet. When will he fight? Perfectly timed. Hyunmin, another opportunity, and he rises to that occasion as well. But was it enough? And the 1-on-2 is flashback. Spotted out by the ult. A double swing from Vitality, and they win the Thrifty.
It is genuinely impressive to see Vitality, even in a Master Card Thrifty round that they're securing. The fundamentals of how they're approaching these fights, right? Their timing of going up on the top of tube, swinging around left side, right side. That's what really won them the round, right? Because it was a little bit of a mess at the start here, but then it was all these fights they took around backside where Mako's swinging in. There's like 3 or 4 different players on his screen.
When you watch Vitality play, you're not going to see the same super impressive util ult combos that DRX goes for, but they are damn good at the fundamentals, the team fighting. It's really where they thrived in EMEA.
Now all that work that DRX put in to win that bonus round, kind of tossed away. Half makes a little bit more sense. Refight in with that stun. Hyunmin always going to be looking for that. Doesn't get tagged by the stun either. He's going to keep on fighting here.
Safe gets out though. Still, that means DRX maintain control of Fuka.
Yeah, and you know, Vitality left the spike over towards A side this entire time. Durka and Kicks just been hanging out together, ready to split on in, but someone's got to go get that spike. We need to get that in our hands before we actually take the site. Or maybe they don't.
Eventually. And the ult back side flashback.
Oh, he's in front of it.
Yeah, forced into the smoke here. A very good opportunity if he can find the right timing. An ult, information for him to follow up off of. There's very good flashes. Durka can't see a thing, but the follow-up isn't there just yet. Now here comes DRX, a stun onto Kicks, but it's just too late. And Vitality winning things out by attrition. A refight into backside, an orbital strike to follow. It's lovely for Vitality.
Making quick work there. Ultimate into backside wasn't actually super effective because of how Flashback ended up playing it. But Vitality trade all their teammates out, weren't thrown off by the Yoru ult coming into play. Durka had a rough go at things because he's fully scouted out by that Yoru ultimate, but Kicks at his back from showers. That wasn't going to be an issue. And again, in these team fights, Vitality just seemingly always coming out on top.
Hey, we like fighting in the mud, yeah? Good job.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. They're just lathered up in it.
Yeah, Safe truly an expert in those situations.
He was born in the mud.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Safe. So the second timeout now invested for DRX here. win your bonus round, you have all the momentum in the world, get ecoed,
Yeah.
and now it's back to square one.
Meanwhile, Faded's like, yeah, I don't need it. We're doing just fine. Although I will say, Termi, when he called the timeout in the first half, it was very clear. DRX came in with a plan of how they were going to structure their next 2, 3, 4 rounds. You know, whether it was going to be changing that opening default utility, how they were going to, you know, use that to have a fast hit, then fake it, slow it down. So I've got some faith in DRX to have a good read coming in here and not just have an ult play ready to go or something like that, but rather to understand how Vitality has been breaking them apart in these slower paced rounds and also in the post plan.
Really has come down to those final seconds, those final fights where Vitality has thrived.
And the Fundies have been strong. I also think Vitality have just gotten a lot of space walking into the Cypher side of the map. I'd like to see a DRX with a look where they maybe fight there a little bit more aggressively or push through on the B side. That could be this round.
Freeing, is he going for this one? Stun connects on to save, but he's out of it just in time. Fade will make another attempt, and he does better to trade his teammate.
Yenman's already teleported up to A too. Him and Flashback could lock this down.
The lurk is through. Thought catches on the Flashback. A nade at his feet. A sky flash as well as a fake. So well played from Kicks.
Still problems though with Hyunmin dropping down into sight. Shower's control isn't coming in anytime soon. Hyunmin's gonna find his mark. Still a problem over in triple, ready and waiting for Drex. Not gonna end up happening. Vitality have the sight and Durka still pushing. Durka still looking for Bane. Wants a little bit extra and he's gonna have it.
And now a 1v2 put in front of DRX's leader. Spike still not planted. Vitality an opportunity to go for the TP.
And they're still worried about a flank with that early B aggro.
Mako biding his time. Here's the plant committed. And starts to walk his way outside. Durka's going towards elbow. An isolated fight. And in hookah now. Durka waits. A wraparound. An ult in hand. Mako. Does he check it in time? Spam. Going in. Durka's all the way at triple. But the smoke is up and the timing, it's perfect. An incredibly well-played round for Durka.
I feel like Durka's movement in these clutch situations has just kind of been perfect, right? He's going for these long walkarounds. You think all the way back to, what was it, like round 2 or 3 in the first half where he got the kill up in hookah, went all the way back into long? I think he's got a really good mind right now for just showing up in the least expected place every single time.
That's my MVP. That's my MVP. LeBron James.
What do you think that means for his legacy?
It is very Vitality to, instead of setting up the crossfire, walk all the way through U-Haul, back triple, set up to close out the round. Tough times for DRX now, back down to an eco of their own.
Not another one. They've made it happen before. Got some ults to play with. But Vitality have done a really good job of early round scouting, always going into the weak side of the map on their execs. And again, kind of waiting for DRX to play their hand, to show them where their stack is going to be. This time, though, having bodies around the Cypher, Vitality might end up biting wrong.
Bit of damage done towards short, but Vitality not committing there.
Yeah, it looked like the original plan was going to make Presence be long and then TP. Instead, walking in, freeing, in some trouble. Missiles at the feet to try and stay alive in it, but it's not going to happen. Now here comes a split into the site.
Ain't no one to really help him as he's out wide from the missiles. Durka's rocket is good. And Hyunmin, HP just so low, will be traded out. But the TP, okay. Incredible shot from Flashback, brings this one back into even territory. And a Vandal recovered off of it. Trying to find some shots back through the spam. Mako trying to isolate a fight. But both these players on an island. The Ghost, not good enough in that position as Vitality make it to map point.
5 rounds down, DRX need to put up something now that they've actually got rifles in hands. Gonna have the ult advantage going into this next round too.
And Vitality have done such a good job of just playing these slower, simple rounds. figuring out where the heavy side is, going for a late execute with their Teo utility, and winning out in the post-plant team fights.
I do really think the problem right now for DRX, they've just been...
This guy's a reaction machine.
I love it. He's clip farming. But again, it's these rounds where DRX are always playing 4 players on the strong side. And Vitality know they can get these walk-ups and consistently punish into the Cypher with just a little bit of utility shown towards B. It opens up these timings.
Viper's pit out of showers.
Well, that's annoying. How did DRX respond to that? We've already seen a teleport come over. High camera is broken out. Flashback isn't good for it. And now this site's just falling apart. Dirk is still in a warpath. You're getting all up inside the smoke. Spotted out. Ultimate to come back on in. DRX have no one to follow off of it, actually. And Ultimate is going to come down for freeing. Hyunmin blasting his way through the pit. Sees 2. And now the sole hope for DRX on this retake.
Hyunmin flashed up, and Kicks takes care of him, but the pit is dropped in the chaos. Bane will claim 1, and it evens 2 versus 2. No smokes for the Korean squad, and Safe on an off angle.
Safe, please.
DRX stay alive.
They threw everything into that round. Teo, breach your ultimates. But they stay alive. These rounds are messy. There's so many things happening. When the particles on their screen alone, it's dizzying. But finally, they come up big in a team fight.
So the common thread in these chaotic rounds is freeing and Hyunmin. Those rookies have been so good for DRX.
DRX really have yet to find a solid B fight here. But finally, Vitality working into this space early on. Drone's gonna spot out freeing, he drops down, but here comes the fight into long again. Good droning from Vitality, sees both of the aggros.
Everyone's getting caught out by Util. Durka up top with a smoke to play within. But freeing, he's found a gap beneath it. The one-way for Durka works out, but the trades are excellent from DRX, and Vitality don't have a foothold in the site. Finally, they'll walk out. Bane hears everything. Waits for the fade of the smoke. But Vitality escaped towards long.
Mako doesn't have any smokes to block off long after this one goes down. So they're just walking into crosshairs. Les isn't gonna let you have a chance with that.
And another player caught out. Mako didn't have his weapon in hand. And Hyunmin on the walk. Flashes into long. Les isn't blind. And it's only one man left to stand. Bane, an isolated fight towards long, but time is ticking. He needs this last kill onto Kicks, and he needs it quickly. Sticking onto the spike, trying to get halfway, but Kicks puts an end to it. 13-8. Vitality strike first on Bind.
Vitality carrying that momentum through. 2-0 up against Pacific's second best, and now 1-0 up against their best. Vitality come out in a big way to kick this one off.
Hello. I'm not doing the hard thing. You're not catching me on that.
Why? Are you gonna become a TikTok name or what?
Yeah, I'm Batman.
I'm Backman. I'm Backman.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
I'm wishing I could go back. I'm wishing I could go back to you. wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back to you. I'm wishing I could go back to you.
I'm here right now with Faded of Vitality. Congratulations on that first map. The team is looking good, as usual. Coming up next, though, is Abyss, and DRX have been known to be comfortable on this map. They actually favor it quite a bit, so how are you feeling about it?
Pretty comfortable. I think the boys make good adjustments on our side, so it's going to be a good test of seeing how our Abyss kind of plays out against Pacific. So looking for a good fight.
Well, we're excited to see it. Good luck to you guys.
It is a good day to be a Team Vitality fan. Their win streak continues. I am your host, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Bren. What happened in their second half? What happened?
They took over, man. They absolutely took over. Vitality, though, they look like the real deal, just in terms of just the decision-making on the fly that they make. They're such a good team in terms of just switching it up as well, the conditioning. They slow it down, they speed it up, they get proactive, they're re-clearing. Like, DRX couldn't get comfortable the entire map.
Yeah, exactly. Seeing DRX going on to the aggression. There was some micro plays and some adjustments going with the composition that definitely took some effect on Vitality. But as you said, they just walk back, work with the timing, work with the utility. We go back to the drawing board even in game. And it doesn't matter that it's a different composition. They look pretty ready.
I mean, for DRX, it is not for a lack of trying, because as we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day, Hyomin Kakuka, he's just incredible.
He was onto something. The other day, when he was debuting with this Yoru, the ults were a little bit hit or miss, but this had to be one of the main characters of this bind. His ultimate usage on every single round had so much impact, and this one in particular, where he gets that kill onto Les and then manages to create all this chaos and ends up getting 4 kills in this round. I love how quickly he's mastering the agent and all the cool things that you can do with it.
There's so much micro stuff that he does in this clip as well, where he's inside the smoke and he has to spam down on one player. I mean, there's this reaction here, but just the presence of mind to leave 3 bullets into the clip when he knows that the reclear is happening here. A lot of players are spraying the entire clip there, reloading, having to pull out the secondaries, but he's just so disciplined in the right moment and so smart with the way that he takes those fights that this guy's the truth, genuinely. Like, DRX have found an absolute world-class player, and this is like his first international event. I mean, get the hell out of here when he's performing like that. I know that they ended up losing, but you could just see from an individual basis that Hyunmin was like lights out.
He tried his goddamn best. He
Yeah.
tried.
Absolutely.
But also, you mentioned the reclear. So let's take a look at the round 8 and 9, Brent, from Team Vitality.
Yeah.
Talk me through this.
Vitality was so damn good at just reclearing space when these execs were coming in as well. And I mean, this might be a little bit slow going, but when they see this hit coming in from DRX, they get pushed off, they get postured off from this angle, and then they make the call to, oh, well, we've got the snake bite, they're pushed up, we're going to reclear this space, we're going to make them feel really uncomfortable here. Never really, the first few rounds ended up starting where Vitality were happy to let them in and stall them out of this util, but from past that point, they didn't even take a timeout to make this decision. They started to actively reclear space as the hits were coming through, which is an insane thing to do, I think. It's a high-level team to be constantly switching up the conditioning on the fly over the course of a half without even taking a pause to even think about it.
And we see, and we have to bring up this head-to-head between Hyunmin and Derke, because even though Vitality was on the winning side, and yes, we talk about the effect that Hyunmin was having, in so many occasions we saw Derke just going in for the kill, and DRX were so ready for taking that duel. Many teams would not have the same idea.
I have never seen anybody diff Derke like that. I have never seen that. You just don't do things like this. This is absolutely crazy. But let's talk about map 2, because Abyss will be next. How well does this bode for DRX?
I think it bodes really well, personally, because Abyss is the map that they love to play on the most, to be honest, right now. And coming into this, if they're already hitting like this on a map where, honestly, it's a middle ground for DRX, for Vitality, I think they were very smart in terms of the way that they directed this map veto. Abyss should be favorable home ground for DRX. And especially, man, they just look so damn good. I believe they run the double smoke comp, I believe, with this as well, the Astra and the Omen. I could be wrong. I mean, I might be misremembering. But overall, I mean, it's a map where it is 100% a comfort zone for them. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we've heard from the first coach Faded. Let's hear what Termi had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey, Mika and Jen here with Termi of DRX. Now, Termi, that was a tough first map. I'm wondering, what was the team struggling with on that map? And there were so many rounds that it just didn't seem like they could convert.
감독님, 유리한 상황에서도 내주는 라운드들도 좀 있었지만 1세트 전반적으로 어떤 점이 가장 힘들었던 걸까요?
아무래도 바이탈리티 선수들이 베테랑 선수들도 많고 경험도 많기 때문에 좀 여유 있게 게임을 했던 것 같고요. 반면에 저희는 아직까지는 그렇게 좀 여유 있는 플레이를 못한 것 같아서 그런 부분들에서 좀 밀려서 패배를 했다 생각하고 이 맵에서는 좀 그런 것들을 좀 우리가 원래 하던 방식대로 하자라는 식으로 좀 얘기를 해놨기 때문에 이 맵에서는 잘해줄 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
I think it mostly had to do with the mentality. Vitality coming with a lot of players with experience in big stages like this. They were able to play the rounds calm, whereas for some of our players, they were kind of in a haste, not used to playing on this big stage, this big game. So we talked about how to calm our minds down, having that strong mentality in the second map, and I think we're good to go.
Well, thank you very much for your time and good luck on the next map. Fighting.
I mean, that's totally understandable. You're playing up against players like Les, Derke, Safe. You know, they're not going to be nervous whatsoever. But hopefully going on to the next one, Kukuko, they calm their nerves. You know, they're able to bring this to a map 3.
It's absolutely understandable because of so many things that they're changing, and seeing those micro plays, it means that there's a lot of work that has gone into it. But now when you're in the global stage and you are going against a team as strong as Vitality, some things might not go your way, might not go the way that you thought. But as you're saying, Abyss has to be a comfortable ground. I do like the fact, though, that Vitality has decided to start on the attack. They want to start off at deciding the tempo and really understanding what DRX wants to do in the defense and just dictating the pace of the map.
Yeah, I think it's a strong choice as well. And I mean, I misspoke earlier, I suppose, with the compositions as well, because it's not the double controller I was thinking of. It's the Sova Tejo that they end up playing as well, which does put the comfort roles for Freeing, because Freeing is one of the best Tejos in the game right now in terms of the way that he plays that, in terms of all of his util. And Abyss is a map where mid-round information is vitally important because the map is like the size of a continent. So your rotations aren't easy unless you're running Yoru, right? And if you can do it with double info initiators, which they run with the Tejo and the Sova, that kind of shores up that gap and allows you to heavy stack players, but it also gives you a ton of retake util as well. I mean, DRX use it to great extents, I think, when you see them trying to either flood defend A, for example. Bane is amazing from Heaven on that angle and the Sova, so it's pretty awesome to see them play this map. They even make me excited to watch Abyss, which is rare.
You don't like it? Do you know what I love about Team Vitality's a bit? Is either they go overtime or they 13-1. There is no in between right now. But as we take a look at the agent select, Hyunmin is a Yoru main now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, are we going to expect this to extend to every single map? Because so far, he has only played the Yoru time and time again.
Dude.
Mako just moving away from the Astra, just going onto the Omen.
I'm so excited for this because Mako's moved off the Astra onto the Omen. The way he's been playing this recently to set up Hyunmin is by double TPing in. And Mako's the one taking contact to create space for Hyunmin to be the playmaker, which is a totally wild and different way of playing this comp.
Yeah, exactly. And Vitality not having a Sentinel, I want to see how they do on the defense and dealing with mid. On the side of DRX, they have that double drone, a lot of information, but I am going to be missing that extra stun coming in from Breach that could come in clutch.
And of course, Durka, he is ever so closely edging towards that 2,000 global kill record. Ender and Mimi, let's see if he can break it here.
He has a chance to, but on the other side, Hyunmin back on the Yoru. 4 out of 4 maps. DRX changing their comp, but this one, Christy, is comfort territory for them.
Absolutely, and honestly, I think having Mako go to the Omen, you heard Bren talking about those teleport entries, how he can support the side as well. I think also having the paranoia to help out this Yoru player, right? Hyunmin had so much support coming in from the breach of Bane in the last map. Now he's a little bit more on his own, but has to be the difference maker if we want to map 3.
Vitality one map away from being the first team in playoffs. And they're starting things off here. No surprises and execute. Into B as Hyunmin dips away.
DRX that TP out, gonna choose to play full retake. They do go for an early drone though, so chances to get out of the smoke early, but there's a star waiting right on that exit pathway. Hyunmin doesn't care. He's just gonna get that kill, pop out the flash to make sure they can't get punished for the stun.
I don't know.
The rest of Vitality trying to find a duel, and Durka does well to start things off, but the flash not there in time, and DRX just floods in. Only 2 players left alive, but Trex takes one before falling, unless he's a world away. Has to use the pull right now, but they already got it halfway, and surely that stick is forthcoming. Bane's holding it unless he's just not fast enough.
I don't know if it's like worth it to force Breach
It's actually so unfortunate for Les there. He thought he had so much time to go for that late wrap because DRX had abandoned the site, but DRX's decision to actually fast flood in instead, get Hyunmin going here, and then have that pinch going 2 players into the front of the site, 2 players going into the backside up from Heaven. Even though Durka managed to get 2 kills somehow, DRX players just kept on coming through.
Feels like a rare moment where Vitality's team fighting wasn't quite up to snuff, all getting kind of isolated towards the back of site, towards the ledge there. But a critical pistol round for DRX.
It's another outlaw purchase for Durka on round 2. He loves this thing. And this time, 4 light armors from DRX. This is something teams are going to have to start prepping up against Vitality because he's proven consistently he's going to go for it.
Brings drone, spots a couple towards
Got the
B,
jump
and
peek.
Jump spot. Oh, it's brutal. So the second round 2 in a row now, where Durka's gotten an opener with the Outlaw, and Vitality get a chance to play the 5v4.
And now Vitality calling a great round, moving over to this A site. I thought for a second Bane was going to over-rotate out of there because his drone saw nothing in A main. Vitality, just like on Bind, love to exec into the Sentinel. They know DRX plays strong fundamental Valorant, so there's no one ever fighting up in front of the Cypher util.
And they have both the Tejo and the Sova to deal with those strips. Flashback. Doesn't really catch anything, and no one breaks his start. The flood in from Bane. Durka's below him, and the whip from Flashback. He falls too, and Mako yet again has to try and save the day. But the odds are overwhelming. Over the top comes the Sova. He needs to find the shot.
Not like this, man. Not like that. Kicks is just jumping around, having a time with it.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
I feel like I'm watching Bind all over again, you know, not just the Outlaw purchase, but then execing into the Cypher, then fighting up on top of a side. It looks like Tube on B-site Bind. How Vitality took those fights once again. That is just silly.
And I think that round will be the lesson for the rest of the teams here at Masters Bangkok. You gotta buy full armor. Our reaction as well.
Love how much fun they have with it.
Really looking to be super friends, as Durka said.
Yeah. Very cute, too.
The other big narrative to look at this game, of course.
Those are all the important things.
DRX gonna go for a walk over towards A, but Vitality with a player to contain and ready to just react into the B site here.
Oh, Safe might get caught on a bad timing. Oh, no way he jumps out.
But that means they get to keep walking and might have a pretty strong timing here.
Yeah, but at some point, Vitality are going to realize what's going on. Even if they don't expect 4, they're going to know that DRX are trying something. Unless they manage to find the perfect timing past Safe here.
Safe thinks they're walking mid. Surely he turns and checks.
Yeah, and Les is down underneath Heaven.
He's
now
not
he
turning.
realizes, okay.
1 for 1, less isolated. And not looking down at Bane. That's another gun to fall, but Bane, even with that rifle, this should be too much. A 1v2. A high-low from Vitality. Dark, the jump, and Dirk is too good.
Yeah, even losing the rifles there, it's not too much of a problem for Vitality. They won round 2. They're going to be set for the foreseeable future. Next thing really on my mind is how the ultimates are going to play out, but really I'm kind of impressed with how Vitality have consistently found these opening picks off the jump peaks, right? We saw it from bot mid that round. Previous round, it was Durka getting the jump peak from on top of Library.
Okay, it's okay.
What is he?
I don't know what he is. He's safe.
That's true. All right, more of a basic round here for Vitality. Take early control into A main.
Yeah, it's nice to see Vitality still using the util to clear A main, even though really DRX haven't done anything here apart from the last round.
And it's a round 4 attacking op for Durka.
Oh my gosh.
You look at this guy, he's become known for the Yoru, but Abyss is the map to lock the jet, abuse the op.
I love just kind of leaving him here in main as well. Now he shows the operator, so less value perhaps.
Here.
But all things considered, Vitality are probably going to look to reset back into some kind of a split here. A or B, it's hard to say. They still got that star in top mid they can tag into. Just barely missing the timing on that one, but I think the ping has come in, so Durka is now going to be the one to hunt for top mid. Oh my god. Wait, Freeing just decided to start fighting. No more jump peeking. He's taking heads.
2 clean 1-taps from Freeing. Kick's gonna make his own attempt to hold down towards mid, and he's got the off in hand.
Okay.
Finally deals with the Teo.
And that means he's got Rolling Thunder online as well, so the call comes in from Vitality. It's going to be a B finish right now. Mako only the only defender from DRX.
But I imagine the goal is to try and save for the post plant. You don't want to have to use everything on this exec, and the site is weak. Mako makes his way back in, and Safe's not ready for it. Double swing, though. This should put an end to Mako, and it does. So plant will come down, and the Rolling Thunder still online.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight back up into spawn here. Ultimate comes out, doesn't find
He's too far
Trex.
away.
So plant comes down, now all of a sudden back in spawn. No! Kicks get sniped out!
And that's the Brim ult. Gone. Trex in a 1v3 now. But no smokes for DRX. Flashback, jumps up, Trex, good spray control, and another!
They're going one by one!
Only Bane left alive! And Trex is going for a walk. Bane is sticking! Bane is sticking!
Nah, that is just too cold, man! His team is just getting murdered like Trex is killing absolutely everyone.
Perfect 1v3.
Yeah.
Go 1 by 1, lose 2 players, full stick.
Yeah, what a clutch.
Okay.
Getting the job done. I mean, first of all, shout out Freeing, because what are those shots at the start of the round? Yet somehow, Vitality still had a chance there for a moment.
I don't know how Gix ended up being the one to die from the ult as well.
I'm gonna be honest, Bind was a muddy game. This is also getting a little bit muddy.
Vitality have found the weak side, though. They're going for another hit towards B, this time right off the rip.
Quick teleports over, though. DRX are ready to flood on in. Paranoia not connecting onto anyone. Durka snuck his way all the way into backside with Hyunmin up from above. He's ready to pop on out of that ultimate. Taken down by Durka. And with mid falling as well, DRX are in a whole heaping amount of trouble. Vitality are on a warpath. And this B site is falling apart, fleeing just up in heaven with a stinger, but not gonna happen. Durka finds 3 and Vitality get their third 2.
The way Vitality navigates that flood retake is impeccable. Durka hitting the impossible shot onto the Yoru coming out of vault, and then making the decision to get ahead of the utility, fighting towards spawn. DRX players just weren't fully ready for that much of a brawl out of Vitality.
Look at that POV there. I think Dirk saw Hyunmin on minimap, thought he was right behind him.
Look at that, they haven't even planted yet. They don't greed for it at all. They full stop, commit to fighting together, and win it out. And that's what's been winning this series for Vitality.
Those forward fights over towards B looking good already for Vitality. Now, though, an absolute full save from DRX.
They're going back to it. Durka got an updraft away from the util. Sees the shoulder of Hyunmin. And Trex will be the one to convert the kill. DRX had a bit of a stack on this round, but Vitality still get out and start to clean up these kills.
Vitality choosing just to walk back into the site. Drone's gonna end up seeing them. The second DRX start checking their backs for a lurk or for the rotate over into the A site, that's when Vitality find their timing. Durka once again up close in their face. Gets the first, the second. And it's just a little bit too much for DRX against his rifle. Except when he's looking the other way. That tends to help.
That one's a little more difficult, though. 4-2, though. Vitality convert the anti-eco, and it seems like they've found the sauce on this one.
I'll tell you what, though.
Freeze, refight against the flood.
I do love watching Trex play, because even on these supportive roles, he's just fragging like crazy. Again, their series versus T1 on Bind, he was popping off. The last time they played Abyss, too, his Sova was just absolutely crazy.
That's part of what was so impressive about the Vitality run back in EMEA. Everyone was excited for Les, for Durka, for these guys for the first time on a different team than the org that they were an icon of. But then you have the players who were already on Vitality, and they really stepped up. Kicks especially in EMEA was just incredible for this team.
And I just feel like these players take such intelligent fights. Like, you don't see a lot of times like a Trex or a Kicks like overextending, overfighting on their own. Like, Trex only died 2 times in this map so far. Like, every fight he takes is just going to be a good one. He's always coming out on top of that. But if we're going to reset into this timeout, right, DRX called their third. I don't think Fated's called a timeout this series.
No, it's been all DRX all day.
It's just a bit problematic, but really this is going to be a monstrous swing round, right? Like, DRX buying down to nothing. We've got 7 ults online for the 2 teams.
Yeah, might be a bit of chaos in this round yet again. The issue for DRX is they don't have the same amount of power ults that Vitality does. You don't have that breach ult, you don't have the stun to combo with the Teo ult either. It's a bit tougher.
What they do have is very fast rotate, because with the Omen ult and the Yoru teleports, what they can do is fight up into A main for the first time really, except on the eco, and still quickly reinforce flashback on the B site.
Anti-Durka trip goes up top.
A little bit nerdy.
Yeah, I think he just wants the kill on the dashing jet and then wants to get out. There's Durka straight into the trap, but he's not ready to follow it. Oh, he got it. Just in the nick of time, Flashback gets his kill. And the ultimate, finds a tag as well, a kill onto Freeing. That's an astounding ult from Trex.
And now the big power ult for DRX is no longer in the game. No chance on that retake. Check out Kick's position, right up flush on the wall.
Aftershock nullifies the first wave of the retake, but the drone tag is good. Flashback hasn't seen an enemy yet, but he's good for 2. Safe doesn't have his gun out, and Trex is dead as well. Flashback single-handedly holds on to B. Unless we'll be overwhelmed. What a round from Flashback.
Flashback's crisp with it. That reset on the 4th kill was real nice. And it started off, he was making this mad dash towards heaven because he wasn't in position to play off the trip.
He hears the jet updrafting, just full sprinting.
But the fact that he gets 2 kills off those trips as the flood comes in, then he's the only one going heaven. It's not a double swing or anything like that. He's just in a position where he needs those kills. Getting them is massive because, you know, we heard Coach Termy talking in between, you know, maps 1 and 2, saying some of the players on DRX just didn't feel super confident in the fights they were taking. For a rookie, especially having a round like that, get your mojo back is huge.
It's a really clear play from DRX. A TP up for Mako. I think a dart to follow that up, but no one got caught in the fly trap.
Now, once again, Vitality, you see these early round aggro and reset away from that. This time making sure that Safe's going to hang out, make sure no one walks up on him. He's got the drone, too, if they wanted to work a late split into the 8 side through vents.
Freeing. Dangerous game running past Durka there. Holding out the ult in case there's a possibility of a fight back into A main with the paranoia lined up.
Flashback's got to be great again. Vitality just want to bully this kid.
That's an ult in A main, that no one is there to receive it, and instead, it's Flashback under pressure.
You're on your own.
Ayo's not here, so nothing to flush him out of his position. Trex taking down the spike on the floor, and Durka over top. Flashback, a chance to isolate another duel as he dips back and joins with the rest of his team.
Reinforcements arrive for DRX. Bane gets the spam shot, and here they are, right up in front of the Cosmic Divide. DRX on the prowl. Hyunmin taken down by Durka. And without their duelist, the support staff has to step up in a big way. Flashback's been good, but Durka is just better.
He wants his record this game. 4 kills from Durka. A round that didn't look all that good for Vitality. Again, DRX starting off with an opener. Get their player out on site. But it's all Durka all day.
It's tough, too, because if Flashback keeps playing like this, he could completely disrupt the Vitality game plan of just execing into his site. Unfortunately, was only able to get that first one, fell back for the retake, and Durka's not going to let you retake into him, no sir.
No, he will not.
He's 14-5 right now.
Kind of ridiculous.
Drone going out.
Safe drones in towards A. This time, not as big of a trap play. And Durka's just running past one-ways. Okay, this guy doesn't give a damn. Playing within the missiles, eventually gets caught off. And Bane has a gun from that. An isolated fight onto Kix, but Kix won't let him get away with it. Another challenger. The gun picked up into the hands of Freeing, and he's better at the task. Finds a kill and more from Freeing as well. In just a half second, they win that eco.
Yeah, DRX keep finding some of these ecos across the 2 maps. Feels like they shouldn't really have a chance, but you're right, Freeing getting the rifle in hand. Hyunmin on the Hero Guardian gets his before he falls too. A Master card thrifty. And yeah, that drop from Freeing. If he doesn't seize that timing, DRX don't have a chance for this round.
Great movement on the last kill from Freeing as well.
Durka back with an attack op. Has the knives to dip into if he needs. This time, Hyunmin stepped down into mid. Could be a big fight coming up soon. But no one's really going to be on those angles that Durka wants to take right now.
Hyunmin had to take his TP out as well.
Yeah, down to 48 HP. Now a drone to re-clear into A main. It's been fairly light for DRX on this side of the map. Could actually see DRX reset into more aggressive A main space. I like the walk up.
Mako. Considered taking a timing there. He backs away and refreshes the one-way instead. Is that re-clear is very well timed. Spots no one towards B and that pulls rotates.
Exactly. Now Hyunmin can get over into the site. You realize Vitality, they heard that drone going through. Les calls out, says you can't exec into A right now. They're going to be stacking that. Come back into B. And it's once again all eyes on Flashback, backside.
Get out of my way.
Rotates are going to be a bit late.
Low time. And hold on, Hyunmin gets the kill in mid. That means no lurk.
Flashback, darted out. Durka up in the air. Down goes the Cypher. And Durka trying to navigate around this utility. Hyunmin flashes in, the op shot goes wide, but Vitality still waiting to fight. Low time, they don't care. They're still gonna brawl and come out ahead in doing so. Mako! How did he find that? 3 kills out of nowhere. And Trex, with only 7 seconds left, has to make a run for the spike, and he's just not there.
DRX's leader is the hero. A 3K out of nowhere. Playing the clock, I mean, Vitality called it down to the wire, and we're in a position to win. After Durka found this kill, but I want to see how Mako did this. Kind of absurd what he managed to pull off. So the first kill was player not really looking at him. Then he steps up for the pop. Oh, he just got 3 kills, no one's looking at him!
Just takes the perfect timing. It's been a long time since Mako was that guy, a rookie player back with Vision Strikers. Now he's a veteran on this stage. Now he's the IGL for this team. But he still has rounds like that when they need him.
All right, Faded with the first time out. Comes in, says, hey, let's look at Mako.
You think that's what he's saying?
I think he might be saying a little bit more than that. Honestly, I do feel like Vitality's mid-rounding has been a little bit readable, and it hasn't been super exploited just yet by DRX, but you're starting to see there's usually more support staff helping out Flashback. Last round, it was freeing over towards that side of the map. I think Vitality could maybe even challenge into the mid space a little bit more, pushing up into that just a tad. A lot of jump peeking from DRX's side, but it's been a little bit soft there, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of the times with these tail comps, you can threaten using the missiles to break the doors, kind of pressuring a split into A, pressuring a lurk up there in the mid-round. But the other strength of their comp is, hey guys, remember we have triple initiator. We can just kind of send it on executes, and I think that might be what Faded was going for here.
The hard thing is A is basically always stacked early on from DRX, so Vitality haven't really sped up after taking A main control. This could be the time though.
Main ready with the dart. I think a Paranoia primed on the re-clear too. Combo with the Yoru flash. And again, Mako doesn't catch any fish through the smoke.
Yeah, nothing really there for them. Just an orb secured by kicks.
A lot of damage onto safe as well. They did break those doors in mid.
Yeah,
Spots out at least one there.
DRX may be reading that it could just be a double ult farm from kicks after this early round. So I think now would be the time to actually step up into the mid space. Again, we've seen Vitality go for this re-clear where they've taken these angles, but then almost always moved back into B or A. I want to see what a walk down looks like.
Drone is down.
Instead, they might just go back into A.
But I like this, going into A instead of B, because you can see DRX, they're again being told that it's always these late rounds into the Cypher. And now Trex is taking this space up into mid. I love this. He can choose to go for a quick split into A or just catch the rotates out from the off angle.
Trex chooses to charge forward as the execute comes through. Mako and Bane, a great dart, unbroken. No one was out on site with Durka, and the spike is still in Bane, 20 seconds. Vitality, they're running on fumes at this point, and Bane in the perfect position needs to go massive, but he can't. Les steps up to the plate and allows his team a plan. Through heaven comes DRX. Trex! He's in the air!
Trex is crazy, man! Jumping up there. Maybe even just winning the round for his team with that play.
I mean, that was a Tony Hawk Pro Skater trick, diving through the air, and that just wins the round for Vitality. Okay.
They're just out. And honestly, like, that kill secured the round for Vitality, but I think just his decision to go for the mid lurk and be in that space stopped DRX's reinforcements from coming in. Because Hyunmin had the Yoru ultimate coming up through vents, and then instead of jumping down into sight, he sees this Sova in the smoke, tries to fight it. You've got your sight player turning around trying to fight up into it. It was just that one player identifying that mid was opening up in the mid rounds and punishing.
Also punishing the tendency of DRX to lean late into these B site hits. Vitality has conditioned that basically every round, but this still could have gone very wrong.
Sure.
Right? They were down to 10 seconds. There were still 2 anchors from DRX, but it was the individual play from Les that bailed them out of that one to start.
I've got to credit Faded in that timeout. I think that was the exact right, those 2 slight variations. chewed up DRX. Now they're going to open around very similarly, all into the A site, although this time I think it could actually just be the full-on exec. That would be, again, just that slight pivot, 2 rounds of structure, catch DRX off guard.
And look, DRX have sent troops into mid.
And they're saving their utility, just the drone here, so they can speed up into the site exec.
Missiles, Durka dashes over the top, and the anchor of Mako, he's good for it. Bane again tries to get out onto this site, but the ult will push him back. Mako still standing strong! 3 kills for him. It's all Mako!
All right! It's just the Mako show!
Switching sides.
These last rounds they're winning, he's just putting up numbers.
An absolute beast on the anchor. And DRX, from what was a tough start, have tied this game up 6-6.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Frequencies are meant to be UV. Ultraviolet try to see through me. I care when you don't see. I care when you don't see. Take care when you don't see too.
DRX recovered to a 6-6 half, but now on the attacking side of one of their strongest maps, and this is where I think Hyunmin has a chance to turn things around. This is a playground for Yoru on attack.
100%. He was super effective on their attack side of Bind as well. Very slow start, so far only 4 kills to his name, but this is where I want to see Hyunmin and Mako do some nasty things on the execs, right? We saw them on Lotus, right? Mako doing those entry TPs.
Yeah, the double
crazy.
TPs, he was so good for it, right? Putting down his own smoke, swinging through the same time as the Yoru. And this is something that Vitality can't have really prepped for, because it's another new comp from DRX.
Exactly, and DRX have clearly done their homework. I think when they've been losing rounds, it's been a lot to do with just the sort of overwhelmed fighting 5-on-5. But whenever it's DRX running a set play off of ultimates or, you know, supportive utility going there with Hyunmin, that's where they've been very effective, and that's where they need to be on point in the second half.
So a slow way to start this one off.
Just early cage, camera in mid. A lot of times you'll see Cyphers just play this space to break down that vent. Yeah, flashback spams for that, busts it down. Threatens a quicker A split eventually. Interesting to see DRX play such a slow round though. On Bind, it was all just these 5 hits over and over and over again. Abyss a map that favors that.
It didn't feel like they were ever really going for slower rounds on Bind.
Yeah, maybe even trying to sell some kind of a fake. There are 3 players from Vitality on B holding fairly aggressive lines, so Vitality not so fooled right now, still holding their ground.
Less with that top side angle that's become very popular for controller players.
Recon just came back up. DRX ready to go.
Drone does not get the suppression onto Les. So he'll smoke up, and both players will have to fight forward because of the missiles, but Durka dashes out. Les, though, is taken down, and that's a great start to this half for Hyunmin. Durka around his teammate's spot, trying to find something here as DRX starting to lose out on the time. Safe! So good from him to take down both of the players. That's DRX's foothold on the site gone. And only 17 seconds. Bane has to try and shuffle out, but there's 3 players holding. And Vitality shut them out.
That's a good way to start off the second half too for Safe. He'd been having a real tough one in that first half. Get some confidence there, get that ult charged up as well. Not too bad. This early play on the dive again was nice. You know, sort of using that smoke to pop on out. There was a paranoia that went into the right side of sight, so Durka couldn't actually catch him. Stall out on those players. But really, it was just safe, getting out into backside, doing his job.
Someone thought they were going to buy Durka the outlaw. Instead, he decides to go for it himself. One of the biggest things to look out for Vitality's second half is Durka getting an operator online.
Oh, you think Durka doesn't pull himself up by his own bootstraps?
Very individualistic. No need for handouts from his teammates on this half, at least.
All right. Flash comes in, and hold on, the classics are doing way too much. Now, Trex is still an issue up in top side, but that's just a ghost in hand. Durka's got an outlaw. Safe's got to be really effective here with the rifle.
Drone into the site. From both teams, in fact, saying hi to each other. Front sight. The missiles are going to be huge, though. Dashing. Going to swing off of them, but the outlaw, second shot, finds its mark. How's he still alive? Durka for 2, safe, eventually crackles the Vandal. But there's missiles on freeing. And time is starting to become a factor. But Durka holding strong with the outlaw. One shot goes wide, but he won't miss twice.
DRX making things a little scary there. The 2 opening classic kills are wild. But Durka is just kind of fearless on this exec. I mean, I don't know many Jets that are going to be just dashing forward with the outlaw in hand, then switching over to the classic and getting the kill.
No scope.
Yeah, let's
outlaw shots. Okay.
I guess the no scope is the one that missed, and then he was like, okay, I guess I'll go in. Can't go for the montage. It's kind of been a montage map for him, up to 19 kills.
Weapons up, comms open.
2 players on regen shields for DRX. Those make some good victims. 4 safes now outlaw as the Vandal's been passed over to Durka.
Hard to get these fast execs into the B site though, because Kix always has the stun ready. DRX this time bait that out, now into back site.
Leslie's still top site. Is anyone looking at him? Hyunmin, just in the nick of time, takes a peek above him and deals with the Brazilian as Hyunmin himself just gonna take this site basically alone. Durka on the timing to fight in, and he dips into his own clone, loses sight.
Trying to use the clone as a shield is crazy. But DRX still having position in backside and B main. Vitality have a lot to do. Dash up on top side. Durka might actually have it in him. I mean, he's just dancing around him right now, freeing, holding his ground, but as the classic comes out, Durka gets a 3rd. Vitality on pace to potentially steal this round away. Durka on 4. Durka holding up to half. Flashback comes into him. And Durka sits him down. It's the ace for Vitality's duelist.
His first global event off Fnatic. Trying to make a name for himself on a new roster. And on the verge of breaking records doing it. All 5 kills in this round. I mean, the positioning, the way he isolated these fights, saving bullets in the Vandal there.
2 bullets to get that kill, then he gets into the knives. I mean, his pathing's just crazy.
It's just cinema. And that's a bonus round 1 for Vitality.
It is peak Durka. TRX into a half by now.
Who's next?
I don't know if that's going to be enough to shut him down. He's peeking up in A main.
Again. Oh, okay. Spamming through. No one has traded him out, but Hyunmin from behind with a stinger puts an end to Vitality's hold of main.
These ecos! TRX keep on doing it. Question is, does Hyunmin want to keep fighting into backside? Trex not ready for him. Turns around and Hyunmin makes it happen. These rounds just don't make sense to me.
You get aced and you immediately turn around and win a half by. Outrageous stuff from TRX.
Just mental.
Hyunmin went into this half with 4 kills. He's already up at 11, despite losing the first 3. This rookie player has done so much for Pacific's #1.
You've got to respect popping the ult there too from Hyunmin. Getting that flank, there's so much audio going down. I don't think Vitality knew it was about to hit him. And now it's Vitality, just a hero rifle on Durka. Looking for this fight again. He's not going to back away from it. No fear in his eyes.
But he's pushed back. And DRX now posturing for a re-clear A main.
Importantly, Durko's actually dropped that Vandal. He's going to have enough money to op in the next round.
Dart to re-clear bottom mid, but it doesn't catch on to flashback. Dirk is out in the open here.
Drone's going to hear everything. DRX have to choose to snap into this exec now.
Dirk is just full walking this flank. His team won't be able to hold long though. Only some sheriffs to lock down this site. Safe has an isolated position. He dives into the smoke. Gets ahead of the entries from DRX, and now things get a bit awkward. Safe can't do anything though. But the flank is finally activated.
Trip. He used the updraft to get over the tripwire. And now with his hero rifle, could he do it?
Flashback out in the open. Durka wins that duel.
Spike planted.
Last only has a classic, it doesn't matter. Gets a kill there. And with just a hero rifle to start, Durka has a chance to win this round for Vitality. Smokes up. No tap on the spike just yet. The missiles go in early. It all comes back to Durka. He has to defend his teammate. But Mako sprays him down, and through the smoke, Mako claims them both.
Mako will go quiet for a second, but when he shows up, he is winning rounds for his team. Again, these rounds getting so chaotic. DRX trying to fight into back spawn off of the Hunter's Fury coming on down. But it's hard too, because you have to reset yourself after a round like this. Super chaotic, super tense moments. And now it's the buy round. Durka choosing to go for the Vandal, not the up.
But again, being a menace in A main. An alt purchase on the other side, in fact. Hyunmin picking up the sniper on the Yoru.
Is darted out though. I don't have seen the op. Durka's been able to creep into A main, although DRX actually ended up pinging him. I think Flashback is ready to take this fight. Durka against Flashback, stun comes in, but he's gonna dip away. DRX are moving to the B site.
But it's less here. Hyunmin off, it's perfect. Lovely opener. An alt sent in, and Vitality shoot away from B.
Safe trying to get into the site though. Mako teleported up on top. With Heaven Hell, chooses to back away. DRX are gonna play the post off site.
Safe has his ultimate. So DRX risking it if they stick around.
Yeah, they're just gonna sacrifice freeing back site.
But Hyunmin's off. Ever present, holding from heaven. Time getting low, and Vitality with the stun online, they'll go in. Durka starts things strong on this retake. His 2000th global kill, but now a chance to win the round. He dives forward, Mako again, the one to shut it down. Kicks will run for the hills, and DRX will tie this game.
That was a calm round there from DRX. Hyunmin's opener with the op purchase. Ends up being exactly the right call for them. Put that in their hands, and you've got to shout out Durka for reaching 2,000 kills. This is the shot right here. Obviously, it's DRX that win the round, but an impressive achievement and the first player to ever reach that marker.
Truly one of those players in contention for that GOAT status, now doing it with another team. But we're gonna have to see even more from him for Vitality to close this map out, because they've lost the last 3 in the row, and now it's gonna be a timeout for the second time.
Ever since they got ecoed on round 16, right? It was just wild. It ends up going down that way. And I think, well, what have we really seen from DRX? We've seen DRX find a few opening fights that go their way. The messiness of the post plants, right? Where DRX are fighting forward very consistently into Vitality's face and sort of flustering them in those fights. A lot of those have been going Vitality's way all day, but it's kind of changed in the last couple of rounds.
In Vitality's game against T1, especially on Fracture, very often they would leave Durka alone to control a main all by himself. And T1 really struggled to push him out of those positions. I think DRX have done a much better job of making concerted effort to re-clear space in A main, not let Durka just go for those confidence plays quite as often, and then play into these post plants later on.
Yeah, you're right. Even when it's like the half buy from Vitality, Durka's on a hero rifle. It hasn't felt like he's had the fights actually coming his way with his mid walks. The last round when he's in A main, couldn't really get that fight going for him there either.
And obviously he still has almost double the kills of
That's very true.
The highest kill player on DRX, but DRX is winning these rounds off of team play.
Interesting round from Vitality. So the hero rifle is on Kix. Durka's got the knives. Kix actually bought down to nothing.
DRX are heading towards the stack here. Safe is a scrumptious piece of bait in main. Just a ghost to work with. He'll bide all the attention.
He's trying to ping for the op shots through the smoke.
That's ridiculous. Okay. Hyunmin stunned up, but flashback finds Durka. That's one of the two hero weapons gone.
Safe tries to take his time, but yeah, you're just gonna get spammed away. I love the choice to toss the op over to flashback when Hyunmin's gonna entry with the ulti.
Very disciplined from DRX. They don't rush into this round. They're now in a 3v5 and can recompose before committing.
Once pressed.
Kicks! Okay. He's found two, and this makes things somewhat doable. It's only Sheriffs on the remaining players, but Trex already had one kill. Drone up onto Bane.
He's gonna use the ult.
Ulting? Okay, he's getting pushed. Surely Bane is just gonna deal with this. Les silently drops, but Bane jump peeks and baits him out, but in the open! And now it's a 1v1. The former champion has got a rifle, and it's a 1v1 against the rookie. He's sticking halfway. Missiles coming in, but Les achieves his goal. Stun off the next tap. Les backs out of the smoke, wins the round. He's always been good for it.
That was just perfect from Les. The Red Bull clutch. And we'll watch it again because everything went DRX's way. But all of a sudden, you have these couple of kills come down when Trex jumps down onto the bottom of a rope. Then you've got the Sheriff in Les's hand. He actually used his Astropole to try and set up for the Sova ult coming down through all of that madness, then secures the 2 kills to consume the round.
And Les just plays that so perfectly. Just sidesteps the stun, gets the 1 tap. And that's the momentum for DRX broken.
Vitality have a stun here ready from Kix. Ready to fight if DRX was gonna enter on in. Could even use the Rolling Thunder. Hold that thought, Durka still fighting on sight, pushing forward right up on top of Hyunmin. Ring will trade him out with the ultimate coming back on in. Look, DRX are getting wild with it.
How's he done that? Diving out from heaven. And Mako gets away with his life as well.
I thought it was the ult, but it was a double TP.
Yup. He's been a monster on the Omen these last few maps, and they'll leave him alone on site.
Right here.
A sacrifice, but still a challenge for Vitality to get past him. Missiles available, but it's a 1v4, an IGL versus IGL. Mako just ready on the swing.
I swear every round DRX are winning, it's a Mako 3K. This guy just chooses which rounds he wants to win. I want to see his entry path here. Jumps into the first smoke, then goes back into the corner. No one's ready for it. Kix got his ultimate out. Trying to cast abilities, then after dropping, he gets that kill. It's just ridiculous.
And I love the way he's varying the entry pathing. He's smoked there almost every round, but that's the first time he's done that TP into heaven. Other rounds he's TPing backside. He's so good at varying the positioning on these execs.
Hold on, Durka, Guardian in hand. Looking for the push down. Now they have another bad buy, but as Durka gets spotted out, he's got to walk on back here.
So yet again, DRX do a good job at pushing Durka away from his early aggression.
I love the purchase here too. The Outlaw in the hands of Flashback. Just to lock down mid control. DRX are going to reset back into a B hit. Mako will eventually have to go and grab a spike on the way back over. Got a habit of leaving it back there.
And there's that Outlaw ringing out in mid for Flashback. Les The man with the Hero Vandal this time.
I mean, look, this is still the stack from Vitality. There's still a Rolling Thunder. There's still a stun. It's hard to break into this site. There's not so much time left to play with.
Go ahead.
There's the ult though. Less inside of his smoke. Can they get him out of it? Freeing runs in. 1 for 1. That's a great trade for DRX. But Kicks, with only a Sheriff, doubles up in this round.
Durka has made his way into sight.
Spike planted.
Value up there before, but this time DRX not giving him the angles. They're dipping back off the site, gonna play fully off.
And the Outlaw again. Flashback takes down one and safe. He's had a rough map thus far. Trying to win the clutch for his team alone. He has missiles. Both players for DRX co-located. A swing ready through the smoke, but it's a crossfire. And DRX pull ahead.
DRX are just clawing this one back. Flashback started to find his mark on these mid fights. Whether it's the Outlaw or the Op a couple rounds back. I like the way they're not over-committing to these fights on site. DRX have really started dipping back into these off-site post plants. Just sort of abusing the gun advantage where they have it. Not letting themselves get bullied off the site by Vitality's util.
All missiles away.
So a new look for DRX. Heavy pressure in towards mid. This is going to draw a lot of players off of sites.
I really like this, because Vitality, you know, they've got a lot of active util with the drones to re-clear, but you don't have a Cypher or Vise, anything like this. Mid, if DRX show early presence, you've got to pull players over.
Drone is down.
And we'll find some info on the re-clear towards A.
I like this
Spotting out
too,
one.
because Mako has ult, so he could sort of find a pick over here, still teleport back into an A exec, and even leave Flashback as a second lurker.
Safe on the jiggle. Durka holding the angle perfectly. Timed swing. That gets the opener, but DRX are just going to want to exec into A as a reaction, and Safe is here alone.
Problem is Vitality are moving quickly, and DRX haven't snapped the hit just yet.
He's going to have support by the time they enter into this site, but he's spotted out in the corner. Teo missiles in, but there's a stun that's arrived from Kicks, and DRX are still not out. 30 seconds. Ult coming in. Vitality trying to hold strong, but the ult is perfect. Takes down Safe. Mako TPing ahead, but Trex on an off angle. 4-1. Another for this man. They're smoked off in main. It's only 15 seconds. And DRX, I think they're forced to save.
They just can't get out of main. Mako tried to be the hero teleporting into sight, but this time Vitality were waiting for it. His trickery wasn't going to work again.
And DRX did a lot right that round. The pressure into mid. They lose a player over on B, sure, but they still give time before reacting to let Vitality full rotate on their defense. They re-cleared mid early, then they're allowed to full rotate back in towards the A site. And then by the time DRX are execing, they've completely lost their timing.
Yeah, it looked like the smoke Mako was trying to TP out of went down at the same time he was casting it. Tough news.
And the site anchors from Team Vitality, Trex especially, have done such a good job at finding the gaps in the utility, getting ahead of these smokes. Because the way that DRX enters these sites, with the Yoru, with the Omen, they're all TPing deep and generally fighting backside, stopping a flood. If you're ahead, you can eat away at those 3 support players who have just thrown their util running into the smokes.
Yeah, exactly, right? And if those entry agents ever end up dying, it's really hard for them to continually get out. Vitality's done a great job of sort of locking down mains with Breach Blast, stuns, Astra pulls, etc. They can keep on cycling those through. So that'll be DRX on the timeout. I'm looking at their money right now, and you'll be happy to know if you're a DRX fan, it does look like they have enough money to go for an operator. Hard to see if they're going to commit to that. They've been sort of back and forth on that for a moment, whether or not they wanted Flashback to have that. But honestly, I would expect, in a similar way towards the close of last half, when Vitality started, actively looking for that lurk with Trex, I'd really like to see DRX try to blow up the center of the map in these mid-rounds too.
They made the attempt of it last round, but I think you actually have to convert, send a lurk, send a real threat that isn't just going to get instantly re-cleared.
Vitality might want to take the fight to DRX. Yeah, maybe an updraft path into window. Keep your eyes on Durka here.
Kicks with a stun. They'll contact down to start. Mako. Is he just gonna TP ahead of this one? This get very awkward. Quickly for Durka. There's a stun! Durka for 2, but Mako! Again the savior for DRX.
Mako's kept it alive now. And they're gonna call to pause things. Just a minute and 20 left on the clock. They've got plenty of time. Now walking into side, but
What
Kix
a
is
call.
waiting.
They contact in. Kicks. Backs out of the smoke.
Perfect timing taken to back out of that one. To play with the team. Now DRX can't play offside in the post. They've got to fight forward.
Mako up top. Again on this angle. There's the initiator utility coming into this site, but there's no follow-up.
Yeah, Les is trying to flank, but he just broke a tripwire. DRX are aware of this and are going to fight up into Vitality's face.
Flashback. The only one to patrol this flank. He swings through. What a timing for Flashback. Trex over the top, bounding forward, but now it's only him. And Youngmin from main swings out. That round was a 3v5 that Mako flipped on its head.
Match point.
That main fight was crazy. Every single player from DRX coming down from the ground is stunned. Durka would have ruined all of them if not for Mako's teleport down there. We've seen them do this a couple of times. And finally it matters in a big way.
No other team this tournament has reinvented themselves the way DRX has. 4 maps played, 4 new comps. And it's been all about Mako on this Omen, TPing in with Youngmin on the Yoru. But it's another forward play for Vitality.
Yeah, big fight from them. And Flashback's gonna hear everything, so the call comes in from DRX. It's time to accelerate into the site. Dimensional Drift unlocked as well. DRX realize no one's here.
The ult catches out a couple. Hyunmin, does he want to go for this one? Les running in, but Hyunmin teleports back. Hunter's Fury, 4 tracks. Can he find a connection? There's a tag, but no kill to be found.
There's a fast lord coming in his mid as well. Keep your eyes on that as Mako takes down Durka.
And he's gonna stick around on the site for another moment before ulting back with
There's
his team.
the lurk.
Flashback! What a lurk! Freeing in the smoke! Kill safe! And now it's only 2 left alive. Vitality getting picked to pieces. And Kicks, he'd have to deliver an impossible feat.
But Mako's up in his heaven. Ulted back into spot. I mean, DRX.
Damn.
What a half.
From DRX, we will be getting map 3 for the first time in this tournament. I'm your host, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Bren. For a second there, Vitality had the chance to close it out, but Kakuka, what happened?
I mean, many things happened. Mako happened, right? In every single round. I think that Vitality definitely understood that. And even right from the beginning, when DRX was not able to translate that pistol into the second round, I was like, oh my god, is this going to be a stomp? It feels very weird because that's not what we expect from DRX. But man, round and round again, they proved how well this composition and every single thing that is new that they're bringing in, it makes them feel so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, Abyss is a comfort pick for a reason with it, and even with the composition switch-ups, but even a little micro plays that some of these DRX players are pulling out, like Flashback here with a setup, specifically designed to punish the Jet, and I was worried he was going to miss the timing onto this one. But the first half, I think, was defined by a lot of the, you know, other players outside of Mako really showing up to win them rounds single-handedly. And when it got to that second half, it was literally just Mako shutting down the rabid dog that is Durka. Because they needed a Herculean effort out of somebody to just put a stop to that guy.
Yeah, exactly. But as you're saying, DRX had so many ways to stop Vitality right on their tracks when they were trying to execute. As you're saying, if it's not like a couple of salvos putting a free in a good position, this that we just saw, there were so many situations where Vitality, just because of their usage of the time, for them not having a Sentinel, for Flashback being on the other side, having so much effect on them.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Mako. I felt like we could talk about Mako for like this entire post-map, because we heard it from Termi, Bren. The players were really, really nervous on map 1, but Mako, not him.
Yeah, and he's that veteran presence. He's been asked to step up for this roster as well last year, to step into the IGL role, something that was uncomfortable for him, and to lead a team of of rookie players, and he's kind of had to do it again this year. But in this map in particular, he was the player stepping up. He was the one putting up the numbers, getting the multi-kills, Flood defending at the right time, creating chaos and making incredible plays. There's no one more consistent, I think, at spamming smokes into the post line than Mako. Post changes with the pings.
Absolutely. Not uncomfortable for him at all. He was riding, and I think that he was riding that momentum, right? That DRX were getting. He was spearheading it time and time again. That is ridiculous for an Omen play. We understand also, and it suits him so well. Like the round where he just doubled TPs behind the side. He is so independently good at just making himself look like a duelist, flexing in the game.
I mean, it's not just that he did step up, it's he has to. If you have 4 other players that are a little bit nervous, that are more of kind of a rookie status, and you've been to global events 10 times, in these moments, you have to step up. And he did it against the Durka that dropped 32 kills, Kakuka, and in doing so becomes the first player ever to make 2,000 at global events.
I'm happy that it's him, you know, it suits him a lot. You see 32 kills as if it's a surprise, but it's just another
a regular day.
Yeah, just a regular day. But he needs to keep that in his head. He had a good performance. They weren't able to close that map out, but as you're saying, first time they were going to the 3 maps, we're going now on to Split, and he needs to keep up that performance. He's going to be on the race most likely, and I think that is where he's going to shine the most.
And I'm worried that DRX might have fumbled the map pick bans ever so slightly here, because they had the option of going into Lotus as their 3rd map. Instead, they banned it to go to Split, which I think that it's a bit of a fool's errand, because as I said right at the beginning when we were going over this matchup, if they're watching that from the EMEA finals, it's I think it's an outlier. Nats outcalled them super heavily. Vitality are not normally bad at Split as a map. But the trend that we've seen is that DRX are constantly experimenting and twisting and changing their compositions just a tad with little tweaks. So they might have something up their sleeves again for that 3rd map. There has to be a reason that they went to it, but they may be kicking themselves that they didn't opt into Lotus.
Yeah, exactly. I also think that in EMEA, for example, Liquid was very good with these traps, but this could be a trap. We're talking about the new compositions and everything they're bringing. This match is so important. This secures your playoffs. Yes, the points, whatever, but it gets you out of the Swiss stage. It gives you a week, almost like 6 days to take a breather. If you have something prepared, if you're going to change everything on every map, go to Split, show us.
And I need this team Vitality to prove everybody wrong, because when they made this roster, people said, yes, on paper, super team. team, but how can their mental handle when things don't go right, you know? Because some of these players, you know, they have been accused in the past of maybe being a little bit emotional, tilting here and there. We have never seen this team losing a map like that, Bren. So if they can bounce back, I am so sold on the super team. But if they can't, then I'm going to be a little bit worried for them going into tomorrow, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be upfront as well and say that there's been a history of Safe underperforming at the global events as well when he gets here, with very high expectations prior. Now, obviously, different circumstances, and he's surrounded with such a steady and rock-solid roster at this point as well in terms of talent, that he doesn't necessarily have to be the heavy hitter like he has been on prior rosters. Yet still, you got to keep it going. And I think that they will be able to do that. I mean, Dirk is dropping like, what is it, 32, 34? I don't even know, man. But he's breaking records. You're going to be able to keep that going no matter what. And as I said as well, I just have to reiterate, if DRX have opted into Split because they think that it's a weaker map for Vitality, they're going to be sorely mistaken because it's a great map for them and they have great ideas across the board on it.
I think, like, I doubt that. I doubt that they have only seen that one map and decided to go here. Yeah, they haven't had, like, that much time, as in, like, right coming before the event. But I agree with you. And to your point, Yinsu, of Vitality being the super team, but maybe, you know, like, the tilting or maybe not performing on a global stage, this is the time to prove it. Right? We're going to Split. You should be extremely comfortable in this map. You have to forget about what happened on Abyss. There were some good rounds, but, you know, understand that they just were the better team on that map. How are you going to make things different? How are you going to secure that playoffs for yourself?
I want them to prove everybody wrong so badly, because there's people out there praying for their downfall. There are people out there that don't want to believe in the super team. But if they can bounce back after what happened on Abyss, honestly, I would be so incredibly impressed with them. But on the other side, though, the momentum is with DRX, you know, with their leader Mako stepping up like this, and Flashback looking great. Human also,
amazing.
He's going toe-to-toe with Durka, literally toe-to-toe.
Like, many people cannot do that and come up on top. The duels that he was taking, how he was facing it, the Yoru, the way that he's using it, sometimes like sending the clone and just being in the back waiting for it, so you just see the clone and you don't realize that he's actually there. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I think for DRX as well, Mako has bought you a lifeline by bringing you to this third map. He's no stranger to it. He was doing it at Champs last year with rookies, and again, making the twists and changes, these little things. Human just opting fully into the Yoru, and it's such an interesting dynamic as well. We saw it a little bit with Mako, right, with the double TPs. We saw him pulling it out on Abyss on just one of the rounds, but it's such an interesting push and pull dynamic that they have to set up Hyunmin for success.
I think that in this map, who I want to see shine is Less. I think that he had a rough start at the beginning of kickoff. We understand that, you know, the language is new here and there, but in the international stage, he's had some very good rounds already, and he has always been a legend. So I want him to step up, especially when I look at this composition and when I see them starting with the double controller from the defense.
And for me, no one else knows how to deal with a Yoru here better than Durka himself. One of the best to do it, but this is it. The winner, Ender and Mimi, will secure a spot at playoffs. The pressure is on.
That it is. Both these teams yet to drop a series in their 2025 season. And for Team Vitality, after losing that second half, they are on the ropes. Durka dropped 32 kills to lose that map. Vitality's got to prove that it's not the Durka's show, that they're really a super team if they want to come back and make the playoffs.
Absolutely here for DRX again coming in with the comp swap. Now seeing Hyunmin still on that Yoru, but with the breach to back him up. That combo is so effective. Back on bind. No Rays might have some people concerned, but DRX have proven they're the master of this comp after the work they put in between kickoff and now.
Durka, he's not stopping. He's walked all the way through. That is
not fair.
Demonic from Durka.
And you know what? Put the Durka versus Mako to bed. You know, Mako had a great second half, but Durka finds that opener. Now, A-Site is going to be weakened. Actually, Trex has nowhere really to go. Gets out in the nick of time. Still taking that fight because there's no smokes without the Omen Stars to come down. Somehow, DRX have to get out of main.
Camera taken out.
Hyunmin, that's a very big kill. He's even the score and gotten even more. Flashback on the refight towards ramp is excellent. And now Durka, again, he's blinded and gone. DRX, this is a 4v5, but they have systematically dismantled Vitality.
Hyunmin's fighting them everywhere. Bottom screens, heaven. Now he's back on ramp. Just give me kills, give me kills. He's asking for it, he wants it, but Les is still in play.
Hold on, it's a 1v2 now. Freeing does have missiles and a drone that Les is just giving up on breaking. Okay. Poor guy's revealed now.
Yeah, that's why freeing is the Teo GOAT. You know, one trick this during chaos.
We don't talk about the Teo drone movement enough.
He's got tech like that. Closes out the round 2, no problem.
So it's a silly way to end, but an incredible pistol round there for DRX, keeping the momentum from game 1.
But really, I'm just glad to see Hyunmin have a kind of a great opener here on the pistol. No doubt, really, that he had a quiet second match, but was so pivotal in the rounds they won back at the start.
Couldn't even see less.
And really, I think Hyunmin's going to be the pivotal player.
On defense this time, Vitality don't invest in that eco outlaw that we've seen them buy up for Durka so many times.
Yeah, Les would have had to lose everything to make him get that. It's the attack side, where if you get spiked down, it's a little bit more forgiving to go for that purchase. Let's see if Flashback walks into the 4 stack in mid this round. He's looking for the insurance. He's just got a ghost in hand. Hearing all those rotates actually opens up a great opportunity for him to peek on in here. Sees 2, 3 players. Gets his go, he's like, nah, I'm done.
Very reserved from him. Vitality with the classics, just gonna try and waterfall out of heaven here. Not everyone from DRX gets away from the initial high rate of utility, and they have a chance to fight back in and lock this one up quite cleanly.
I'll tell you what, though. The kills are going in all the right places right now for DRX. Obviously, Fring gets some at the end there. He's halfway up to his ultimate, but Hyunmin, after the 3K and the 2 there, he's just 1 off now. DRX could seriously have some chances to win this bonus.
Coach Jeremy was diagnosing after map 1 that his young players were getting a little nervous, making mistakes. That has not been the case these last 2 maps now at all. I think DRX have done a much better job at slowing down these rounds, not panicking in the chaos, setting up the double swings, and actually beating Vitality in the team fights.
And it doesn't help that the older guy is the one that's hard securing the rounds in the last map. Mako will see what he can do, but already Hyunmin's got that Your ultimate. Ready to drift on into the site. Safe now revealed. He's in a tough position. Vitality are trying to flood out to help him, and Les is the first to arrive to the fight. First one goes his way. And still more players enter the fray. Vitality are doing an excellent job of holding on to this site. The smoke to anchor them in to pinch back into Pillar is exactly what they needed to take this round.
Safe would have been a dead man on site if it wasn't for Les taking the risk, running out heaven and protecting him. Very nicely done.
I like, too, that Safe dropped that smoke, not in A main, but on the right-hand side there, where you'd see like old Sages try to exec with the wall. It allowed basically all of his team to flood out into the site, whether it was dropping into heaven especially, or even Durka going out into rafters. Sort of removed all the angles that DRX wanted to fight up against him.
Flashback smoked off yet again. He does have a rifle, but
30 seconds
should
left.
be too tall an ask.
Unfortunately for DRX, they did use the dimensional drift in that round. Sort of lost that early ult scaling that was maybe going to give them a chance.
10 seconds left.
I want to see how much they choose to continue to lean into whether it's going to be these hard execs or if they have a more slower approach, more default answer. Because when they were playing this comp back on map 1 in Bind, right, it was so much of these just 5-player hits onto sites over and over, trying to cycle through their ultimates, get those execs going. I think Vitality answered against that very well. We saw a glimpse of it here with getting 4 players onto site, fighting together very nicely. I think if DRX are going to really challenge on this attack side, I'm going to see some slower rounds and try to poke some holes in the Vitality defense.
Vamos.
One nice thing about that Yoru is that you can afford to go for a bit more active plays, TP back, go for hits late. Durka doesn't have that luxury, but he has still been taking liberties in his positioning.
There was a corner from those Teo missiles where Les was totally fine in mail. Not forced to rotate out whatsoever.
DRX doesn't follow up off of it. So it seems like another slow round, waiting for the refresh on the breach Teo util.
That's the thing, right? Once you use those pieces of utils, like, okay, 40 seconds where maybe Hyunmin's going to take an angle, maybe Flashback could look for alert timing, but other than that, Vitality has a moment to think about where that next attack is going to come in.
Yoru has looked like the strongest duelist here at Masters Bangkok, but playing split without the raise, you do lose a lot of the oomph on those early attack side plays. Normally you'd see like a double satchel up mid, satchel up ramp. It's a bit harder to make those work with just the TP.
Absolutely. I see DRX now go for a late round sight hit. All gonna stall them out for the time being, and Vitality are already here.
Look at Trex just running at them. There's a seize nade. Dirk has arrived too, and Trex still waiting for the perfect opportunity. That's another paint shells off of Durka. Vitality shutting down, but DRX, okay. They've replied for a couple kills, but there's only 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Safe's got this late wrap into heaven. Flashback needs to be able to isolate Durka, and it's not gonna happen. That's the spike out in the open. That's Vitality taking care of business.
That's the Vitality special. Figure out where the late site exec is coming in. Get ahead of the entries for DRX. Fight their support players in the smokes.
Yeah.
And destroy them. It was the same game plan they kind of had on Abyss.
And truthfully, like, you see this opening volley of util. Here you have the gap coming on in.
Good catch
Just
there.
needs to be a deeper missile on that one. But truthfully, and you wouldn't actually expect that coming in from Freeing, that he's just not landing that missile, right? Because this guy's played Teo, what, every game this year?
Yeah, he has not played a single other agent.
Kind of silly, but truthfully, I think DRX needs to seize some space off that util, or it's too easy for Vitality to read it.
DRX have done this B hit a fair few times this half already.
All missiles away.
Stun, missiles in, but again, Vitality have two players out on site. Durka's gonna get out as well. And a paranoia, but DRX this time, the ones to win out on the brawl. They fight backside, they get their 3.
Just every half buy goes their way. Trex dropped down out of heaven as well. Hyunmin's gonna be on the hunt. Just a picture-perfect round from DRX. Didn't catch exactly how that fight went down inside of the Omen smoke, but I don't think Safe had his gun out. Mako just sprayed him down with a stinger and opened up the entry pathing for Hyunmin, the TP into back sight.
And when we talk about this comp without the raise being a bit more difficult to go for those early mid dives, the early ramp dives, the strength is when you are execing into these sites, having the double TP with Mako. It is so cool the way that DRX are playing the game this tournament, because across all of their maps, they are playing almost exactly the same comp, sometimes changing the breach for a Sova on their Abyss. But other than that, it has been basically this comp and this same idea every single map. And it's really rare in Valorant you see a team that's so willing to commit to one style.
But it's worked for them so far. The work has paid off. DRX secure a MasterCard drift. I feel like they're just getting them non-stop.
And there's that TP for Mako.
Yeah, so it was a paranoia that Safe was trying to cast and just wasn't ready for that fight to come his way. That was a great reset of a shot, too. Taking it from heaven back towards spawn. Not too shabby.
Hyunmin's mechanics have just been monstrous all tournament long. Getting back into the game here.
Oh, it looks like we're going to be taking a bit of a tech pause. No, okay.
We are in the match, all right.
Yes.
Little late to arrive in this one.
All good. DRX didn't do anything, so we didn't actually miss anything.
Oh, they used the Breach Teo util. They'll have that back in 40 seconds.
Yeah,
you
but
didn't miss a thing.
That happened 2 rounds ago, right? Where they didn't actually seize any space off of it, and Vitality just were able to lean into a site, have 4 players ready to go there, and shut DRX down. So, big concern for that happening again.
It can get a little bit telegraphed, too. If they're going for insta-breach Teo util, it's normally not going to be a site exec.
Safe just a bit wobbly there, pushed back by the paranoia now as well. But again, Vitality have players entering in. Teleport backside from Hyunmin, down low, but a good flash comboed. Vitality hold their ground, and still DRX aren't out
Here's
onto the site.
From Flashback. Durka holding for it, but Flashback wins things out. Les has gotten ahead. No one's looking at Les. Finding 1 kill, but now pinched onto the site. And again kicks in a position to try and win a clutch. A better start. He's not saving this round. Knife out. Walking into this site. but a great position from Freeing towards spawn. Freeing, though, turning away at just the wrong moment. Now he'll hear the blast coming in and reposition to cut Kicks off. Ooh, Kicks got past it. Still, there's missiles coming in. The time is getting low. Kicks, he just cannot find a duel for the life of him. Stun primed up, but a player swinging around the corner. DRX play it beautifully to close out on another B-Exec win.
Yeah, it was a tough one too, because Hyunmin ended up dropping in his fight backside, but then Mako on the entry pathing again just sort of sends himself in to break crossfires. He teleported into backside, the same spot the Yoru was going to be, as his teammates are sort of flooding in with him. That smoke was difficult to play around for sure. I really think Mako did some work for his teammates there.
Looks like the same util ready in mid for DRX. This time, Hyunmin's gonna follow it up and get an opener onto Les.
There you go. Finally got what they came for. At the same time, Vitality.
There's no way he walks through the smoke again.
Yeah, he's the hero rifle though, so he's gonna get a little bit aggro. Playing the off angle instead of the full aggro piece. You know DRX are waiting for something.
Smoke fades.
Uh-oh, he knows he's in the corner.
Flashed up. Mako kills his teammate, but Dirk is still alive. Satchel gets him out of dodge. DRX will look elsewhere.
Yeah, look at them run, going into vents, but Safe is here with Paranoia. Doesn't catch him. Oh, what is going on? All right, it's fine. It's
yeah,
fine.
I think Freeing was just midair. Doesn't matter.
The A side is open. DRX are going to go to plant, hold on to heaven control. It's fine.
First time in a while, we've seen a plant on A. Freeing has a nice crossfire with the Cypher towards heaven.
Yeah, don't worry about Durka's ultimate. Don't worry about that.
He still would need a kill to even risk investing it. And without heaven control, this should be a done deal for DRX. Durka will run. I'd like to see Kicks try and get some ult orbs here.
Yeah.
3 off the Rolling Thunder.
The scouting TV on out. And now, check this out, Freeing is wrapping around from heaven, so gets that shot. I like the way DRX are calling right now.
I think they have a chance to kill Durka. Flashback is already towards heaven.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's getting missiled out too.
Flashback dives in and the gun is gone. Very thorough for DRX.
And a nice round as well in the anti-eco. You know, not getting fooled out by that B main fight. Yeah, they lose one player, but they instantly clear out of that space.
You gotta start to think about a timeout for Faded. It's been 3 rounds in a row, won for DRX. Finding success on their B-execs, starting to get some success in taking fights in mid, and running away with this half now.
Yeah, I'm sort of wondering if there could be some kind of an aggro piece coming through from Durka with the rocket. I think A-main has been surprisingly weak round on round from DRX rather. Because again, you don't have the raise, so like you were talking about, you know, you're not going to see the double satchel plays up towards ramps, those types of things. I think there could be options to try and snipe off Flashback, who's just been playing A-main control round over round over round.
This is where you have to harken back to the history for a guy like Safe. So many positions where he's been on a roster with promise, it looked good regionally, that showed up to a global event and does not pay off. This is the 6th global event he's been to. He's only won 4 matches, including the first game Vitality won.
Yeah, definitely looking to push his way out of groups here with Vitality as the leader for this team as well. He has some options to call a fun round here, frankly. Nightfall to play with, his ultimate to be masked by it potentially. Let's see what him and the coach could have cooked up.
Again, DRX going back to their favorite ideas of pressuring towards B main, threatening the execute with the Yoru TP backside.
I wonder if it's just going to be a trap in mid off the showstopper, or if Durka might try to get out in front of this default util that's been in mid.
Who's next?
The ult into main. Safe spotted out by this one. Hyunmin sees 2 players on site. Where's Safe TP to? Up towards heaven. In comes the ultimate. Safe trying to TP again. He's safe, but his teammate isn't. Durka arrives with a rocket and finds a kill off of it. But now, the swing from DRX from backside, it's perfectly coordinated between the rookies.
Flashback waiting here in mid.
They've taken him down, and now it's a 2-on-2.
Mako's been in his backside ever since he got that ultimate down, but now Vitality, how do they call around this? There's a smoke on site. A little bit awkward for them.
Freeing the timing. He's getting spammed. Doesn't even know they're coming from spawn. They're walking just on the other side of the smoke. It's Pandemonium. He's crossed them up. He's in spawn. Ben Kicks now as a 1v1. TPing across. What is going on? Kicks on the spike, freeing 1 HP, but the swing is perfect. What the hell was that round?
Medic! We need a medic!
What the fuck is
Look out
happening,
for
man?
Vitality's ankles! DRX is just teleporting all over him, dodging through smokes. And we've got a Yorult coming in behind him. We've got Omen ulting backside, and then whatever Freeing just did.
Okay. I just gotta see that again.
I genuinely am at a loss for words. We'll see it from Mako's POV because...
The fact that they started both backside and it ends up still in a 2v2. We're into the next round. We'll move on.
Ignore that. Mako already TP'd up onto the high angle. Lone on in. Safe not fooled by that. But a pop flash, maybe just to see if anyone was going to spam through that smoke.
Ult on site, a TB.
I mean, again, Vitality, you're here with 5 players ready for the pre-take.
They don't have great weapons in Mako's position towards heaven. He's gone.
But they've got ults,
with
Mimi.
a stinger, and now they can choose to invest things
That's
off
a good
of this.
seize.
Bane gets planted down in the open. And there's still 2 players in main, but the players on site, they are in trouble. Util flooding in. Hyunmin waiting for the stun to fade. He gets a kill. Another for Hyunmin! Incredible from the Yoru. And now a 1v1. Flashback versus Vitality's IGL. And Safe, the one to take it.
Vitality got there so quickly. Saw exactly what was going down. And then what Durka did moving into the site off the back of the Breach ultimate. Just pure pandemonium.
What a MasterCard Thrifty to win.
Yeah, that's normal.
Heard the TP. Les has a classic right click. And despite Hyunmin's heroics, was not enough.
Yeah, that's tough too. Flashback tried to catch that timing right as you'd think he could be going for the defuse. But he was just being hard held. These rounds are so high pace. I mean, DRX aren't giving Vitality any time to breathe.
Durka fighting ahead, fully blinded. He gets out, somehow still alive and mostly unscathed. And this man wants to look for some more. Still 2 satchels. Still the confidence to brawl. With the smoke up, he'll soon back away.
Vitality are going to reposition back into mid. Could potentially even look for a walk here on a re-clear. If they can take mid control, it makes playing this round so much easier. They'd catch rotates, they could quickly move back into the B site when this hit eventually comes in.
Rex suppressed.
If they try to exec now, though, they're going to get hit by a triple Nightfall, ultimate, and back sight.
But that's why there's 2 players mid, ready to fight in. But for that flank to be good, they have to hold strong on sight, unless he shut down the lurk. Now with 3v5, and DRX says nothing.
Little scream there with the heavy shot, and ooh, Durka saw that teleport. Hold on, B main. DRX are still in this round, trying to step on through, freeing, dominating this server. But in a 2v3, Pain Shells, comboed with mollies coming down. He's gonna have to do so much work. And here's that drop. Pushing the smoke, taking his timing. But now it turns on to Bane. No time, it's turning away. Durka is there, Durka with 4. Keeping it close.
What a chaotic round. But Vitality figure it out. On their B defense, they've consistently, against this double TP play, been flooding players into heaven or TPing Safe up there to have a high-low when the Yoru swings in backside. And that has been cooking Hyunmin on these B execs.
I also think it's just fantastic anti as well. Kix uses the Breach Blast. Regardless if it's a real TP or fake, he uses that in his own backside to force Hyunmin out to swing that angle where they've got 3 players waiting for it. It's very nice.
This is interesting. Team Vitality, the ones to call a timeout. excuse me, I think that was just an error. DRX instead.
Yeah.
The ones to go for this. That makes a lot more sense after losing 2 critical rounds in a row and after Vitality have finally figured out how to deal with their B exec.
I mean, look, problem number 1, Vitality have 4 players on every site that DRX are trying to exec. I mean, Safe knows exactly what DRX are trying to do. And if I'm thinking about it, the only real looks that DRX have shown has been flashback coming in through mid as they're execing into the B site, right? I wonder if there could be a little bit more attention put over towards A. I know DRX don't want to fight that as a team, really, unless they've got the ultimates. But at the same time, it feels like an area of the map that they have just been completely forgetting.
But Termi thinks they can go back to it. This time, no mid-lurk. All 5 players B main, and Vitality expected a change up out the timeout. They have 4 stacked towards A.
They thought too hard about it. Thought DRX would go there. So it all goes down to Safe here. On the eye. Oh, the ultimate's going up through mid. Didn't even catch that.
But Hyunmin is all the way past it. And Safe on this site is completely alone, is forced to teleport out. DRX yet again have B.
It's nice pathing though and being up on Rafter. Okay, he gives up the spot, that's all right. DRX are gonna have a relatively simple plant.
Vitality have the rocket on Durka, but the plant has already made it down. Breach is late on the rotate, but it stuns them on with the rocket will be strong.
There's tons of stall, right? Both breaches full utility, but here's the Nightfall, here's the retake.
The volley of util goes both ways. Durka trying to find a target with his rocket. He gets nothing. And now DRX will flood back into the site, Safe for the first. Hyunmin needs to reply, but he just hasn't found his fight. Vitality, overwhelm. And it comes down to the luck of the draw for DRX as they desperately try and spam through the smokes. Kicks his hold.
Why is it working?
Spams them again. Safe needs to protect less.
Time!
They're trying to stick. The spam! It doesn't connect! How? Did Vitality get away with that round?
Are you kidding me? I mean, that round made no sense. Vitality play their retake perfectly up until DRX get 3 kills spamming through smokes.
I think at one point it was a 2v5, just spamming in main.
I genuinely can't believe it.
And technically it's a Red Bull clutch. Just holding on to the spike.
Because look, this retake was
literally
beautiful.
A 2v5 against 2 players spamming.
And it, you know, Vitality do everything they need. These players are isolated off into main by the smoke, but it didn't matter.
Last round of the half. Unless only as a Bucky. Now I'm gonna steep it up mid. However, they're behind less. He still goes 1 for 1. That might just be good enough. Is there a refight here?
Yeah, Vitality want to fight back up into mid. Trex is there. But unfortunately, Safe stuck off by a Cypher trip in mid. And now the ult coming into A. It could just be the omens for a moment.
It's a risk to go for the plant here.
The spot on ramp could be everything. Here's the jump peak, but now caged
Great
off.
cage. Safe though, tucks in. As Mako finally gets the plant down. Does DRX go for a re-clear on ramp? For now, they're comfortable with the crossfire in main. And Cat catches onto a player in the corner. He has no help besides the stun from his teammate coming in. The Bane's doing well. He's pushed them back, but with only a stinger, it's not enough to kill Durka.
And now flashback revealed. He gets knocked down by Trex too.
It's all Mako. He was so good map 2, but this time, it's too tall a task.
Mayhem round after. I mean, this is what you wanted to see. It's Vitality versus DRX. EMEA's best versus Pacific's best on our first map 3 here in Thailand, going all the way. We got more after the break.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Fancy on a fast car. This is how you make me feel. Don't stress me now. I got the
Vitality dragged their way back into this game with 4 rounds to end the first half. Now it's tied up, we reset, and one of these teams in just 7 rounds will be the first to make it to the playoffs.
This is gonna be a crazy second half. I can already feel it in my bones, and you've got to expect a very different style coming in as well, right? Vitality, they're not playing the teleport nonsense. They're playing a good old honest comp. We've seen it a whole lot. But what that means is we're gonna see a lot more fighting over A. Durka already there and ready to take this fight down. It's gonna be explosive right from the first second. Wait, there's actually a counter stun ready from Breach. Bane could actually put that into main.
They're prepared for this one. There's the stun, and Durka actually didn't want to follow up off that. Instead, just conditioning the utility here.
Yeah, a single satchel instead of the double. Actually, didn't even use that.
Hyunmin TP's over.
Interesting round from Vitality. They could look to pinch into A Heaven or even take this fight into A Heaven themselves, go back into mid. A lot of options for Vitality. We've grown accustomed to that from Safe's calling style.
Great spam onto the drone. Breaks
Love
it
to work down the
before
clock.
they can see numbers.
Stun ready to go into this fight, back spawn.
Freeing.
Tagged up by it, but he gets out no problem.
Flashback on the site. Alone, a familiar position after last map. But still, it's another pause in this round. Vitality loves slowing down the mid round, but this time they lose a member. And now, just about 30 seconds left, they'll finally commit into the A site. Freeing, overwhelmed, still does well to find one, two, off of Freeing, holding the site alone.
What do these teams have? Nothing on Vitality, but there's Paranoia, a flash for DRX. Maka's just got to get into position.
Aftershock available. But he guesses wrong on the plant position. Both players backside. A Paranoia. A flash, or a stun rather, on Bane as well. That's a lot of util. Vitality caught out by it, but both escape for now. Bane holds. Trex jump peeking in. Mako tries to hold the line, but now it's a 1v1, and there's Shirley! Shirley, he doesn't do that!
Oh, 10 HP versus 100.
1 HP? That's crazy.
Unbelievable. Vitality taking back a pistol. Kind of a crazy spot too, because what Freeing was doing on site here on the 3K was just wild. But Vitality kept their cool in this 2 versus 2.
Kicks got forced into a lot of retakes on the first half. But that's the guy we saw in EMEA. It really shocked people with his performance there.
True FPX buy coming in for Vitality this round. Interesting, Durka not been given a rifle, and that's because he's the sacrificial lamb. Full sends it over into Vents.
Hyunmin has a shorty.
Oh no, but he runs away. Durka's gonna hear that nose. He can keep pushing forward on the hunt.
Hyunmin TP's away, front sight, right into the arms of Durka. A nade through, and this is a masterful pinch from Vitality. Very nicely cleaned up. A post plant now on A, and Durka, nice door tap, but that was just the ghost. Not an issue for Vitality.
Yeah, it's nice to see Vitality run a solid anti-eco coming in there.
A few too many of those this game.
It's been a bit slippy slidey, but what it means for them is, look at that, 4 rifles and a bulldog. DRX knew there were so many light armors, and Outlaw would absolutely carve here. I don't think they've realized it.
One enemy remaining. You were.
Said it's full rifles on both sides. A chance for Vitality to snowball this game. They won their bonus on Abyss.
And Kicks holding onto the stun, not committing it already. Instead, for this late swing, there's the stun. No one caught in that line. And now the drone's been pulled out. That's a lot of the scouting from DRX off the table.
There.
Vitality maybe gonna explore a bit towards mid here. Two players working over there. Again, they're setting themselves up for the opportunity to split back into mid, to split into A with the mid players.
It's their pistol round again. and could just be their default approach on this map. Holding on to ramps.
Reclear for DRX. But it's quiet. They just walk up. Durka! He had no business winning that fight, but the trade is good from Freeing.
Vitality needed to get into this mid space quickly. Put down the smoke, couple of double blasts, but instead decide to move back over into A. Now DRX have to play spread right now, 2-2 at the moment. There's still a lot of these uncomfortable tripwires to break and no Rays to really deal with them.
Kix has a full belt to utility, but Freeing is repositioned into the site.
If they walk it, they're all
30
jumpable.
seconds left.
Is Les gonna figure it out?
No, they get caught off, but no one there to convert with this spam. Flashback spammed
Oh my word!
by Les. And now Freeing is alone in this site. No
They
one's
don't
looking
know.
at him. No
They
one
don't
is
know.
looking at Freeing. He's whipping the shots, and it's only 1-for-1. But still only 10 seconds. Plant has to come down, and it'll be
10
uncontested.
seconds left.
Once again, it's these two players on the retake. Kicks tucked in the corner, and there's just no way DRX are gonna clear that. Mako in a 1v3, he was so good for them back on Abyss. But now the crossfires, just not possible.
And for the second time this series, Vitality in position to win their bonus round.
It's a heartbreaker for Freeing back on site because it was kind of handed to him, you know? The spam goes on to flashback. Vitality think the site is empty, but he can't secure the first kill fast enough to transfer over for the second. And he's been on such good form in this third map. I mean, he is killing it. But to have that kill slip away from him, that could be the moment that loses this map.
This is where the pressure is really applied on those rookie players. It wasn't just spam, a perfect haunt coming over the top, unbroken, to get the kill onto Les. And DRX are going to call a timeout here.
DRX have to realize that right now their ramps is getting kind of torn to pieces. They're losing control of mid in the mid round, which is to be expected. Once you lose numbers on this map, you're always going to be stepping out of that space. They've also got to worry about their money, right? Is it a half buy? Do we go for a hero into this round? Not so easy.
A lot of fans out for DRX here in Bangkok. A team that a lot of people underrated after some of the performances in Pacific.
Yeah, all the hype of this tournament was kind of a G2. If you watch Americas, you think G2 is the best team in the world. If you watch EMEA, you think Vitality is the best team in the world.
And if you watch Champions, you think EDG is the best team in the world.
Yeah, it makes sense. Everyone's sleeping on DRX. And you know what? Maybe after Bind, people kept doing so, but they fought back on Abyss. Now they need to fight back again.
They were always Pacific's best team. The best team from Asia, even before Pacific was a thing. But then the first ever trophy for an Asian team goes to Genji, not DRX last year. Must have been heartbreaking for guys like Mako, who've been on this team for years. 10 global events hunting for a trophy.
Yeah, back from the Vision Strikers days too. We're into round 16. It'll be the hero buy for Hyunmin. That's worked for them in this series previously. Being Stinger too, but we'll see. Right now, DRX have control over ramp. Vitality moving slowly back over into that space, and I think actually if this ends up turning into an A-hit, DRX are in a good position to rotate on over with the teleport back screens, having Bane up in heaven too, and his stun shouldn't be too far from coming back online.
With how slow Vitality play though, they're oftentimes waiting out those gate crashes. This time though, Hyunmin gets in position. Oh, a chance against Les, but he doesn't convert.
DRX have kind of given up heaven control too. Freeing on the Stinger, drop down into hell.
He's holding out the ultimate. Maybe considering a re-clear.
Oh, again, these timings just barely avoiding DRX. Bane does get his first though, and now Vitality finally showing the pivot. Look at that ultimate, completely dissecting the map. The spike forced away from the team, the rotates coming in. DRX have 3 players here and ready.
Mako again as the anchor. Hyunmin, great flash, converts off of Mako's paranoia as well. Vitality have to
He's
go.
sticking it.
They have to get into this site, and that's a good start because Mako only has a pistol. There's a Sheriff on flashback too. But the
10
time,
seconds?
it's so low. Mako dealt with. Flashback alive. He could be the one to save this round. Less holding strong, but missiles, they're coming in. They don't stop the plant. And Kicks, again, on 1 HP gets a kill. Now freeing to try and win a clutch, but Kicks shuts it down.
He's on 10 HP again, Mimi. The pistol round, Kicks clutches it on 10. And again here, very nearly slips away from Vitality. DRX did great work finding this fight up towards heaven. But after that, Hyunmin couldn't get the next one. The mismatch of guns really hurting DRX there.
If the missiles arrived a second earlier,
Yeah.
they win that round. But unfortunately, for them, it doesn't happen, and Kek's just a beast in those positions.
Okay, Durka's got the attack up again. He's been really loving this so far. He's kind of on the wrong side of the map to do it. You don't really want to be walking into the Cypher with that. You're going to get spotted out by a camera, no problem. This could cause pace problems for Vitality, you know? The ability to speed up into a site.
I must wait a moment.
That op is there for Durka.
They've been happy to juggle it in the mid-round,
No,
though.
he's jiggling. He's jiggling against the op.
Lucky to have survived that one.
And now Durka grabs the orb. That's ultimate unlocked, so the speed problems are gone. He's just gonna rocket straight into the site. Flashback, trying to tuck in back towards elbow, but how can he actually make it out of here? Bane tries to throw him a lifeline with a couple of kills, and Mako dropping down into hell. Durka deals with him. DRX keep on flying in. 2 ultimates used, jumping into back sight. But somehow, Hyunmin's alive, gets his kill, dives on out.
So it's a 3-on-2 and another mad dash towards B.
But Mimi, Hyunmin's already here. He's gonna hear the rotates, he's ready.
Kicks has ult.
30 seconds left.
But he's alone. He's circumvented. Safe. There's no way he looks to his left at this point. Bane, though, very cautious, very thorough, but not enough. Kicks goes down, and it's only safe. A smoke up. But Hyunmin, trying to stick this down, is safe, has too many angles ahead of him. DRX win the round they absolutely needed.
Hyunmin stepping up there in a big way, too. Just want to see some of these fights. I mean, this was crazy. Bane getting those 2 kills right before the smoke goes down. A blunder from Vitality. But then those double ultimates just to deal with Durka. Hey, sometimes you need to do it.
Still almost don't kill him.
Honestly, if they'd lost that round, it's over. Use every ult in the book. You can let out a sigh of relief, that's okay. Reset for the next.
Vitality, though, have ults of their own. For the first time, they lean the spike over towards B to start. A TP across, combined with a stun.
But I like this little 1-2 punch from DRX. Hyunmin with the option to actually teleport deeper into B main after he takes his first contact.
Here's the trap play. It doesn't matter because Safe can just teleport out.
All right, no problem. Vitality used that info to speed up in towards mid. Durka, first player falls off the angle. Doesn't want to deal with the flash.
And now in a prime position to A-split late. The Viper's still tucked in towards main. A drone re-clears mid, but doesn't see these players who have walked all the way out heaven. Mako sees one, is getting really pressured here. Teleport just in the nick of time.
Great util from Mako. Him living there is massive. Because now you've got 3 players leaning into A. Vitality, what, do you pivot back into B? You could have lost all of B main. It's too hard.
There's 2 players hard anchoring on A now as well. And the stun's gonna come back online too.
DRX over-rotated. It's only freeing back towards B. Then again, it's freeing back towards B. First shot, but he has to fall back. Durka's still back in spawn. It's a madness round from Vitality. And the spike is coming back into aiming with 20 seconds left.
They're finishing A, but Flashback has been on the site the entire time.
There's no
Bane
time.
and Mako, they're shutting this one down. 15 seconds. Vitality have got to move it. Into the site they go. But DRX, they cut them down. A flawless round, and they are truly back in this map.
The clock is Vitality's worst enemy. Safe bringing some inspiration here, but he overthinks it. DRX had over-rotated back into the A site. but he didn't feel comfortable playing into B after seeing Freeing take that timing.
Here.
Vitality will speed things up on the eco round. All 5 members over towards the A site. Double satchel in for Durka. He's pulled back by a tripwire and cut down by Hyunmin. Safe? He won that fight, and now it's a 4v4. Still, the guns are bad for Vitality, and they didn't make it into A.
A Heaven kind of gapped right now. Flash to get Freeing back onto a line of some sorts, but actually the Molly's gonna push him back. You can see Vitality. Nice util, even in the ecos.
Right into CT?
They crouched so you couldn't see the heads moving forward.
It's all up to Bane.
Right
Smoke
there.
in his face. He's worried about this, but Vitality, they're walking the other way. They're wrapping all the way to B. There's only one man here, but it's Mako.
Yeah, you're not gonna fool him. Sorry. It's just not gonna happen.
And now it's just an awkward one. Vitality
Wait, Les?
2 with a stinger. And Kex has one with a stinger of his own.
Hold on. It could happen. Les has the pit. If they want to. There it goes down. Mako in a 1-on-2. How many rounds has he been retaking down in numbers?
Both players low. And playing together in the pit. They swing through, and the trade's good from Les. It's eco on eco as Vitality take back control.
I think Les just got 3 kills
Let's go
ratting
end
through
that shit,
smokes.
Vitality.
He got the 2 in aim. I mean, we're
fuck's
gonna have
sake.
to watch that and see exactly how that went down. A master card thrifty from him.
And here's Les.
Okay, they walk in, and then he spams the second. Yeah.
Through.
I mean, the last kill was a spam shot too. He's reading it off minimap.
And that's how DRX fall behind again.
DRX really testing this mid space. Haven't seen that look, and some damage onto Durka might be enough. Once you lose HP, it becomes so much harder to actually satchel into sight. Just one shot gonna take you right out of the sky. So they're letting Durka just be a late mid lurk again.
Hyunmin's going into main. The clone up, but he's paranoid. Still sticking around. Still
Oh my god, look
holding
at
on
Vence.
this angle.
Look at where Durka is. He gets the timing. He was supposed to be a sacrifice. Now Vitality have just broken open the round.
And they've broken open the map as well.
Yeah, with the player over in A main as well, they can rotate back over into Les. You've still got Durka as that late policy, and also from his position, you hear all the footsteps through spawn, so he can count players if anyone's rotating over. Vitality will know there's only one player on the A site.
Bane going for a bit of a walk. Durka holding this on and off angle, and it's just too good. It's a flashback again, in a position where he's completely alone on a site, but he's revealed by the haunt. And Vitality have this round all but locked up. A 1v5 now for Mako.
There's no way he plays this out. Just no chance. DRX already looking forward to series point. Les already thinking about it.
That he is. They had chances here, DRX, but losing that eco round has spun the momentum on its head. And that's what's so difficult about Vitality. The way that they let Durka play on attack side is so unique.
Speaking of Durka, he's on the hunt, I fear. And there goes your last chance at a rifle.
They're putting Durka in positions where he is going alone up mid, where they're leaving him alone on lurks, and he is always good for it.
Yeah, I love it too, because take the picture and you're dead, sorry.
Yeah, this is
We'll put in the memorial.
Taken down by the lurking rays.
But it's such a great call too, right? Because Durka had been taken down solo. He's useless on the exec, so why not let him limit test in mid a bit? Okay, DRX, it's a full force. We've got stingers, but we've got ultimates. Eyes on Hyunmin and Mako with the ults to get into sights. To retake, to go for an aggro piece. I mean, he's just using it to scout. They've got a stun ready to fight off that. He's trying to body block too. What a play, but he can't connect at a critical moment. The rookie falters.
Bring them down.
And now the best chance in this round for DRX is gone. Vitality still take their time. 40 seconds in, they haven't even had to leave spawn just yet.
No, Vitality are a bit split on the map right now. 2 players over towards B. They're going to rotate the spike back through spawn. Mako and Flashback are the 2 rifles, though.
What a call for DRX. They leave freeing on a forward angle jiggling A, and they rotate players back towards B.
Look, Bane has fault line ready. Bane has the Rolling Thunder. I think he got the Orb in A main too. So with limited time on the clock, once again, this could be the problem for Vitality.
TP into backside, a cage to isolate the fight, huge from Flashback. But in comes the rocket for Durka, it's gone! Mako rips the star out of this round unless his lurk was revealed. DRX.
All missiles away.
Jump, spot him out. But the spike needs to make it in. 15 seconds left. Vitality.
They're not playing it.
They're saving.
Maybe hunting for some kills. It's just not going to happen.
Mako did so much that round. The macro on defense to take the risk. Repost Teo on a forward line A. Late stack into B. And then he's also the man to take Durka out of the sky.
Yep.
And not even let him shoot the rocket.
It's a great hold. And now DRX can just about buy up. They need 3 rounds in a row. And look, back on Abyss, it wasn't looking so hot for them, but DRX in that second half, led by Mako especially, was able to clutch up in so many consecutive rounds and pull the round back, pull the map back. Just saw once from Mako, and we've got another A fight on the cards. Again, Bane has the stun ready to go to interrupt Durka. He's got to use his satchel to escape from the combo.
Paranoia to fight back forward. DRX, though, it stays a stalemate, and they maintain their positions.
Hyunmin.
And freeing on a high-low setup. Do well. Hyunmin needed more, though. It's traded out. Safe is low, and Bane has to dip away.
How are Vitality going to call their way out of this one? They've given information of all 3 players here, and Bane is just killing them. Mako on the trade as well. So we turn our eyes to Trex.
A 1v2.
That off angle, I mean, come on.
And Mako ready to swing in from heaven. DRX, 2 rounds away from overtime.
I feel like Bane has been lights out on these A anchors. Like, unimpressive first half, but consistently we saw in the first couple A hits of the second half, he's finding 2 kills. Here locking down heaven with Mako. Vitality have gotten on ramp consistently, but it's been really hard for them to push on through into sight.
Same TP play into B main for safe.
Kind of got honest Valorant for the next round at least. Big heavy hitting ult's not online.
I'll find you.
It's an eco for Vitality, but we've seen those go wrong so many times this series thus far.
Check out A right now. Freeing got that forward position on ramp, knows no one's there, and his back is protected by a trip in vents. That's why he can play up here, even though Vitality have shown this crunch into A so many times.
Stun line for Bane.
Yeah, ready to fight off of Hyunmin's contact. Then he can zip up the line himself.
Good reposition from Hyunmin. He'll be able to tuck away from this flash. Off contact. There goes the stun. And Vitality are pushing all the way back. The missiles. There's a gap.
35 seconds. Another round that comes down to the wire. Hyunmin in a lot of trouble. Be able to dive on away.
30 seconds now for Vitality. They're basically locked into a finish on B. Paranoia for safe. Doesn't catch Bane. His position in hell is crucial. Where are they going with this?
I mean, are they even trying to plant the spike?
Hello? You have to execute, and it's straight into Bane, 1 for 1. 10 seconds. Spike needs to come down ASAP, but they've gotten the kills to boot. Spam! That wins the round! DRX stay alive yet again.
And Freeing farms him on the way out. Why not? It feels like it's just recurring over and over again, these slow rounds from Vitality.
For Vitality, Durka and Les have been the heavy hitters. Guys who have won Masters tournaments before, won Champions before, some of the best known names in Valorant. But for DRX, it has been freeing. A guy on his first year back at Tier 1 Valorant. He played First Strike back in the day, the Vision Strikers era, on a different team. Took a 2-year break from Valorant. Comes back in for his first year in Tier 1 since 2020. And he's dominating alongside a guy who's only played 1 year of Challengers in his career.
I mean, he's just having a monstrous game right now. 24 and 13. Think about that. He's only died 13 times, and we're going into round 24. The scoreline is 12-11 in Vitality's favor. Like, I don't think he's been dying in the rounds that DRX actually win.
Not really.
He's always the guy alive.
You shift eyes, though, to Faded, the rookie coach for Team Vitality. Their IGL say to try and find the call to shore up this game.
Remember, neither of these teams have lost a series this year. This is uncharted territory that is getting this down to the wire for both of them. DRX, technically with their backs against the wall, but riding the momentum of the last 5 out of the last 7 rounds, that's gotta feel good. Difference makers in this round. Kicks 1 off the ultimate. Durka 2 off. Vitality are going to close off. It's those abilities coming online. Could even be a less lurk.
Breaks the camera, dips away. Another 1-3-1 round for Vitality.
That flash timing there, making it uncomfortable to get into vents, but Durka realizes they've never really fought us here.
They always get vent in control, but they haven't broken this vent trip the last few rounds.
DRX have played so restrained at times, always falling back, not giving any space. Vitality picking up the pace, trying to move on in, but again, get stalled away and pushed back out.
And the KO missiles get DRX back into heaven.
Okay. Kick still has stun ready.
That blast pack is trying to bait, and it's going to be a push towards B. It's not drone. This could be a ton of information. Spots out the fade. And now I think DRX have to get suspicious.
Freeing has a chance to just stop Vitality in their tracks up in heaven. Choose to fall back into sight, play shoulder to shoulder with flashback.
Stun towards main. 30 seconds left, and Durka, he opens the round. The Haunt, unbroken, and flashback getting overwhelmed. He still goes 1-4-1 before falling. And still holding on to this side, still somehow still alive, but it's not enough! Vitality! It took them a long time, but the super team from EMEA are the first squad in the playoffs.
Just a phenomenal series from these two teams. Bind goes Vitality's way pretty convincingly, and then back-to-back 13-11s. This is what you expect from some of the best in the world. Fighting fiercely up on that stage, but at the end, it is EMEA's best on top.
And it's gotta feel so good for Safe. After falling at 5 global events before, to get to this time qualify to the playoffs with a team of superstars around him, living up to the lofty expectations set for Vitality.
And even when the going gets tough, finding a way to push through it. We also had Durka back on the second map, hit 2,000 kills at Globals.
Dropped 25 more in map 3 as well.
Look, he was the first hit 2,000. Mimi, I think he might be the first hit 3, to hit 4,000, maybe even 5,000.
He's working towards that goal.
He's been elite for a long time playing to the top.
Les as well, rolling back to some of the memories of him on Loud with those incredible lurks on Viper.
Think about it, it was him with the Stinger getting the 3K in that one eco round. Could have been the difference maker.
And for those two guys, Durka and Les, it's their first global event they've attended without Fnatic and Loud, respectively. The teams that they were synonymous with for their whole career, showing that they're not just members of those historic rosters, but superstars in 2025.
Difference makers in their own right. This game was just, I mean, the whole series just felt like so topsy-turvy. you'd see these streaks of rounds going back and forth between the teams as they got better leads, as individual players stepped up. Don't forget what Mako was doing all across that map number 2. DRX team might have lost, but they are looking fierce still.
That they are. I mean, DRX again coming into this tournament, debuting a new comp on every map they have played. I think one of the teams at the cutting edge of the meta with the Yoru, Breach, Teo ideas.
Next, they're playing solo Yoru on Vine. They're playing the split. They've forgotten about the raise. They don't even need it. At the end of the day, it's these few eco rounds, right? Les winning that fight here. You know, Hyunmin not finding that shot on the ultimate at the end.
So many rounds coming down to the very last second.
Yeah, that does make me a little concerned about Vitality in the future. I think pick up the pace. Let's stop losing on time.
Show some harder execs sometimes.
But look at Save. I mean, he's having so much fun out there the whole time, screaming and yelling.
Just an incredible moment for the IGL, living up to the expectations, making it to the playoffs. And I couldn't think of anyone better to check in with than Safe in your Verizon post-match interview.
Alright สวัสดีครับทุกคนขอบคุณมากนะครับ and the crowd was electrifying. It's because I am here with Safe from Super Friends Team Vitality นะครับตอนนี้ก็มาอยู่กับเซฟนะครับผมจากทีม Vitality ก็มีคำถามอย่างแน่นอนนะครับผมอย่างแรกเลยคือรู้สึกยังไงว่าตอนนี้เราชนะ DRX แล้วได้เข้าไป Playoff แล้วนะครับผม so first question is first of all congratulations and the question is pretty much how do you feel about the playoffs after beating DRX in such an amazing series
I feel happy teammates great team getting better happy
โอเคครับรู้สึกแฮปปี้นะครับผมดีใจเพื่อนๆเล่นดีทีมก็ดีนะครับผมดีครับแปลตรงตัวมากเลยเนาะ Alright great answer by the way the next question though is you've seen a lot of competition here a lot of teams are doing great I want to know who in the 8 teams who do you consider most challenging to face in the rest of the teams in this competition
I think everyone is very challenging to face because they all qualified somehow, right? They had to be either best or second best in their region, and so like everyone is hard. I guess everyone talks a lot, and I guess if you follow the talk, then G2 is like the challenge. But I don't know if I follow the talk.
Oh,
we'll find out.
เอาเลยครับสำหรับผมเองก็คิดว่าทุกทีมก็ต้องมีเก่งอยู่แล้วนะครับผมต้องติวคำถามใหม่ก่อนเนาะเพราะว่าถามว่ากลัวทีมไหนที่สุดนะครับก็คิดว่าทุกทีมเนี่ยเก่งอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าผ่านเข้ามาถึงที่นี่ได้เนี่ยไม่มีทีมไหนที่ไม่กลัวหรอกนะครับแต่ถ้าเกิดว่าเอาจริงๆเนี่ยถ้าทุกทีมเก่งเท่ากันก็ต้องเป็นเรื่องของฝีมือปากแล้วล่ะนะครับทีมไหนพูดเยอะสุดซึ่งตอนนี้ก็น่าจะเป็น G2 แต่ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกันว่าตอนเจอแล้วจะเป็นยังไงก็ต้องรอติดตามชมนะครับผม Anyways that would be it for now Thank you so much for your interview Congratulations again on the amazing win in this intense series And และสำหรับตอนนี้นะครับผมเรายังไม่จบยังมีต่อครับผม And for now we still have one more match to go so please stick around
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
welcome back to day 3 of Masters Bangkok. I hope you guys had a nice breather there because we have another banger coming up. It will be EDG versus G2 Esports, another battle of the #1 seed. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here once again, joined by Kakuka and Bren. You guys, I'm not doing so hot because it's so intense and it's so crazy. Do you guys think it's gonna ramp up from what we just witnessed?
I mean, that's got to be some of the peak, no? Like, between two of the winning teams, you got to imagine. But that was like...
I want to say the same from G2. That was intense.
I know,
that
right?
Abyss, that split. Come on, we need 6 maps today.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here for it, to be honest. You've got some of the best teams competing against each other. EDG, they've got like their 20-man roster up there on a stage setting up right now behind it. They always run deep. Listen, their crew today, listen, you can't get past them in the hallways, I'll tell you that much. But I'm looking forward to this match here. This is the one that I think everybody, when you speak to them, they've been looking forward to this match here today, despite the fact that first one was a banger.
Yeah, and sometimes when it comes to a rematch, it's a little bit of like a fake narrative because, you know, there's roster changes, there's a whole year. But when it comes to this rematch, Kakuka, there's only been 1 roster change.
Yeah, exactly. Only on the side of Juggernaut. And it's so crazy to think about champs because the last time that EDG lost in an international, in a global stage, was against G2, and that was their last one. They became champions after that. And for G2, it was devastating because that was the last win that they had at Champions. And so, of course, there's a lot of history going on to this, but the teams and the way that they face and play the game have changed a lot.
Absolutely, but listen, G2, one of the few teams that have made EDG bleed, and there's one thing that EDG don't like, it's looking mortal. Because these guys, they're out to set out a dynasty at the end of the day as well, as an org that can potentially get as well a back-to-back from Champs itself, which no team has managed to do. And they're looking primed to potentially do it. They've got 2 weeks of a break as well. They've shored up a lot of their maps. G2 have got a hell of a task.
I mean, we mentioned EDG, they're the 2024 champions, but let's hear from another champs winner. Jogamo is standing by with Mika fast.
I'm standing here right now with Jogamo of G2. Now, we know you're so excited for this match. We've seen all of the social media content, all of the jersey swaps and everything, and it's not every day you'd get 2 former champion duelists, you know, going head-to-head. So I have to ask you, whenever you go up against a really powerful duelist like Kong Kong, do you find yourself adjusting your own playstyle because you guys are usually the first point of contact?
Yeah, I would say definitely going against like a stronger duelist like Kong Kong, I definitely would adjust my playstyle a little bit more than normal. But I can't be too passive, can't be too aggressive. I gotta find the right spot to figure out what he's doing. But he's also doing the same thing that I'm doing. So it's like battle of the giants right now. So I'm excited to play him, like I said, and I can't wait to play.
It's a mind games, right? We're excited to see it. Good luck out there.
I think Jog summed it up really well there. He's kind of like the Goldilocks sort of duelist. He's always just right, you know? When he's passive, it's great. When he's aggressive, it's great. At this point, I feel like Bren, he could do no wrong.
Yeah, both of them, him and Kang Kang that he was talking about as well, his counterpart across the stage, they both have the ability to just take control of a moment in the game. I think to understand the timings and when they should potentially push and just command a play themselves. Like Jorgamo has inserted himself into G2, and this is something they were sorely missing last year as a team. That oomph factor, which Jorgamo has added in.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's lovely to see how all the pieces merge so well together. You're not going to see, especially when you look at the score, someone just completely obliterating the other team. Is everybody showing up? Absolutely lethal in some of these duels. And as we're seeing, they converted 19 out of 19 first kills, meaning that if they get that opener, the round is going for themselves. But again, that was the first match.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, this is the game versus Trace here. I mean, just to add on to this, if you're unfamiliar with Trace as well, if you're just watching this and tuning in, Trace are not a bad team by any margins at all, actually. And they had a pretty sizable chance, I think, in terms of like matching up against G2 quite well. But G2, they made them look like a tier 2 team here at one of our biggest events of the year. They are really cementing themselves that there's almost like this tier gap between them and a lot of the rest of the competition. But now they're up against some of the heaviest hitters, if not, you know, listen, the big brother team, which is EDG.
Yeah, and for G2, you know, we talk about how amazing they're looking. And a lot of that has come down to the way that Trent, Kakuka, has been playing that Tejo.
Yeah, extremely proactive in his decision-making. I think that it is very easy for the rest of the team to play around it. Look at this beautiful play with the TP and both the Salvos and the Armageddon. There was so much going on. Of course, the kills are definitely beautiful, but the micro plays at the beginning of the round, it is so disrupted. And that it has nothing to do with Trace. Any team would be on the receiving end would look like a fool.
Yeah, G2 are such a heavy protocol team, like where if they do X, we're going to do Y, and you can just tell the level of depth that they add into their map pool, and a lot of it is just based around Tread. It makes him look like a god, because his util is going to be impeccable most of these rounds, and he is, I think, leading the charge in terms of Taeho usage right now. Taeho is heavily becoming just meta at this point. I don't really know any team that's not running Taeho at this point in the tournament, or even just the meta game.
I think it's the most picked agent at the time,
It's got to
at the
be.
moment.
It's got to be at this point, and
I don't want to harp on nobody, but he wasn't on the Taeho duty before this tournament. It is newer for him.
Yeah. It was a little bit between him and Simon. So I like the fact if they're going to fully commit to have one player on Taeho, hey, Frame is pretty good. I think that you should take some advice from just giving the player the flexibility to just be focused on that agent for when you come into this big stage and everybody has put in their time into perfection in it.
And speaking of perfection, Leaf, at this point, you know, we speak about MVP contenders, and he's definitely got to be up there.
he's frying. He's absolutely frying, or at least he was in the Trace game, and he has frequently throughout America's kickoff as well. And he's just such an intelligent player. I'm gonna rehash what I was saying earlier when we were talking about him in kind of MVP contention earlier on. But his level of game sense makes it look like he's sometimes playing with wall hacks, and he can just spot these gaps and where to play. And it's not just that, yeah, it's the aim on top of it. He's got it all together.
It is so difficult in that situation when you have 3 people pushing you, and let me tell you, with EDG, that will happen today, to be able to isolate those kills and to be so cold and stay so calm in those situations.
You can't give him 1v1s like that. Maybe not even 2v1s. Maybe 3v1 is a little bit safer, right? EDG, they gotta be a little bit more disciplined today.
Yeah, but the difference is like of a millisecond. I think that there on Lotus we had some examples also on C, and then when he moves on to the chamber, when we saw him yesterday, I was lost.
Well, let's talk about EDG a little bit more, because the fans here are absolutely behind them. I think for them, the 2024 champs winners coming to Thailand is a very, very big deal. And we've seen just how loud they can be for EDG. And that's a lot of pressure,
Yeah,
Brent.
they were taking over the arena, and Kang said in our opening piece as well about how it's an honor and a burden to have the kind of eye of the fans that are focusing down onto you. But for EDG, they're a very unique team in my mind, because they don't crumble under the pressure. They actually just form into diamonds most of the time. When the going gets rough and when you play against even tougher opponents, I feel like they just lock in, and the discipline comes through, the mechanics come through, everything starts coming through the deeper they get into tournaments. We saw that at Champs last year. I was counting them out nice and early into Seoul, and I was made to look like I had egg on my face. And I ain't talking about Josh, who sat over there.
Okay. Yeah, in regards to EDG, I really like the face that they're showing here today, because I agree with you. They become even bigger when they go against big opponents, because regionally, and I remember what reviewed, there were some of the things that I see and I think this is not going to work against this and this. This is like very specific because of how they play and what agents they play also in China, and how is like maybe not up to speed with what the rest of the world is doing.
Do you like what we saw in terms of comms against Liquid?
Absolutely love it. The fact that they are able to change things like this, like bringing in the Yoru for Kang. We know that he had played it regionally, and he had won 1 map out of 5 that he had done, but it was something that definitely was on the to-do list for this event. If you want to thrive, you have to be on the Yoru, and not only on the Yoru, you want the Techo, you want the Vice, you want to be up to speed with the rest of the world.
Yeah, they've definitely caught up. They used those 2 weeks, and they've used them well, and it's added this unknown right now. There's question marks with EDG's map pool, and I think that's a major difficulty for G2. They love to counter-strike, they love to prep for teams. EDG, unknown quantity right now.
Hopefully we get some answers, because earlier, Mika caught up with Smoggy.
Hey guys, Mika and Luna here with Smoggy, and that means the defending champions are back. Now, last year at Champions Seoul, EDG was only defeated by G2, so this makes it a very, very exciting matchup. You are facing them once again, and many say that this roster of G2 is better because of Jogimo. What's different about EDG this time around?
那其实在去年的首尔冠军赛 ，G2 是唯一一支击败过 EDG 的队伍，而且很多人可能会说，现在在 Jogimo 加入之后 ，G2 似乎变得更强了。那这一次 EDG 又会做出哪些改变呢？
我们不会管他们队伍的换阵，因为我们经历过5杠26，我们也拿到了全球冠军赛的冠军，就是我觉得我们的心态和韧性都 提升了很多，就是算是质的飞跃，所以我们不会管对手是谁，我们只会去做我们该做的事。
Actually, I mean, we have faced against, we have got through a lot. We don't really care about their roster change. You know, we have been the 526, but also we are the championship right now of Champion Seoul. I mean, we got our resilience right now. We got our mentality. We have changed a lot. We have a huge change right now.
Well, thank you very much for your time and good luck.
I mean, of course they're not going to care that much the fact that Jorg joined G2 because Kakuka, Kong is still here, G2 is still here, and they're performing great.
Yeah, exactly. I was mentioning earlier, yes, it's great to see Kangkang picking up on the You would love to see Chicho in the performance that he was also having individually. Having this kind of freedom, this kind of comfort with an agent that you have not played that match and definitely you could think was not global stage ready is amazing to see.
Yeah, and he doesn't slow down at all. I mean, we're seeing the up shots there. He's got to be one of the flashiest players to watch as well. I mean, his aim is so unique in terms of how many flicks he takes on top of it. But Chichu in this matchup, you listen, the student versus the master, he got to his chance to play against Nats, his idol, right? And he dominated him. I mean, he dropped, I think, 30 kills into the first map, which did end up going into almost record-breaking OT. But listen, the second map, he just carried it forwards as well, top fragging, I believe, onto his team for Pearl. So both him and Kangkang have been delivering onto that high level that we expect from them now at this point.
And for so many teams, going up against G2 will be like, oh my god, I don't want to, you know, like I can feel the nerves, or I know that they're performing dramatically well. But for EDG, they know that they are the team to beat and not the other way around. That's the way they see themselves.
I hope they carry that level of confidence and mentality onto the stage, because what we saw of G2 though, when they went up against Trace, I don't even think they let Trace have a moment to get into the game. They just completely overran them. Do you think that there might be a risk of that happening again for EDG?
No. I don't see EDG to be a team like that. I think that they trust a lot in their protocols, the sending 3-man and just going in for the fight. The Trace is always going to be there, and they perfectly know what to do in those situations. It's almost as if their plans are made for not having 5 players alive.
Yeah, I mean, I think that G2 are such a heavy prep team, and they're just going to be focusing probably on their own game coming into this because there's so many unknowns of what EDG could potentially be running as a comp. But as I mentioned earlier, like EDG are a team that sometimes they can play down to their opponents, but they definitely play up. When their opponents are really, really good, they're going to pull on their star players, putting up amazing numbers. The discipline's going to be there, the trades are going to be intact. So EDG are fully capable, I think, of giving G2 a really, really good game and testing them.
There is one thing that I think can be known is because EDG, they have a permaban, right? If they don't take away the Abyss, they might have to go Pearl, which means, Bren, nobody wants to play Pearl against G2. I think that would be a silly thing to do in this tournament.
It would be. The trouble is with G2's map pool, it's so wide that you kind of have to let in at least Pearl or one of the other maps that they really enjoy playing. And they have had experience about what G2 like to play. I mean, Team Liquid copied G2's comp the other day. So they have
BBL's comp. BBL's comp.
Did BBL do it first? Okay,
BBL
my bad. I wasn't familiar with BBL's game. I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with their game. But they have experience. It's not going to be the same because G2 are going to be more well-versed on it. But they have experience playing against it. That's more than some teams can ask for.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that for today, the nerves are not going to be a quantity that they should be worried. They already see themselves as winning.
Well, this is it. It's time for the second banger of today and to send it down to stage to bring out our teams. Here is G2 taking on EDG. A rematch from Champions 2024. G2 and EDG have to face each other once again for a spot at playoffs and a chance to lift the first global trophy of the year. It is not going to be easy.
No, and EDG, remember what it's like losing on the international stage. The last time that they did so was against G2. They will not let it happen again. Right now, they're the defending champions.
Yeah, definitely so. But they're going to be remembering as well that G2 were the one team that made them bleed when they were looking strongest.
Yeah, and I'm so intrigued to see the map vetoes here, like we've spoken about already. G2's map will just look so good. EDG have to pick their poison here.
After what I saw yesterday on Abyss, I don't think that they want to go there.
Yeah, but then they have to go to the Pearl if they take away the Abyss. And to remind you guys, EDG do come in here as the first seed because of what happened at the draw. And it looks like they picked their poison. We are going to get Pearl instantly.
Yeah,
Pearl.
Exactly. Oh my god, a little bit more chamber.
And Bind as the second map is also kind of interesting because, listen, G2 have been banning this now in their most recent 2 matches, but I feel like they might have just left it open as a bit of a trap play because G2 can play Haven as well. They lean away from it sometimes, but I'm worried a little bit for EDG.
I wanna run into the narrative of what we were seeing in the previous match of like leaving Split as the last man for DRX. I think that for G2, this is kind of like a similar situation. The bind, as you said, they banned it in the previous last 2 matches, but it's a map that they've been leaving open. They have not played it yet this year, but they were happy to do so. It's just the other teams in Americas that didn't like the idea.
Yeah, and also EDG, they just don't want to go to Lotus either. They decided to leave Fracture as the last map.
So interesting because I feel like there is a gap between the Chinese teams and the rest of the world with Fracture because it was out of the map for a year and what not many things have changed. What is not going to be changing,
no surprises,
is the compositions in both of these 2 teams. Again, I see Leaf on the chamber. I personally run.
Yeah, this is going to be such an interesting game as well. And if EDG have done a bit more preparation as well, there's potential then for, I think, to really punish Leaf and his setups with the Rendezvous, the TP. It puts the chamber in predictable places on Pearl. There's only so much you can really be tethered to those spots. So there's potential for nobody to really play spoiler to him, I think, as well with the salvos at work. But this is going to be a bloodbath, I think, from beginning to end all the way.
And the head-to-head between these 2 duelists, between Jogamo and what he was able to achieve in Americas and Kankan coming back into the international stage.
Well, I hope you guys at home are hungry because it looks like we've got some eggs in a pan on the menu. Enjoy this one.
That was far too good. Thank you very much on the desk. And I kind of have to highlight this one. Clash of the Titans, battle of the best, call it what you want. This is going to be one of the best games here today.
Yeah, you have 6 players in the server here that have hoisted a Champions Trophy at some point. You've also got the only team to have beaten EDG when they won at Champions last year. That was G2 in the group stage. We're seeing it again in the group stage, the Swiss stage here. This has got Grand Finals preview written all over it.
Oh, it certainly has the pedigree and then some. But the proof's in the pudding, and we're about to dive into this. So on the attacking side, EDG, of course, meaning G2 on the defense.
Look at this. They've dodged the recon dart at the beginning. This shows that they're pretty aware of how Trent likes to play over towards A main. It should be unexpected, and they can jump onto him as soon as they take contact.
Trent gets to keep his life here. Looks like he's trying to back towards A. He was looking like he was indecisive, and he's punished on that. Effective trades, at least for now, until nobody tips the scales. Sight looking somewhat secure, but the spike did get dropped. So the plant should be on the cards next.
This is going to buy time for the rest of G2 to get close. Jorg flashes out immediately.
Spike planted.
They don't have much more util for the retake.
Yeah, looking for that reposition towards Art here. 2 of them posting up in this post plant. Chichu dedicated towards the site, but G2 starting to take those steps, trying to be bold about it. Chichu, the first contact made. Jorgamo clears. Jonah P bringing it all down to Sparky! What is that for a beginning?
That's a 1v3 that shouldn't be happening. What a way to open. If that's a taste of things to come, we've got a treat before us. Red Bull Clutch coming out in a way that I feel like G2 should have been able to trade this kill. The final shot, though, through the box, that one's beautiful. And he does isolate the duel onto Jonah P wonderfully, doesn't he? They need, I think, heroes today, EDG, because, for starters, on Pearl, they're playing a composition that is a little new to them. They're playing against a meta leader in G2. Despite the fact that they've got the tape advantage and they can do some anti, as you saw in the pistol round, I mean, that was a very specific to G2 kind of pistol they pulled out. They're gonna need heroes to step up, I think.
And luckily for EDG, they got them in droves here, but see how this lands. I want to see this kept clean. G2 can certainly get under the skin, but for now, that's lovely. Gungun the one to really kick this off, but still, this is looking wrapped up with a bow. Very nice. Yes, they lose out on 2, but a round secured.
Oh my god, that is filthy from Kankan as well. I don't even know how he saw the second player that he flicked to.
I'm sure we'll get that one back. I need it in a replay.
Yeah, that is disgusting. I know that it's just an anti-eco couple of kills, but look. God, that's fast. And I think we should be paying a lot of attention to Kankan's Yoru, because it's not something he's played a lot of, and it seems like they're pretty heavily indexing into it. And he's going up against Jorgamo, who looks like a second skin. Yoru, he's so comfortable in everything he does on that.
Natural talent. But Kankan, again, it's great seeing this guy put with a question mark towards him. We know what he can do in those traditional roles. Now, forced to adapt and overcome, and so far, passing the test, at least in the early stages. Here, Leaf can be forced away. Early pressure through towards doors.
They're so aware of where Leaf wants to play, and now they've completely isolated Jonah P.
Yeah, and Bren was kind of discussing that on the desk as well. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Leaf here. How much room can he bring to the plate? But again, this is a pretty deadly round, even in the hands of EDG, with those 2 rifles there. Simon and Kung Kung can be the ones to watch. Close choke point being controlled. Jonah P, good for it. Leaf as well secures that push through, but the split's still on the way.
It is, but they managed to reinforce for the moment. And Leaf, he misses 1 shot, looks to finish off with the classic.
Yeah, this is lovely. Again, Kung Kung still alive. There's always a threat, but I want to see G2 look robust in this, look very refined in their approach, but Kung Kung's having none of what they're trying to sell. Already going to take away Leaf, and there is a Vandal with Smoggy. They're not out of the woods just yet. Jorgamo does succeed in his fight, leaving it down to 1 man. This would be outrageous. Oh, that's a start, but 30 HP is so little to play with. Valen and Trent surely have got enough for this one. Half achieved, and Valen there makes it hard work, though. G2 with their first.
It would have been simply revolting if EDG had managed to win this round in another 1v3. But it feels like that kind of game where we're going to have to be paying attention in case the players pull that kind of stuff out. The quality is there from any of them. The help came incredibly late for Jonah P, but it did eventually arrive. But my eyes are looking to the other side of things. Both Yorus now have their ults online, and EDG can craft some kind of fast, aggressive play. Take a look towards Nobody's utility as well to see whether Kung Kung somehow plays off the back of that. And do they dodge the recon dart at the start again, like they did on the pistol?
Too much given away so far. Kung Kung
Who's next?
taking a ticket out, but opting to then pivot straight through middle. So this will be, again, Leaf potentially under pressure, but there is a full of players on this side of the map, and actually Kung Kung wants it. He fancies it. Go, he's read him like a book. Left open and read from start to end, and now advantage looking good towards the side. There's still 3 players here from G2, and Jorgamo wants this back as well. Where on earth is he going to go in this?
He repositions over towards A main. He's done this a couple of times in Americas. It's so difficult to play against.
This is outrageous from Jorgamo, trying to get right behind them. Gets away with 1, but he's made this at least a bit of a contest. But the numbers still so good for EDG. Plant on their side. Valen not clean enough, and EDG stamping authority on this. Jonah P can make a go of it, but a 1v3 again. A lot to ask for, and Chicho doesn't want a bit of it.
Couple of spots there where the G2 players are losing duels. I mean, you pointed out, especially on Valen, he needed to be much cleaner to pick up that kill. But Jorgamo's repositioned into A main. The whole point of I mean, for starters, this is ridiculous. To pick up Leaf. He must have thought that Kung Kung was just about to spring out right in front of his face. He just misread the situation. But yeah, that reposition that Jorgamo goes for as well with his ultimate, the whole point of that is that you're supposed to be able to stay alive and be a constant threat that causes those post-plant players to have to look in both directions, and the retake comes as a crunch. When Jorg goes 1 for 1 there, it's actually not good enough. He needs to be playing his life a little more in that kind of spot.
Yeah.
But I think what we're seeing right now is that the EDG players are just looking a little sharp at the start, and that is a dangerous thing.
It does fill you with a little bit of fear, isn't it? And it's filled G2 with enough that they want a very early timeout. 3-1, they've seen enough, don't like what they're seeing. And I think a very fair assessment, EDG have come in with an incredible game plan thus far, at the very least. Now, whether or not that continues, I can't tell you the future, but this does look exceptionally strong, which does make me worry about the rest of the map pool as well when we talk bigger picture. But right now, it's time for a solution, and G2 have been good at coming up with solutions, though. This isn't a one-trick pony. They do have depth, and they played with this composition plenty of times. I want to see that lent towards here.
I think it's one of those things as well where Kung Kung being able to get up his ultimate for round 4 just provided the perfect opportunity for them to run a crafted set strategy out the playbook. And he did get a little fortunate with Leaf going for that reposition too. That was a gifted kill to open the round up. You can call it a misplay from Leaf, I suppose, but he managed to provide them with a pick at the very beginning of the round. And now he's going for the push-up with Jorg, looking to see if he can make the difference. But only 4 bullets in the Headhunter.
That's a lot to put on the man's shoulders. Right place for it, and I do want to see this diligence from EDG and their anti-ecos. Do want to see them kept as clean as possible. Going to get past the first hurdle, plays in Jorg mode here. Nice flash, doesn't get what he wanted. A quick kind of evacuation, at least for Kong going to keep his life. Yeah, a little chipped up, but still, they've read this early play. They've already forced them back towards site.
It was a nice idea from G2, but you got to hit the shot.
Yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it. There is a player still on the back of the site. Giacomo still really trying to find those small opportunities to play with, but I think his life is over. It is. EDG, crystal clear on approach, looking very well-rounded. No threats to really be found. Flanks here, but it's already considered. Lovely stuff. EDG looking locked in here on the flawless round.
Chichu getting that kill with the wallbang also gets his Visal online, and that's how these snowballs happen. Round 4 off the back of a great bonus, even though they didn't get the win, they were able to get up the Yoru ult, and that caught them the next round, a huge eco swing round. And this time, it's a pretty similar situation, whereas in the previous hugely important round, we saw both Yorus with ultimates, and it was Jorg versus Kangkang. Now it's both of the Vice players with their ults online, and we're going to get to see that dynamic play out. The important thing about having Visal on the attack side, though, is that you need some level of map control to be able to use it effectively. You can see a lot of pings through the middle of the map here. EDG clearly planning on doing something with the Prowlers to take space, push Leaf back. It's that same bait and switch setup. And it's seen both of them.
This feels quite red, and if anything, it spurs on and encourages EDG to take the space that has been given to an early denial of control there, removing Leaf's utility, and forcing them a little bit more into the unknown. Question marks now will be placed across the map.
They're creeping up towards where Trent is holding.
Timing on the Owl drone at least. Big info off of that. You can now see maybe a little bit more dedication on the rotation. Ult on top of ult here, so this is about to get rather messy, isn't it? Does EDG continue forward? Do they pause? It looks like Kangkang wants to go for it, which feels a little too bold for me, but a plant is being facilitated. But Jonah P still wants more. Still on the site. Still controlling the space, and G2 looking to try and pressure this as quick as possible.
They've also got full art control, nicely planted for art as well. Leaf needs to be a disruption in the flank, and it's shut down.
Oh, Chichu so on the money! Takes away Leaf, that removes one of the really viable approaches of holding this. Jonah P trying to stick through, at least get towards top, will take the damage, and Chichu taking names! EDG looking near on unstoppable!
They're playing so boldly too, you called it out. They were going forwards even though Kangkang didn't have a primary weapon to use. They just knew that if they get into a post-plant situation, they're going to be good for it. Full art control. Leaf, I feel sorry for him to some degree because he only had a stinger in that spot as well. It's not like you're going to be going on that big flank with the tour de force. But that is a wonderful round from Chichu. And EDG just keep the snowball going. They've got the read right now.
That momentum is looking lethal. I think a lot of us kind of, I don't want to say put it in the hands of G2, a lot of us very impressed with how they looked. I think a fair assessment. EDG, of course, these quick changes, obviously adapting to the new meta, showing that they have some validity, but hold on, okay, Jorg's gonna get G2. Bring a little bit of blood here, but still, Kangkang once again leading in the Astra ult just to ensure this plant goes in, but does it, if anything, encourage G2 for a swing here? Yeah, it looks like it does. Having a little bit of a glance, nobody looking lost in God knows where, but Kangkang back sight. Flash ready, he's going back for more. Giacomo deals with him, making something out of this. Finally, a little bit of a fight back from G2. Simon playing those really dangerous odds, trying to play towards the back of the side, leaving just two alive. Nobody still towards Giacomo. Denied on the defuse. That's not going to get towards half yet. Leaf going to be put under pressure. They've got to still do something about this, or do they just call their losses on this one? The defuse is there.
Leaf sticks it all the way through, tanks the damage, similar to Jonah P in the previous round. That is actually a really tough spot to play for EDG. So G2 recognize that this play is going into B. They're in a 5v4, and they're getting the Massacre thrifty at the end of this. Obviously, they've got lighter weaponry, but you've got two Cosmic Divides up. So what that means is EDG have to play on-site post-plants, but that means that you're within range of the Stingers, the Sheriffs, those kind of things. So you want to take long-range battles, but you can't because of Valen's ultimate. And in the end there, they just got stuck between a rock and a hard place.
We got ults coming in. Kangkang's got his. We've got nobody with theirs. We're going to have the operator out for Leaf. Already right off the rip. You've heard it going in. And it's pacey. They're not pulling any punches with this.
Kangkang uses ult to be able to get into secret here. And then there's a little pause, waiting to see if there's a response from G2. They're running fast rounds when they think Leaf has an op.
Yeah, but they've got to identify where these players are. They are so stacked towards pit. Trent is looking to maybe play off what Jorg's going to get here, but they're going to have to do this together. Good synergy, it's there! Trent with a good pick towards Simon. Now the rest of G2 need to stay up to this sort of pace here. Finally, Jonah P going to get a clear kill, no trade. Kangkang and G2 asked a lot of. G2 has been golden so far, and a big opportunity. Oh, he's still fighting! A huge 1v2. He knows about Leaf. Does he know about Trent still? 7 bullets, 17 HP, and a bit of a dream. But Trent can make this one all but over. All but tears in the rain. Trent trying to call him forward. Chichu, he answers the call!
This world will know my name.
That's another disgusting round from the EDG players. We've already seen a 1v3 from Smoggy earlier on. By the way, still the only kills that Smoggy has. And Chishu pulls this one out of nowhere. His ability to isolate these fights is just sublime.
He's doing that against G2. He's making them look silly. We talk about fundamentals with G2. They're a team that's good on all of those basics. And he just divides and conquers. I don't know how the hell he's doing it.
And isn't that how EDG have found so much success over their time rising meteorically to the top? They take structured teams and they tear them to pieces. The second best team in China, Trace, is structured, is pretty similar to G2 in terms of the style. And yet when you watch them play against each other, Trace do great against everyone else in China. Then they play against EDG and they can't hold a candle. They get torn apart. These nice defensive setups and the crossfires, the thinking, the analyst in the armchair, it doesn't matter. EDG have just got the X factor in some of these spots. And if you want X Factor, look no further than Chishu, who's taken all of the momentum from his game against Team Liquid. He's space jammed Nat's talent, took it straight into himself as well, and he's become twice the player he was. He's 12-3.
Christ. I kind of expected from Kangkang. I'm so used to seeing him, you know, leading the way, being that explosive player. I'm happy seeing Chichu play like this. That is so sick.
And that's similar to how he was playing at Champs. I think if Kangkang had not dropped like a kill record in the BO5 to win Champions, I think Chichu probably would have been the tournament MVP.
Bang on.
Would have had a bracelet on his arm. Got to be a bit annoyed at Kangkang for taking that away from him, honestly.
How dare you?
Every time he sees Kangkang wearing it, he's like, that's my jewelry you've got around your wrist, actually.
Human. I don't want to say it's a formality, we've seen rounds, but I've got to give credit here. EDG looking quite clean in these moments. There was obviously that conversion in the defuse that did come in, but a very tricky predicament, but as it stands,
that's a
bloody
beauty.
hell.
And remember, they won the Thrifty earlier by getting a very similar kind of pick. They got the kill on Chishu.
Okay. Paying attention. Show me a little something, G2. Give us a couple of signs of life here. This is your map pick.
They've got the stack completely in the right position. It's a super deep Vice Wall over towards A main from Jonah P. And Jonah's then jiggle peeking art. Allows 4 players to stack in the right spot. Nobody has led them into a death trap here.
He has. Go down with the ship though. G2 waiting. Reveal. Trent gonna find G2. This is looking like a slaughter. And it is! Trent and Valen line them up so easily. Monster Card Thrifty coming right on in.
And that's the second one for G2.
Yeah.
And this one, to some degree, less impressive than the previous, less chaotic. It was essentially just G2 having a right read, or at least a decent gamble, and EDG unfortunately falling prey to it. That's a crazy shot from Leaf to open. Maybe we'll see that same Vice Wall being played more from Jonah P, though, because that was the information that allowed them to get that stack off. And EDG are going to have to be privy to that. It does look like he's going to go for it again.
Okay, like it. But dealing with these gun rounds has been a whole different ordeal. But I'm looking at them shouldering this for a little bit. No, Trent's had to have been sent away now. Jonah P.
The thing with this Vice Wall as well is that you don't really realize it's there. Because normally, you look at Kangkang's position, this is how you take A main. And you think you have A main control, but actually G2 know that you're not seriously pressing forward and looking to fight the angles. At least not yet.
Allow a little bit more support towards Trent if they do try and then springboard through Art, which has been a heavily contested part of the map here. Keep Leaf feeling a little bit more secure in this, allowing that exploration over towards B-Long as well for Jorgamo. So still got to deal with what's coming their way. It's all good and well planned, but it's going to be disconnected now. You're going to have at least a little bit of an isolated player towards main, but the wall's going to drop pretty soon. But the spike is being held off.
overall here as well, just to aim to deny the plant, allow them to get in position with the retake. Decent damage done, and Jorg, he's actually threatening the flank here. He didn't commit to it.
Oh, back of the site though. Gonna be bloodied by at least one, but the plant's in. But this feels really unstable. EDG can't play that comfortable post plant towards R. You're gonna have Trent controlling over towards Pit, and this late presence by Leaf almost offsetting the timing. We know that Chi-Chu's been winning this fight out more often than not, but this time Leaf's on the case. Simon, too many targets. This time G2 are able to play this back.
This time Jorgamo was able to threaten that flank action, pull eyes and attention without committing to it, without having to put his body on the line. And like you pointed out, Leaf just finds the perfect timing through Art. That's something he's gone for in prior rounds and been stopped. So this time all of the pieces worked. I love this as well. Good awareness from Trent, because that smoke allows you for some tricky timings through from front to back side. Well played, well controlled.
Okay, they've forced a timeout from EDG. There's been enough rounds now. If you kind of look at the last 4, 3 have gone towards G2. So, you know, time to slow it down. And this does bring up the question. Obviously, 6 rounds is already pretty respectable. You're happy enough with it. Obviously, you want to get as many as possible. But we do, I at least do question the depth now with EDG with this comp. How much do they have to kind of lean towards? Are they happy enough to try and kind of find adaptations here? Because we were kind of, well, at least alluding to the fact that G2 do have reps in this regard. They have a lot more comfort over time with these sort of compositions. So for EDG, I want to see what they come back in with.
We really don't know what the depth of EDG's setups look like with these. We don't know how long they've been practicing with them either. We know that they adapted after the grand finals and put some time in. They had 2 weeks extra compared to the others, but probably took some time off for Chinese New Year. We really don't know if they're pulling strats out of a super deep book or whether they specifically just pulled out 2, 3, 4 for this match against G2. That's something that's going to get tested as they go forward into playoffs, but also as the sides flip. I think it's more possible that G2 will be coming out with anti against what they saw from EDG's defense against Team Liquid, when the attacking team can have more of the impetus over the tempo of the game. Because really G2's comp kind of allows you to come towards them. They set Jorg and Leaf up on weird angles, off angles, these kind of positions, and they kind of give you the offering of, come at us, let's see if you can dismantle what we're going for. Another thing to point out, though, as well, Pansy, is that the ult cycle has stopped now for EDG. So whereas they had that momentum with big ults almost every round, they're not going to for these last 2 rounds of the half.
It looks so heavily focused again towards this middle approach. I think this is a pressure point they want to continue, at least implying that they want to follow in with. Once again, it's Leaf and Trent who'll be dealing with the vast majority of the early contact. Actually, Valen wanted to join in on this and does very well. The additional body kind of removing some of that pressure on this. And it loses a lot of the punch now.
They might be tempted to go back through double doors. They haven't been contesting this too much, and they've been using a Prowler when they do, but Leaf's been paying attention to it. They have been favoring these A splits. It's what they found their value with.
Again, they've got the foot in the door now. They've got Art at the cost of vast majority of their util, but they've got now at least a step towards the side. But you can see a little bit of exploration, maybe trying to find where Leaf may reside.
And
nobody.
Look at Leaf on the timing.
Like
Is anybody aware?
They've been having his number. This time he's got the drop on Simon, but it's going to cause at least Smoggy to now be in a bad position for him. It's rough. You've got Leaf behind, you've got 3, 4 players in front, but nobody is behind them. They have no... Oh, God!
Wow.
Absolute nightmare. It's gone from, oh, what could have been a dream to a waking nightmare in the end, and G2 are right back in this game.
Last round before the switch.
Oh, we'll just not talk about that one.
Give us the replay. Give us the replay. You know you want to.
I mean, that is so tragic because it's not just a whiff. It's a whiff that could have potentially turned that round on its head. I thought he was even going to play with a little more patience. He already had that kill, dead to rights, basically. Could have tried to get another and then swing back onto Trent. Yeah, that's the kind of play that just makes G2 even more confident than they were.
Okay, it's step by step, it's round by round, but G2 have suddenly turned what felt like an EDG masterclass into a very close affair. Pressure towards Long. This time going to force away Jorg.
Yeah, they're actually a little lucky that they forced him away there because I believe nobody didn't have the money to buy drone or didn't. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he got broken at the start of the round or something.
Yeah, but you don't expect that from Leaf. He, this time, Len way deeper down after that contact towards Long. He's taking the space. They're reading the game well. Jorgamo gets picked out of the crowd, taken away. Sight looking like it's on the platter, but they don't like what they're seeing.
No, Oh, G2 have been very fast with reinforcing the B site, and especially when you see this drone, you know that Trent's rotated probably all the way from A, right? That's where he's normally been playing, around mid, A, and Jonah P's position is just containing them. They know exactly where EDG are going to end.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but a missed shot for Lee does give them at least a chance forward, right? Maybe a second go, but he fancies a second bite of the cherry. Big shot, nobody goes down, good trade. Valen falls, and step by step, the site's getting more and more EDG controlled.
Here comes Jonah.
Waiting for that eventual crunch, but they're looking towards it. Jonah P bides his time. We saw what happened with the Patience before. Does it strike again? But these two players can't fall here. Leaf can't go down. Trent can't go down, and EDG want to remove them, but the eventual close comes in. Jonah P, hold on, it's all on Jonah P. How is this turned around? Kung and Smoggy lean forward, take the fight to them, and put Jonah P in a 1v2. Looking for the first Smoggy, tucks in, he's gone down for the 1v1. Oh, what is that? Jonah P snaps up to Kung. A G2 suddenly with a new lease of life.
If you saw that from Kung's POV, we'd be looking at another whiff similar to Nobody's in the prior round. He was on his screen for 2 seconds, something like that. I mean, maybe we'll see it in the replay. I imagine they'll pull it instead from the Clutcher's POV, but that is a rough way to go out. Still, a 6-6 half is nothing to sniff at.
Looking at that, bloody hell. Oh, that could just bring that little bit of life to him. But still, before we go anywhere, we do need to check in for the Omen player moment with Jorgamo. Stick around, it's 6-6.
Hey everybody, it's me, your boy, Jogmo from G2. Yeah, we just came off this win against Trace Esports. It was a little shaky at first because, I mean, it's been like a year for me to be on the international stage, but for the teammates, I saw all the confidence because they were here just a few months ago at Champs. Against Trace today, my personal power level for the day was like 70%. Like, it was there. I was utility, supporting, entering fine. I had a couple good rounds for myself, but the rest of my team, I think they're about 80, probably 90. I think everybody was at the higher level than me against Trace, which, I mean, that's why I balance out the team, I think.
It's alive. Wait, they managed to hold it in the door. Jorgamo, though, from the back line, gonna take away 2. This is his site already. Maybe a third. Yeah, it's a third. He's gonna make up for the last round by basically getting you another. Jorgamo is ripping them to shreds.
I always start slow, but I make sure the team's always good. You know, I make sure I support, do my personal job in the team, and then eventually when I know all the plays, all the ideas, everybody's mental around me, that's when I like surpass them all and I can show them why I was a champ at one point as well. I told my teammates, my IGL, I'm gonna be MVP one day. I'm climbing to the top again, that's my goal.
G2 starting to wake up after what was a very dominant beginning for EDG, but on this side swap here, where is your mind going now we're going to be seeing them on the other side of things?
Well, G2 really settled into that once EDG ran out of ideas, specific anti, and that ult cycle. But now we're starting at a new half, and there's a potential for them to run something interesting on a pistol round. Find a bonus that works for you. It's pretty tough, actually, to get super aggro on the defense side of Pearl. It's a big map. You're also playing against a double Sentinel composition that's going to have Trip on one side, Wall on the other. But if EDG can come out with some good ideas, that's what got them off to such a great start. By round 8, they already had all 6 of their victories.
Jumping, yeah.
They're going to flash here for Kung to play off. Device flash.
Deploying drone.
Okay. Now drone in. Spots the flash. And it's committed, okay. We were all excited about a flash, but apparently it's a mass go over towards A. I have no idea what's gone on there, but by the end of it, we are still down in a 3v3. Spike's still with Leaf, so they can at least move away from this, but Kung's timing could be incredible here.
Especially because they're going to get stalled out by this Vice Wall. If it gets baited, or do they double swing over it? That's the only way of... Yeah, and now Kung's locked on the other side. Rough for Kung.
A little unfortunate, almost. Chichu, though, has been the headliner thus far, and it feels like he is going to get his moment. Kung is there, the wall just about dropping in time. Chichu a little bit forward on the flash, but does eat his teammates, but still going to know that they're going to be towards the back of the site. He's trying to buy his time. Playing Kung is labored, is Chichu to try and deal the blow, but look at the HP! It was messy, but EDG come out on top.
So another pistol round. Not necessarily off an incredible anti, but I mean, let's take a look at what happened over here in A main. Leaf had to try to clean it up. It's a bit weird from G2, actually. They were fighting over both extremities of the map at once. I wonder whether EDG had a bit of a read on that, because I mean, so were they. Either way, EDG come out with a good start to the half, and that's the same kind of thing that got the snowball rolling. You know, they're going to be able to build up economy. They're going to start to build up towards ults. I mean, specifically, Smoggy is the closest, and his is probably one of the best for retakes.
I'm not really going to harp on about the fact that EDG need like momentum and bits like that, but it feels good to come back into these sort of... What the hell? Oh, what the hell is that? Kangkang's got a ghost.
Spike down.
He's just
B.
chilling out there taking fights. Okay. Well, and Leaf have fun, I guess, for the rest of the round. But yeah, it's got to feel good for EDG after what was a very much a G2 flavoured end to the first half to come back in and reset that. Valen, nice try. And Leaf, the last one, dealt with EDG. Quick to it, full standing.
So much to do.
So on the pistol, G2, they were using their drone to apply a bit of pressure over towards B, and then they walked into A main. We'll see if EDG have a similar read themselves on what they want to do here. The bonus round is an excellent opportunity to start tipping that momentum back in your favor. You're already leading 8-6.
Yeah.
And this would be a huge scalp to take on map 1. Because Pearl, I think most people are thinking G2 are best in the world on that map.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair assessment.
And
Incredible.
Four-player fight over A main. This is where they found the value before on the pistol. But this time, it's only Valen home. The rest of G2 just follow the drone over towards B.
Cautious steps, but it's G2 to fall. Leaf with the first. And that does cause problems. That's a massive amount of space now that is available to G2 that EDG will have to try and re-clear meticulously.
Yeah, I think I prefer Chishu playing his life a bit more in that situation. You know that your A main players haven't found anything. They've got to be towards mid or B, and you need to stay alive.
Whoa, Kangkang, why do I get nervous? There was a second when I felt like he could have had just God-given timing, but it does go the other way, and they look like they're going back towards B now.
That's a completely free site. EDG are just hoping that they fall back into their laps on the A. G2 are so slow. I mean, this reminds you back of more what they were doing in 2024, I think.
Yeah.
Concealment.
Again, caution being displayed here. There is, of course, that scoreline disparity. Not much, but you don't want to be making errors up against someone like EDG. You give them a chance, they will make something of it. And Leaf's the one to be going hunting here. Hearing these steps. Good chance to farm up, 3 away from ult currently. Ah, this is lovely timing for him. Crowd loves a bit of it. Yeah, oh, okay, all good, Leaf. All good for Leaf, lovely for him. Ult locked in, ready to go.
I'm wondering whether that's the best ult to get online. I mean, G2 are normally so min-maxing with how they play. Is your attack side chamber ult really the one that you want to be charging up in that spot? I don't know. But at least they completely denied Smoggy getting his ult online.
Plug it in.
Kangkang's pulling out the defense side operator here to start. And again, it's the same defensive setup.
It's 4-1. And now we've got a brawl on it. Okay, well. Massacre, potentially. Kangkang, yeah, didn't fancy it. Took the trip out of there, but Simon's now tucked in, and he's still fighting the good fight. I don't know how he even got one on that. Does get traded out, so G2 going to be continuing their pathway forward or pausing potentially. I'm looking at where Leaf gets to. Going to cause a couple of issues, keep those eyes turned across the rest of the map.
One suppressed.
Chishu doesn't have to really be that alarmed. The drone found Leaf, wasn't in front of the wall. But it has drawn a lot of eyes. I mean, all 3 players from EDG that are around mid were looking for Leaf. He's going to play his life and make sure he doesn't give it away too freely. G2 making the mass rotation. I think they've read that this is the same defensive setup as the previous round on the bonus. And EDG are not responding. They're expecting a re-hit. And this time, though, Chishu, instead of giving up his life, he wins the duel against Leaf. That's going to add a very different dynamic to the round.
Map is certainly not available. How does G2 approach this? Does he want to try and get ahead? I think he knows that those vines were coming in, try to play a little in front, but Trent's going to punish, and now the plant's there. Trent, yes, down low, but much closer towards ult as well for him. But having to hold this in a 3v3 post-plant, going to be a little bit difficult. Playing it back in with Kangkang with that operator, not easy either.
No, they're not going to find very many opportunities. But this is a spot where G2 have got to be disciplined. Kangkang, he's going to start walking forwards, posting up on angles.
This is go time, surely.
Great smoke.
Keep some insecure for a second here. Jonah P able to kind of play around this, and he does have Valen by his side, but already, EDG, they're on the site here, all eyes towards Trent, but they've got to keep in mind there's players on the back of the site, and when Kangkang's alive, there's always a chance. And Trent going to go for the ult here, 5 HP, but time is the imperative factor, and he's played it to the second. Great work from Trent, and around to even the score line up.
Technically, the Red Bull clutch there for Trent. Shouldn't have gotten maybe as sticky as it did, but that's the power of EDG. Having said that, though, the fact that they went and committed to it takes the operator out of Kangkang's hands. There's only one rifle that's been saved from that. And if all three of those players that went for the retake had instead decided to save, yeah, they wouldn't have had the chance of victory. But they would also now have a much better chance heading into round 17.
This is where the pendulum swings. 8-8. Yeah, and EDG's money is absolutely just bin juice. It's Sheriffs and that Vandal there for nobody, but that's about it. And obviously Leaf, Voiceline kind of gives it away.
This push out into mid, I think, is rarely going to get something good. Oh, that is ridiculous from nobody. Okay, fair enough. Color me surprised, but also I'm very wrong about that.
Oh my god, Chichu trying to pull out the heroics there. It's a whole lot of information, but it is at the trade of his life. But rotation's on the way. EDG want to brawl on this one. It's still nobody is your danger man. The rest are down to Sheriffs, and Trent's clearing out. Kangkang's gone down, and EDG now dwindle in numbers. Plants in play, and time on their side. Don't know how EDG break these crossfires. Jorgamo doesn't want to let it happen yet. G2 put a bow on this round. Comfortable for them off that initial skirmish. Yeah, Leaf went down, but still, a round's a round.
Now EDG, though, rifles are going to come back up. They're not going to go for the investment of the operator. They don't have the cash to be able to do so. But G2 are just very slow, very meticulous with the way that they're moving forwards around the map. Even in scenarios where we've seen them have full access to the B site, they've still been super cautious, waiting for EDG to be the one to take the initiative. It's frustrating to play against. It makes it very difficult to figure out the good defensive rotation timings, util timings when you're playing against a team that's as cautious and contacty as G2 tend to be in the mid-round. I think EDG want to opt into the brawls. The way that you're seeing them start a lot of these defense situations is 4 players over towards A main. We've seen that twice now, round 15, 16. Then in round 17, they put 4 people in mid. I know it's an eco, and that's a normal strat to go for, but it implies to me that they want to get these rounds over and done with in the first 20 seconds to stop Valen having the impact of his mid-round calling on the attack side.
All good and well, but as you said, the brilliant ability of kind of keeping control of that tempo and timing that G2 is willing to play with, it's still allowing them so much control going later into these rounds. Not feeling any rush on these brawls, able to somehow avoid it thus far, barring a couple of skirmishes, but a timeout called out for EDG, a couple of ults to come in, and a really impactful round about to approach. This could be double digits for G2, and yeah, I'm hoping we don't see EDG run out of steam here.
I want to see EDG trust more in their retake setups. It's very difficult, though, against what G2 run, because in post-plant, you're going to be trying to go through the thorns that are coming out from Jonah P.
Cutting through.
But I'd like to see EDG set up for some kind of setup like that. Instead of trying to win the fight in the first 20 seconds, see if you can win it in the post-plant.
Well, it's not quite the 4-play stack, it's 3 towards B. G2, let's see if they go down that protocol list, right? Slow and steady, showing some presence towards A, getting those ult orbs, and then just kind of slipping back into this default.
A's looking pretty weak for EDG currently, reinforcing it with nobody for a moment. Kangkang goes for his second gate crash.
Again, it's patience being tested here. EDG probably love to have a little bit more influence towards the outcome of the tempo of these rounds, but right now it is G2's, and they're very aware of what Kangkang wanted to do. Heads on a swivel, and they even have mid-control to boot as well. Simon can be denied approach. Quick hop, skip, and a jump, and they're away. Nice try, a little late.
Who's next?
Okay, so trying to play back closer. I guess it's Leaf who's under pressure. We're going to have a couple of fights on a couple of fronts, but a couple of players trying to hold them back, but it's Simon to break through. Nobody denies Leaf, and suddenly the flood is all towards... Oh, what? No way! Valen! No! Goddamn way! He knows where Simon is. He absolutely knows. He can get the reload, but it's 30 HP with 20 seconds. I can't believe I'm witnessing this. This could be unthinkable if Valen pulls this one off. Simon now, surely you're nervous. You're getting a little worried, but the time, surely the time, it's going to be enough. Simon keeps his cool and keeps EDG at level scorelines.
What a hero Simon is there. Shutting down Valen at the end of the round, but also it was his flank coming out through Art, which was his responsibility to cover, all the way back into B-Link. And it wasn't something that G2 were necessarily thinking about, that backstab play. EDG completely pinched them. Other than that, it was not looking like a great round for EDG there. They salvaged it. Talking about salvage, talking about scrap. And that is going to be their economy here. I mean, it looks like it's straight out of the junkyard.
They're trying to make it work, all right? We got a Judge, we got SMG Guardians, bits and bobs. Why do I feel like EDG still might make it work really well, though? I don't know, this team just always seems to pull it together.
Well, like I said previously, whenever the defensive team has a Cosmic Divide, you can actually force those closer fights.
Simon. Trying to play on the angle here. A bit of a clear towards middle. Leaf not denied deeper information, but shows his hand. Top flash waiting, and Kung has a look, doesn't fancy it, but G2, they're on the way that time. Jorgamo gets denied, and they hold the site.
Leaf's just been watching mid the entire time, wondering if somebody's going to go for that push. Smoggy with a Judge is sat on the other side of things. If Leaf creeps in here, surely there is no way that the G2 player is going to come out on top.
Surely, right? Yeah, okay, Smoggy. The doors are his. No one's getting past.
30 seconds left.
Now kind of forced in towards this B site. Still util here, so only 25 seconds. This is going to get really, really tricky. Time being bought. They got to go for this one. Trent just gets swung back around. I don't know how the hell that's happened, but Trent, Valen, and Jonah P going to try and make something out of nothing. 13 seconds. They're running too low on time. They have so little to play with. They can put a body to this. They can make sacrifices happen. They have the numbers, and overwhelmed, EDG take back the lead.
Damn.
2 enormous rounds in a row there for EDG to be able to put themselves in a decent position. And their weaponry coming into this round looked so abominable, and that shot is incredibly crucial. You get killed with a Guardian, one tap at the beginning of the round. Smoggy finding his value over towards double doors, begging someone to walk through towards him, and eventually plays out.
They got ults as well. Lards to bank on, only one away from Simons too. This is starting to look like it's flipping around, but G2 still an opportunity to fight back, but their money's not in a great place either. I'm looking at Trent here. Sheriff in hand so far, and that's about all she wrote.
G2 have been putting quite a lot of pressure over towards B. Even when they take A main control, they are ending B a ton. And honestly, it hasn't been working that well.
Uh-oh. Nice little checkmate towards Long, going to keep that control and keep the information very much in EDG's hands.
My ult is ready. The retake ultimates are fantastic here for EDG. Got the Cosmic Divide. Kung is going to be able to take info, space, and everything with the Dimensional Drift, so you don't have to hard anchor over towards A. You can run some kind of mid-crunch.
Jonah P's gone down there. Yeah, quick hit and run for Kung. Going to find him and can just fall off this one. It feels like G2 are a little bit lost on the way in now. Still going to have Leaf towards middle, who's trying to find them a bit of room, trying to pull these players over, pull a bit of a fake, try and have some of that misinformation free-flowing, but I'm still worried about someone like Simon's positioning coming in. Someone like Smoggy's position. These are all still very strong, big information here. It's all about timing for Simon now. And he's got a bit of a bite on that one. He's got the ult to play on too. It's 30 seconds. They have no idea. He's got flashed out though. He's completely out of it. Valorant clears, but it's back to the wall. Valorant, they got to make a go of this, and right about now, stall out towards the site. They want to buy time. Leaf's got to battle towards middle with Kung, but they need that plant down. Leaf wins his fight. G2 onto the site, and the plant's there. Are they going straight for this? They are. Jorgamo, he won't be denied this time, but he's stuck on the site. Valor bails him out. The 1-2 punch. G2 this time pivot late round, leaving Smoggy in a near-on unwinnable scenario.
It does feel like G2, in terms of their macro, are a little lost. Now, Smoggy, we saw the 1v3 earlier, but a 1v4 is too much. It is too much. The score even. I would agree with your comment earlier that it does look like G2 are a little bit lost in the macro. You saw in this round, Leaf trying to push his luck over towards Art, but it's this kill onto Simon, and the flash in particular, that lands perfectly and causes him to cower behind the box. That's what makes the difference here and allows them into the site. If Simon had been able to slow them down, then it would have been a very different story. G2 are trying to find the gaps, EDG are making it difficult, but at some point, they're still able to brute force it. Big fight in mid and not on an eco, maybe a bit more unexpected. Now they're backed off.
Yeah, I saw there's commitment to that, but they're going to get a bite on the Prowler, but it's still going to be Kong waiting over towards this three-play side of the split there. Decides to take the quick evacuation out. Smoggy the next to be tested. Doesn't fall foul for it, but it's still going to get his man. It's Simon now to try and post up on this, but he's got pressure on two fronts. The split and the timing is absolutely divine for G2, but Kong is still around on this site. And if this man is here, there's always a potential. There's a flank on the way as well. Nobody clearing through. That's a lot of space that he can confirm has nobody present.
Yeah, Jonah P's dead, so that wall is not active.
He is quick, isn't he? Kong is under threat, though. They can't dig him out of this pit. They really can't. They're buying time with the odds. There's a lot of problems here for G2. 47 seconds, and the flank's coming in. Nobody makes his presence known, and the spike gets dropped again.
He should have landed the death blow here. Trent forced out into the open, and Valin left with the spike to scatter. He might be able to find the route over to B, actually. The round may not yet be dead for G2. Left. But it's gonna have to require something monstrous.
Valin, have you got that in you right now? Let's have the draw.
He nearly got the 1v5 ace earlier, didn't he?
I'm a believer.
Shut down by Simon. Simon's not alive. The logic's all there.
It all makes sense now. I don't know why I doubted.
Hello. He gave up on it.
Yeah, didn't fancy it. Got a bit nervous. Obviously, we know where they are. He got a little bit scared on the timing, but they are taking their time. Kong does have that operator, but nobody in Chi-Chu going to come back in with those Vandals. And with that wall not tripped, the site feels small. Valin doesn't have many options. Does get to evade on the first. Not sure if he got spotted here, but Kong going to lead the way. Eye to the scope. Takes away Valin, and EDG post up 11.
It is so difficult to play back halls against a Taeho in that spot. You can put the Taeho missiles in a number of different positions and you just know exactly where a player is going to reposition to. What a play by nobody. And actually, what great credit we should be giving to the rest of the team for delaying, for causing pressure, and allowing nobody to get that timing.
And talk about a pivotal bit of timing. Look at where the money's going to be broken here for G2. This, I want to say, should be 12 by all rights. You're looking at them kind of considering Stingers, Guardians, what they want to bring into this. Couple of ults to play with. They have options, but it's far from perfect.
It's going to be so tough for them to ever go over towards B as well against Kong's operator. The two players at the top of the scoreboard holding down B. G2 going to go 4-5 through the B link.
God. Looks kind of like it. Jorg's going to be towards the back of the site, so going to clear a lot of space here, but look towards Long. Look at how this is almost flipped around. Chi-Chu's up towards it, nobody on the flank. It's Smoggy this time to take down Jonah P. Jorg's still here. These are Stingers. They can't take these long-range fights. They want them to get close, but this is uncomfortable.
They are going and clearing out spawn, so they own a little bit of the map, but it's not really planning for there, and like you said, Stingers.
Oh, this is so uncomfortable here. Valin trying to find a little bit of a corner to play from, but they are everywhere! But Valin does well, takes away one. Trent chimes in, but EDG... Wait, Valin, I thought you got a little techie on that one. What on earth? How are G2 winning this out? Nobody! How has this happened? G2, you had no right to win that!
Trent gets 3, but I'm more amazed by Valin being able to survive in his position. How has he managed to get one? He hopped up over the top. I mean, look, he dives inside the smoke, hops up over the back, and still ends up getting another. And yet, the double push into spawn just allows Trent an unexpected position, and they play around the obstacles and the smokes marvelously, masterfully. And how have they got this to 11-11?
They've broken EDG's money right back. This is unreal. This was a tantalizing prospect of a game, no matter what. But seeing the scoreline get to this against the odds here, G2 pulling it out, EDG now have to do the same right back. Leaf says no to the beginning. Kong's gone down.
It's a great shutdown, and there's double push in mid as well. They know that Leaf is fighting over towards B long, so they're going to try to apply some pressure over there.
5 knife's edge stuff though, but I mean, nobody's got a classic. What are you meant to do here? Not much. Trent bulldozering towards the site. G2, no matter the odds, still powering forward. And Leaf's position is just dirty. Tough to handle, but does get cleared. Smoggy gives him a little bit of hope.
Amazing first shot, 145 in the aim punch. Here's where you see G2 go forwards though. They've taken that position over towards Secret and Spawn, just like the prior round. And again, it delivers.
Yeah, you talk about against the odds. This is now stacking up against some G2. Bloomin' heck. 4 standing, 12 found. One more, it's done for, at least in regulation. EDG need this. And how many, have they got any ults to bank on? No, one off from Kungkung's, but that's about it.
That eco round has just completely twisted everything, hasn't it? I mean,
Unreal.
EDG were the one at the start of the game looking like they had very good prep, good individual rounds. Smoggy with the clutch, Chishu and Kungkung pulling out kills all over the place. Now G2 have answered back and have the map point to work with.
This is the pressure one. Leaf's got operator, Vandals throughout on the rest. EDG, goodbye here. Be enough. They'll set up on towards main. How long do they try and hold that? They've already decided against it.
Jorg's teleported away to go and reinforce Leaf's position. He's been holding a fairly passive angle at the start, wondering if Kungkung's going to peek into him. But now he can start getting a little more aggro, getting a little more info.
So many question marks on the map. You've got the owl drone towards middle, you had the Vice flash towards middle, you had that early contact towards A, you've had now Util over towards B long. So much for EDG to try and figure out where this ends.
And the Prowler just got broken in A main. Valen's stuck around to break that from Simon, so Simon still thinks there's presence right now in A. In fact, you see the rotates coming towards A.
It's so slippery from G2, so cerebral. This puts nobody in a do-or-die scenario, and look at the crunch, there's nowhere to hide! G2, pixel perfect on the execute, but stalled out for a second. 30 seconds now as the plan comes in. EDG down a man, but does that make a difference?
As they back up, EDG have got all the task ahead of them. No Cosmic Divide, no way for Kungkung to get in. This has got to be brute force.
They've got it. They can do it. Kungkung the first to take those steps, even up this one. Leaf with a missed shot. And now Smoggy chimes in with one as well. EDG never caring about the odds, never caring what the numbers may look like. As now Valen asked to fight brilliance and he can't do it. EDG taking us to OT.
I feel like this game completely deserved it. Incredible from EDG to get back into that one. And this round, I think essentially decided by that early fight that Kungkung took. Even after nobody goes down, I was talking about Kungkung needs to be able to get back in, and he wins the Yoru head-to-head against Jorgamo. Jorg was posted up towards back halls, and they needed that ability to entry. It also got the Dimensional Drift back online. They've earned themselves another life. G2 could not capitalize on their one map point.
What a game. You love to see it. 2 masters at work here, it feels like. 12 apiece. And we were questioning, or at least looking towards Kungkung's ability on that Yoru, how it's sitting right now. It's looking pretty nice. 24-18 already. Nice performance from him. Chichu right up there with him. And we go back in. We go for it again. EDG on the attack. G2 on the defense.
Not a particularly heavy hold of A main here from G2, not committing many resources to it whatsoever. Just relying on the fact that Jonah P's got his Vice set up here. I'm not even sure that EDG spotted the deep wall that Jonah was placing in regulation. But G2 have gone for mid-info instead here.
Bravado to go for that. Hoping that, I don't know what you're hoping for. Someone's there or someone's not. Very clear-headed clear towards middle. And Trent wants back in. This is dangerous. He isn't alone. Oh, Valen on the bailout. Takes away Kungkung, and they can slip back a little bit deeper, but this split is coming in no matter what. Nobody. This is lovely work from G2. They are just funneled into death.
There's no way that nobody knew that Vice wall was there. I mean, he just walked through it into his death completely. G2 have bamboozled them with the defensive setup.
Watching this has been masterful. Simon, it feels like a formality at 1v5. Very, very difficult. And it is G2 almost upping the ante there in OT.
Super, super clean from G2. And one of the main reasons why they were able to stack so many players towards mid and A was because Leaf just held the line on B the entire time. There was barely a frame there where Valent managed to see that, and his crosshair placement wasn't even that great, but gets the job done. A little bit of panic, I think, towards the end as well. They thought that they had to react into the A site.
Let's go, baby.
Nobody had the wrong idea about what the defense looked like. And we see another glass cannon operator, this time on the other side, on the defense for Kangkang.
Big investment.
But also a big difference. Leaf was holding this area completely on his own, which allowed stacks towards mid and A. Kangkang's playing this, but with 2 players supporting, which means there is still a big weakness over towards mid and potentially A in the mid round.
I don't know if that Prowler caught towards A. I'm not sure if it actually identified where Leaf was residing, but a very diligent clear from Simon just to sidestep that one. Doesn't want to lose his life for this, but does now note that there is presence still towards A main.
Art is so open. This defensive setup from EDG is a weird one. Chichu's coming over to try to pick it up. You're worried about Leaf, I suppose. But they spotted a little glimpse of him at the start of the round over towards A main, so considering you've got eyes on the main lurker, it's not that bad. Do you really want to be doing this against Kangkang?
Apparently, yes. Trent's feeling it, but they're not falling for it. As much as this is all a bit of a ruse, how much do they commit behind it? Oh, he's so hungry for it! You don't expect him to chase that closer. They're going into the stack now. Yeah, they are. They're still heading this way. This could be going again. We might be going again. EDG, they knew what was happening. Kangkang brave in holding it down. And we go again.
It's actually ended up being a remarkably similar defensive setup to what G2 ran. We noted that at the beginning of the round, Kangkang had 2 additional players with him. Now, by the time it got to only 30 seconds on the clock, Kangkang is alone over towards B. They've got the read, they've stacked over towards the rest of the map. And like you said, Trent on his own jump peeking that just doesn't create enough pressure to push Kangkang off the line. He's super happy taking the duel. And despite winning the round, here, EDG take a timeout. They're going to have a bit of a discussion, because also they don't really understand necessarily why they lost the previous attack round. They don't know why there was such a stack and device over towards A.
It is going to be interesting if they can identify that now in these moments. It is quite hard again, obviously, if you're in the server itself. Maybe the coach can identify it and maybe get a little bit of a read themselves, but not going to be easy by any means. But credit here to EDG in my mind, keeping up to this one, and G2's resilience is absolutely showing. Both sides now digging incredibly deep, and it always gets a bit weird in OT anyway, as much as we are seeing a couple of those opportunities being maybe not missed by EDG, but not even notified. They don't even know about what's been working for G2 in some of these rounds to try and capitalize on that here when G2 could still flip this up any way they want. They have depth on this map.
I am feeling good about EDG though, because considering we've played 26 rounds, I'm not seeing the lack of depth that I thought we might see from EDG with only a couple weeks practice, kind of max on this map with this composition.
It feels like it just talks to the caliber of this team that they're able to apply such brilliance so quickly. But we go in again. Of course, EDG this time around on the attack and G2 on the defense. So let's see if EDG this time can convert here.
3 players over towards middle. A bait and switch setup at double doors, but that's not where the pressure's coming through.
This is straight through on.
Now, last time, this smoke has been popped in Art, and then we saw Trent and Valent both double fighting. Simon wants to try to take the fight. They're putting bodies here, daring G2 to stop them.
G2 fancies it. We've been discussing their composure, their cool under pressure. They don't like what they're seeing there. It does put Jonah P on a bit of an island, but he does have util to stall. But speaking of util, having to respect it coming in, but buying the time from that push through towards Art. Still obviously worried there could be a split through from main, but it's not through main.
Yeah, they're going deep through mid. They're trying to catch somebody like Trent who might be playing in this spot, but Jorg is so aware.
How's he? He know. It feels like he knows. The timing's gonna be, oh my good God, Jogamo! There's no one like this man, finding 2. As it, the awareness to identify the gap, to know of that possibility and play for it. But it's still a 3v4. We've seen EDG go up against these odds and still succeed, but in the smoke, waiting is Jonah B. G2 will have to play this in! Smoggy bringing it back to a 3v3. Valen, this is a really risky play here. Does he get out? He does. Okay, I was a bit worried he might get isolated in front of that, but nobody's taking away Trent.
I was just spamming the flowers.
Oh my god, but G2 now on the flank as well. He tried to get that pressure on the back line. Valen now has problems. Left, right, and the spike against him. G2 is an issue. It's so hard to clear. EDG, man disadvantage, doesn't matter. Make it up to 14.
Gutting for Jorgamo to take those 2 kills and be so aware and then see the rest of your team kind of crumble, because this awareness was spectacular to put his team at an advantage. Jonah, though, gets caught. He's playing inside a smoke at R, expecting EDG to go on a pretty fast timing on the A split. And once the smoke goes down, his wall hasn't been tripped in A. He just doesn't have the cover to be able to play around. That death is devastating, because then the whole of the A site is open and salvos spam, they fall in flowers. EDG playing with patience and composure, despite the fact that we're deep into OT. But of course, this team, they've demonstrated that they can do it all. There's nothing in Valorant that they can't accomplish. I suppose you could say, however, Champs is the only tournament that they have won internationally. They haven't won a Masters as well.
True.
And if they were able to win this tournament, they would join Sassy as the only players ever to have won Masters and Champs. So that's another piece of history that they're fighting for. Tell you who else is doing that. Jorg on the other side.
Very good, yeah. A little bit of kind of a mirroring moment between these two in that regard. And we saw EDG take that timeout earlier. G2 now going to be going for theirs as well, getting deeper and deeper into this OT. And you're right, there is a lot of symmetry between these two teams, or at least between some of the players, especially when you're talking about Jorgamo in this. But going back in, what the hell does G2 do now? The kind of pressure's back on them here to step up to the plate and step up to the score line, obviously trailing at 13 to 14.
Some of their attack round macro was difficult. They were finding it tough to get a read on what EDG were going for, but Leaf was always that player going for the exploration. This, though, could end up being a brawl in A main.
I feel like we keep saying that, but they just somehow, like, crisis avert at the very end. But this time it looks like EDG is sticking around, and as are G2. This might be headfirst for Halos here. They're going for it, and so far it's EDG out on top. Valen goes down. Oh, Jorgamo! Where they need him! He seems to get 2 every single time. Kung and Chichu this time around going to be asked a big question. Ult's already in. Jorg wants to find this man. You don't want to leave him unchecked. Has he found a gap? Absolutely not. Bye-bye! Gets out of there, but he still finds his man. Leaving Chichu in a world of trouble. G2 right back in.
I'm sure EDG would want that round back again. The thing is, though, I respect taking a risk in a round like that. You can't just play scared. No. You can't play to avoid losing, and this is the definition of playing to win. They wanted to close things out with a massive fight, but they all got caught by the flash reclear from Jorg. Couldn't ask for bigger impact, and chasing down his counterpart as well. Euro TP, the gate crash, not getting far enough away from danger. You were asking what G2 could do, but EDG kind of handed it to them on a platter.
Oh, this game is living up to our expectations. 2 of the heavyweights here in Valorant in this current day and era. Looking so good. Inseparable almost so far. Of course, at 14-14. EDG's chance to try and dictate the pace on this attacking side.
They're playing B as the weak side of the map again here, G2, but it's not with, you know, the operator going down the line. It's not even with the Vice wall there. It's a really soft B setup right now. I think just playing into the fact that EDG have not been leaning in that direction very much. But this time, around 29, they're swapping things up. And Chishu Smoggy are working their way down really quite deep. And when they realize there's no Vice wall here, they might try to fully walk it in.
So it is 2 players kind of back B. Valen sees nothing yet. He might be punished on this. He's got to be really careful on these jump spots here. They are so close. Yeah, okay, bye-bye. You got to run away. Get out of there. You're ringing the alarm bell. They are at the door. They're in the door. They're at the site. Trent gets a wild spray through the smoke, but now it's all gone to hell in a handbasket as Kung is breaking down the door, taking away Leaf. Fancier go at Jorg. Turns the flash, gets back in time, but Jorg takes him down, just leaving Jonah P in a 1v3. And we talk about pace. We talk about aggression. EDG showing we can do it just as well. Lovely approach towards that B side. And Jonah P, this is incredibly difficult. Already stalled out. You're feeling those chances dwindling here. Feeling like 15 is fated for EDG. One left, one right, the crossfire near on Unbreakable. It's just gonna hold. EDG striking first.
And that's a great game plan. They called that one straight off the barrier drop. That wasn't necessarily a mid-round or an audible based off info. It was a game plan from the very beginning, called by nobody, or maybe by Muggle during the timeout, to just take that walk, down B long. Couldn't have picked a better round to do it. In prior rounds, they would have run into the operator, or maybe even the Vice. And this one was perfect. Now it's on EDG to close things out. Map point on your opponent's map pick. Previously, they went for the 4-player fight in A main, and it did not work. Now
they do it again.
Can't fail twice.
Right? I think that's how odds work.
That's how stats work, yeah. It's 50-50, it wins or it doesn't.
Oh, flat chat and coin flips. I've heard things.
No, this one's a guarantee.
This is wild. They've walked so far here. There is still going to be that wall that is going to be a big signifier of something is up. I mean, the fact that you've got to double doors means something has gone wrong. It feels weird already. There's 2 players here for EDG. Can they close it out in this round? G2 knocking, and this time it's G2 answering back to back. Looking for more. Oh, he can't get it. Jonah P going to quell that aggression. You're looking at nobody on the back lines, dealt with. Trent wants to carry this on, spots another. Just got to play his life here, play smart here. Doesn't need to do too much. He finds a little bit of safety to fall back to.
Simon's going to deliberately get hit by this. This is going to slow things down quite a lot. And I think Smoggy's got to take the initiative. I think he has to be the person who takes first contact. G2 are all moving their way forward.
Oh, and Simon's just not going to have that chance. That was almost 3 players at the same time swinging. Looking like this ain't over yet.
It's a great decision by G2, playing dynamic in the post plant, not just holding positions and crossfires, though now they can settle into that kind of thing to shut Smoggy down.
That's nice.
Shut him out. Every time it feels like this game is going to end, it doesn't. It can't. We're trapped here forever.
I mean, there's worse things.
Well, what is it with EDG and playing these kind of maps to open series? They did this against Team Liquid as well, a 16-18. Is this somehow going to overtake that?
Look, I've got nothing else to do tonight. I'm happy with this one. If it was going to be a good game, I'm happy to keep going back and forth, but you will see the exhaustion hitting in, that frustration over and over and over. So close to closing out and then brought right back up to 15-15. Having these heroic calls, these brave approaches. You know, who blinks first almost? EDG, another opportunity on this attacking side now.
Leaf is solo holding B, but without the operator. Wow. Somehow Jogamo was able to dip inside the smoke and timing that. He's giving away his position with the flash. These jump spots were the death of Valen in the prior round.
Leaf is... It does scare me a little, but it's fine. We're still seeing EDG kind of doing this 2-on-2, pressuring on both of the extremities at the same time, but you're looking at also where nobody's getting off to. Yeah. He's already straight up through art, taking a lot of space here, completely unnoted.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, he's got past the flash. The flash has not been used for information from Jonah P. In the big matches, nobody sometimes finds his moment and decides to just turn on the carry. He did it in the Chinese Grand Finals for kickoff. He might have his opportunity here again. He's asking his team to create pressure so that this area kind of gets cleared. Oh, but Trent might have a beautiful timing of his own.
This is a huge audio cue. Trent's going to hear it. He's going to find it. He's going to find Chi-Chu as well. Now all of this split, all of this intention through art, this approach towards A could be red, but nobody fancies it. He's still trying to go towards this. Jogamo, pop flash, has a look, finds nothing. Plant trying to be played towards. They've got it in. 4v3 though. Kung, Simon and Smoggy gonna have to stand together. Stands back Jogamo. Another chance here, down to 3v3 now. Simon's unrelenting. He fancies some more. He's gonna get more. Leaf gonna deal with him, but it's traded out again. 2v2. Time now starting to become a factor here. G2 need to try and disrupt these final 2 players. And Leaf the one to put his body on the line, put his life on the line. Leaf?
No way.
Leaf?
No.
Leaf?
Oh.
Unthinkable scenes!
There's only one position where you could be sticking that from, because otherwise it's one-way. There's a tiny gap on the left side of the smoke. They've just let him get away with murder. And in what could be the most consequential round of the first map. This smoke, they've been running it constantly. Simon has been dipping inside of it.
Let's go, baby! Oh, all tapped out.
The Red Bull clutch pulled out at the 11th hour.
Standing ahead. Gives you goosebumps, that sort of thing. Is that the thing that changes the trajectory of this entire matchup? Kind of going blow for blow the whole time, but now the pressure is back on EDG, trailing this time. G2 round to the good, but a lot of pressure here through our Jorgamo is certainly not alone. He's gonna have a fight on this, and it's Smoggy, it's G2. Side by side, taking away the G2 players. Man advantage to EDG. Looking for a way back in. They try and fight towards the site, but they lose out as Jonah P left in a 1v3. And this match feels like it'll never end.
I mean, at minimum at this point, it's going to tie EDG's 18-16, barring something ridiculous from Jonah P. He's got a similar situation to Valen previously, where the over-rotation from EDG pulls people to A, and he's got a plan. It's again a similar spot where you can't really play back halls in this position because nobody's just going to clear you out with a salvo. And at the moment, Jonah can't do anything.
Uh-oh.
Well, it could be a bait.
It could be.
I think EDG realize it's not.
Oh, good. Oh, it's not good. It's rough here. He's still slipping around this. Hold on. Nah, come on, EDG. We're going every single round possible. How long do you reckon this is going to go on? You know what I mean? There's only so many times I can keep getting, into the 16-16. This is just ridiculous.
What is the record at an international event?
Someone's going to be able to pull that up.
I'm sure they will.
Enemy remaining.
1917, I've just been told.
Good vintage.
So, we certainly could end up getting there. This is absurd. They're taking chunks out of each other, and they're also still trying to showcase new stuff.
Yeah.
Different stuff.
Look, I know, because when we talk about G2, especially on this map, Pearl is a fantastic map for them. Their map pool is really impressive. EDG still showing depth and new looks at this point.
It's absurd, and it should make you feel scared if you support any team other than EDG at this event.
Yeah. But right now, they are tied at 16 apiece. Again on the attack.
But Kang has the attack op this time. We haven't seen this at any point, I believe, in the match so far.
Deep look towards A, though, from G2. Look at the space they're controlling here. Keeping these two players on that pendulum swing rotation. Trent kind of, I think Valen as well, both able to kind of fill the gap as needed. Jorgamo, this is a lot on your plate, mate. This is a lot of pressure. That's a pixel. He's found a body. Oh, another! He's got two again! This man is something. I don't know where he keeps getting 2 kills from, but every time.
Now the rest of G2, though, need to fill up this area. Valen needs to make sure that EDG can't cross.
Oh my God, Simon's still good for it. I thought there was a bit more of a fight on that, but it is one out by G2. Stalwart and holding towards middle. Leaving just the man himself, right? Kang.
And an almost impossible situation. I mean, he's got an attack operator. He didn't even see a soul this round. Didn't have a chance to have impact. And it's also got to be rattling through the back of the heads of EDG.
30 seconds left.
If they hadn't allowed Leaf to stick the defuse in a prior round, they would have won the map already.
Can't feel good. If there was anyone to do it, it would be this man. Oh God, there was a feeling in the room.
If the trip hadn't gone off and activated the slow, I might have believed.
Okay, 17-16. Back with G2 with the chance to close out now.
At this point, I don't even want them to close it out
I
here.
want to keep going.
I want them to see, let's at least tie the record. If you got to this point and you don't get the record.
Kang just Spider-Man meme and spawn. We both looked at each other, knives out.
The operator's still there for Kang. Maybe a little bit more viable this time on the defending side, of course.
All set.
G2 have to once again rally themselves forward on this attack. Can they close out now? Can they make it up to 18? Early control being fought for towards that B main approach.
Yeah, just using the salvos there to cancel Trent's drone, make it feel like Kang is playing with the operator towards B long, but they're pretty confident about it, pretty bold. They disrespect that.
Oh, Kang looking for it, but they are just avoiding him. They've managed to navigate away from this.
They've got the read, and Valen's created a good timing to hit the A site. The question is whether they can actually hit that. They're kind of meandering around at this point. It might give EDG a timing to spread back out. Yep. And Smoggy in the same spot as Jorg was, but they did get the little bleep bleep there.
Yeah. I wonder if it is heard again. LAN audio is a little bit different at times, harder to isolate those
And Valence missed the timing here as well.
Whoa. Kong is right here. He's gone down. This could be the floodgates open. Do they speed up off this? Taking pause for thought towards Art, but Simon needs to make a masterpiece out of it. He can't. G2 now on the line. This could be over. G2 surely in the driving seat now. A 4v3. Oh, G2, prove me wrong. Kids, proving me wrong. Fallon and Jorgamo digging back in though. It's done. G2 make it across the line. Sensational scenes here in Bangkok already.
What a way to open a series. If this does end up being a Grand Finals preview, then you've got an amazing end to a potential tournament here. That match, that map was beautiful.
That's only map 1. Bind is up next.
No, nobody.
Nobody.
Oh, did he get there?
Plug the mouse in, mother.
Oh.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
now with Josh of G2. I'm like losing my words because that was such an insane map. How were you able to utilize, by the way, the timeouts? Because we noticed you used them very, very early. I think by about round 8 or 9, you used both of them. So how were you able to do that so effectively that the team heard everything they needed to know to survive that map?
They didn't have to hear everything they needed to know, but the reason why I timed out so early is because I knew just coming into some of those rounds, they had some good clutches. We faced a lot of adversity there. And honestly, our communication, our team play wasn't like up to par. So we just needed to get into the game at that point. And so that's the whole purpose of those timeouts. Just call the few rounds for them, just make it easy for them. And once they're in flow state, that's how it goes. So.
And ready for more, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Well, good luck to you guys.
I don't know about flow state. I feel we were all in sheer panic state every single round into OT. But welcome back. I'm Yusu. I've got Kakuka and Bren here with me. Yeah, craziness. How do we survive that? How do they survive that?
That was a record broken, right?
Almost.
For most rounds in OT, no? Was it?
No, they literally, didn't EDG play an OT on the first map the other day as well? And it was like an 18-16.
Almost.
18-16 the other day.
So it was even longer. They just,
I can't count. That's
they
on
didn't
me.
get paid by the round.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I do have for you guys is the Verizon high-speed moment. And this one goes to the first pistol round. EDG winning 2 pistols and still losing. That kind of sucks.
Yeah, exactly. So many rounds, so many moments throughout this map where individual plays, insane clutches, and the way that this match started with this round in particular showed the individual brilliance that sometimes EDG has and how they're not afraid to take the duels. And even in this situation, in this 1v3, he's able to clear that with an insane last shot across the box.
Yeah, this is, I mean, EDG really got the best brought out of them as well, I think, in this entire map in terms of how they were playing. They did slip up every now and then in terms of the thrifties, but they got the right beginnings. And it's, I mean, listen, they're going into Bayonets. It's the map that they wanted to play on, and it's the one that they have picked as well. G2 haven't shown anything across all of kickoff. They've floated it every now and then. They haven't got to play it, but I think they can feel good about this going into next. They're not going to, obviously, because they lost the map, and it was so close and it came down to the mistakes they made, but they are hyped and ready. I mean, they were screaming back there, scaring us, just from shouting and getting hyped up as they were walking onto the stage. So they're getting the mental shift necessary, I think, to move into the next map.
Yeah, and before that, I felt like there were some very predictable things, at least, that G2 were doing, and EDG did catch on after a while.
Oh yeah, exactly. We're just seeing this happening very, very fast. But basically, the point that we wanted to bring is I think everybody noticed, and it's brilliant that Mika asked that to Josh in the interview, the timeouts being so early, but these instructions needed to be given. Give them the time. Let's play together for the retake. Let's re-clear the spaces. And Leaf was so important in these flanks, especially when they were on the defense, because the start of the map was stellar for EDG.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I mean, listen, this is just ridiculous stuff that we're seeing. But yeah, Leaf's flanks really, I think, set the tone, I think, early and got them back in, as you mentioned, making it nice and even. But conditioning goes out the window, I think, when it gets to OT like that, because you're pulling all sorts of plays out that you never normally would. We're seeing the attack side up that Kang, I think, brought out like somewhere like 3 OTs later. I mean, it was for EDG and for both G2, I think, as well. Both of them were just trying to find any way to get the upper edge over the opposite team, I should say.
Yeah, and you're mentioning conditioning. I also think that that was important during the second half, because even though those lurks coming in from Leaf were very important on the defense, it was also in the attack, and I think this is the perfect example of him just pushing and taking their behind. He's going to get 3 kills here. And again, for the rest of the match, you're gonna have to think that Leaf is lurking somewhere.
Yeah, and he got punished, though. I felt like they caught on. Totally. You had Chichu kind of being able to match up to that. And of course, you guys mentioned already, Bind is next. I want you guys to toss your mind back to the last time we saw G2 play Bind at a global event. The Chronicle incident, the Astra Ultimate incident.
Was it that one?
Yeah, and it was the map that eliminated them from champs. We haven't seen it since on the global stage or domestically as well. Are we anticipating at least some changes to that comp, you guys think?
Possibly, and I think we're about to find out, I think, as well. But I do still worry that G2 have left this one open as a bit of a trap play for EDG to go into. And yeah, G2 are making maneuvers. If you're not playing Taeho, you're kind of doing it wrong. And
But not that many, you know, like it's
Yeah, not
still
too
on
many.
it's innovative but still conservative, right? Like, it doesn't have the vice. But I think I like it. I think that Trent is going to be stellar against nobody. And Leaf yesterday on Lotus with that Viper was a killer.
Yeah, well, it's all to do here for EDG as well, I think. And I mean, just got to try and shrug off that loss into the first map. It went all the way into the distance, but you should be confident. You're going into Bind. You don't really know what to expect from G2 because you haven't seen them play this regionally, but you must have picked it for a reason.
And for EDG, even them getting the first map to overtime in the way that they did, nobody regionally but Sentinels on that last final was even able to get G2 to double digits on the maps. So please just keep that in mind. Go into this with a fresh idea and just destroy them on Bind. Take us to a third map.
Yeah, and Pansy was asking, you know, what was the longest overtime we've ever seen on the global stage? It was almost nearly 900 days ago. Na'Vi was still FPX back then against DRX, 1917. So let's see, you guys, if they can break that record here.
I'd love to see that. Hell, I mean, map 1 was an absolute belter, but coming into map 2, this feels a little bit unknown, right? I feel like I'm walking into the dark here. I know there's a very limited tape going around. We're kind of walking out fresh into this, but where's your mind going here? Because, again, a very new canvas to look towards.
I think just to see whether G2 have left this open as a trap, right? I think
Surely, right?
I think Bren's probably bang on the money, but that depends on if they've put quite a bit of time in recently to getting it better, because they weren't confident playing this in Americas.
Okay, big opponent to try and pull it out against as well, so they better have been ready for it. Smoggy already going to be drawing first blood. It's looking likely for EDG. Nobody right in between them, leaving Trent feeling like a formality. It's sharp from EDG.
That's a really classic pistol round kind of play from G2. Get the double smokes down between default and triple, and then go through short. And EDG have already got a protocol about that. They've got the KO in the composition. It's so good for contesting through smokes. That's exactly what they do. They got the little flash that goes straight through. It allows them to fight the front of the site with Smoggy, who's playing towards bench. If G2 are pulling out these kind of rounds that are standard, I think EDG are going to eat them alive. Really what you're looking at as potential pitfalls here with both of these comps. For EDG's side of things, it's the lack of the Viper, which means no smokes over towards B. We're sending it quick in showers.
And staying dedicated towards the back of the site is EDG, not really fast at taking close fights. Yeah, have showers control, that's fine. Sit in there anyway. It's only that Sheriff really on Leaf that's going to be keeping my eyes at least close to G2. This is a re-clear from EDG as well. Underhand flash, but Valent's got to be on red alert. Time to try and shift away. EDG clearing that question mark quickly.
Going over towards nobody. He's got a judge. If you play with a judge in hookah, it does mitigate the lack of the Viper quite a bit, because you just have to worry about smoking off long. You have an opportunity.
Oh my. Well, bye-bye. Leaf down to 17. Forced off the angle. EDG just maintaining control throughout all of this.
Whoop. Almost caught with his pants down there as the smoke disappeared.
Yeah, we're down to 38 seconds, and G2 have tested the waters just about ever and don't particularly like any of it. So looking to go back around towards B, and that judge is still in towards hookah. Leaf, yeah, trying to puff out the chest, look a little bit more intimidating, but this be really where it stops. And then outside of that, well, you've got the wall. So 20 seconds. Have fun. G2.
No more thorns.
Hopefully just looking to buy time here. Be a little hard to create maybe a crossfire coming out towards hookah, but nobody willing to look for his life on it. Dive through towards the side. This is
they do
going nowhere.
Yeah, they do have to die.
Well,
one enemy remaining.
That's a real mid-round to look at. G2 just not finding anything. Very disciplined from EDG.
Yeah, very disciplined from EDG. They also keep both of these shotguns into the round. And I'm not sure that EDG really revealed it too much. They might not realize that there was a button. See, look here. There's the kill from the Ghost rather than from the Judge, though he does get up closer towards B-Long in the later part of the round. But they're going to have to be really careful navigating against a bonus round here that has double shotguns. G2's composition has double drone, though, to try to deal with that. It's not too tough. There's just so many condensed spaces on Bind where you can get value from a Bucky or a Judge.
Okay. Give me some reasoning here, G2. Haven't been really enamored with what I've seen so far, and Chi-Chi's not feeling all that threatened either, willing to commit to this. Does have some support there in Kung Kung as well. Felt that pressure coming in. Jorgamo very much on the verge of contact. Guardian might give away the game. As a look, doesn't matter. Valen is going to take out Kung Kung, but they know Chi-Chu's here. Good flash and a nice try, but G2 do win out, at least taking the space towards long.
Having taken down the Vice, that should open up the door to A. They go with the Taeho drone to just to make sure that there's no other trap around. But he's going to play himself in with a judge in backside. What do you hope to accomplish here, buddy?
No, nothing.
No
Absolutely
way.
nothing. Nothing.
No way. I mean, nobody will sometimes give you rounds like this where he just makes super questionable decisions, but he is a champs winner, and I am a bot. So,
I don't know, man.
so I try not to judge, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you're not allowed to criticize any players anymore, all right? Unless you're a champions winner. That's the standard. Valen gonna be forced out. Smoggy having a go. Why not? Guardian, Bulldog there.
Any damage is good damage.
At this point going forward, yeah, because it is Vandals, Phantoms. These are expensive items. Jonah P is going to take away Simon. It's no real threat to the round, but I'm looking at the economy. I think Smoggy knows he's not really getting much more than that and opts to back away and... No, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you should be dying to
I was like, where are we off to, mate?
You don't really want to keep a Guardian in that spot. One of the interesting things to note in this round is that G2, even after they'd taken quite a lot of space at B-Long, they were still pretty cautious and tentative about it. And I think one of the reasons... Oh, wow, that's disgusting, actually. Oh, that is vile. I didn't know that was a thing. Is that a thing with the normal Vice Wall, or have they placed it in a certain spot?
Can we see the setup on the Vice Wall if they put it back there?
Oh, they are nerdy. They are nerdy.
Yeah.
But what I was referring to is that I think the cautiousness from G2 is because they're scared of a potential flash re-clear over towards B-Long. When you have the KO in the composition, you have to be a little bit worried about that kind of thing. And look at how much faith they have in Chi-Chu just holding down B alone at the start of this round for a brawl in showers.
That is wild that he's still posturing up, jump spotting towards long, taking quite a, I don't want to say risky, hold on, speaking of risk, Simon, get out of there. Two players quickly eyeing up showers, and it is going to be under the G2 banner, at least for the start.
EDG, though, group up short, look to try to take another re-exploration. Leaf is very happy when the game comes to him in spots like this.
It is, for once, a single Leaf just on the other side. Does have support on the way. You can see Jonah P and Trent coming over. This is a nasty little setup here. G2 will have to be diligent in their clear, which they are going to be. This is now going to be very messy. Time to get out of there. Trent's going to get one. Valen on the follow-up, and EDG get punished for their bravado playing close sight. Flash through the smoke. We've seen it before, and it's rewarded again. Kung Kung going to claim two. Leaving in this 3v2, and Simon wants to play it forward. He finds a fair fight and a follow-up. How the hell are EDG turning that around?
2 waves of defense through the smoke. I mean, first of all, EDG are fighting over short, and G2 handle it really well. Taeho drone comes through, they swing, and not just that. They have the flash for the swing and a Brimalt behind. And at that point, you're thinking, okay, G2, they're into the site. But it's the same cascade of defense through the smokes. And a trade from Leaf was not there quick enough onto Simon. I think he should have been a little snappier with that one. But I think G2 is still a bit afraid of what EDG are going to be doing on the defense. They constantly look like they're the ones reacting.
God, again, this is just so strong. EDG, this confidence. It's a wake-up call almost, really stamping their authority on this one. You walk into bind, you leave it open, you think maybe it's a trap, right? G2, this is not high up in that map, but we haven't seen it. Try to fight back, they make a go of it. Still doing this up against nothing. That's 3 of them standing, walking out there. Vandals and head held high. EDG, this feels like it's sending a message almost.
Talking about sending messages, it's actually quite important for G2 if we take a step backwards from this. This is not an elimination game, right?
No.
And G2, they're favored to be able to make it out of Swiss anyway, even if they do lose this game. It's really difficult out there, though, so I do hesitate to say that. But G2 want to send a message in this one that their bind is not free. Like, if they do float it and leave it open, you should still respect it. And if they get destroyed by EDG here, it's not gonna work.
Well, this is interesting. If we actually have a swing off it. Nah, nobody, I don't think he's going to fight. Oh, does he get something off this? Okay, a little bit of info. I was hoping to see a little set piece off the rip. Don't think they're going to get the opportunity. Maybe a late flash in the clear here.
Yeah, I mean, they can still do it off contact. Kangkang takes a slightly deeper line. You send the flash out. G2 are probably not going to be running into hookah. They just go for the mid-round information instead. G2 are going to understand that a flash there means that somebody's peaked with it. That also means they're probably not fighting over long.
That Vice Wall is an issue. Still going to be very much there, playing on the other side of the map as well. Simon playing backside, Kangkang playing out of elbow, and nobody playing close. Air flashes there, Seekers as well, but you can't make much of them. But they are pivoting, they are rotating away from this.
You don't want to go into Kangkang when he has the showstopper. Problem is, here comes Simon rotating to make the A side of the map the strong one.
So many of these approaches have been hindered. Again, those plays through the smoke, the isolation. G2 going to take away Valen, but it's traded out this time. They can carry on forward, but how many flashes have we seen through these smokes? How many times has this man been an absolute nightmare? This time around, G2 pivot where they look, clearing out the space properly, playing together, plants in play, Leaf. Ugh. That's rotten from him. Kangkang done for, nobody handled. G2 finally getting a bit of stability, but that was still rough around the edges.
I mean, the end of that round was appalling.
I was being quite nice.
That was really rough. And Leaf got himself into a phenomenal position. He snuck all the way through showers, deep into backside, an amazing spot. Whiffs the shot, and then Kangkang sends his ultimate out and -1 showstopper. So that's a weird way for the round to end, but the macro ideas, better from G2. And like I said, Leaf really threaded the needle there. That might be something he tries to do later on as well.
Swings and roundabouts now, money all over the shore.
What? It's full blind.
What is this game? How's this happening after what was just like the... Oh. We're having one of those matches now after what was like, you know, the barn burner of map 1. It's getting
a little messy.
A little muddy, but it's early, you know?
Deep Vice Wall over towards B long here. So Chishu's mixed things up on the eco. And the reason for this is he wants information on this side of the map so that they can stack A. He's probably not going to run this too often because it is fairly easy to jiggle out. You can make this into a trap play where you put the flash here and you salvo as soon as the wall takes contact. And the salvo would be all on top of these G2 players right
now. Ooh, it's fine. G2 clears sights. Plants coming in. EDG down to 2.
Expensive though.
Yep.
Gorgamo deciding to make it even between the two raises, neither of them having a raise out for the next important rifle round.
That's just so nice of him.
It is.
Considerate man. Takes away nobody. And Kangkang gonna have to do this with just a stinger before standing here for G2. And it is G2. Clear enough. Right, now we get into the, hopefully, a cleaner look between these two.
Yeah, and also I think one of the things to pay attention to is whether this defense over towards A starts to get exploited. G2 are really, really good at adapting on the fly. Yeah. If you think about that previous map that we just saw, as we heard from Mika talking to Josh RT, he used the tag timeouts, the coach, like round 8, round 9, like essentially done with at that point, and just left it to the players to adapt as things went on. They are good at being able to dismantle other teams' compositions. Very intelligent.
Real problem solvers. And fancying another go towards this A site here. Life should connect on at least one there. Pretty sure that is gonna catch Jonah P. They look to re-clear with 3, so giving up all of this space though on short.
That means that EDG have to play super heavy for showers. What is Kangkang thinking there?
I don't know. And he has gone down for it. Simon just manic under pressure. G2 flooding the site. Smoggy's going to control towards showers. But again, there's some questionable choices going on here.
Jorg got roasted.
What's going on? Trent and Leaf. Do you really fancy going walkabout standing? I guess you do. Yeah, go on then. Nobody's waiting. And yeah, Trent wins it. Okay, but
oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah, oh, Chichu has a glimpse, has a glance. He's got it. Trent now. He knew about Smoggy about a week ago, but to try and keep track of that, impossible. EDG tip it back into their hands at 5-3.
This is a messy game of bind, though. I mean, the idea with that defensive setup, when you play triple over towards showers, you have to commit to showers.
Yes.
You know that you've lost lamps control, and the retakers, when they come over, are super tentative. They don't just run into backside. And here, Kong thinks there hasn't been a reaction, even though the Viper wall's gone up. He just kind of thinks he'll risk it. And yet they still somehow manage to skirmish out and don't just get pinched completely over there. It's G2 trying to test the waters, trying to find the limits, and EDG still being able to come up with the goods.
A insta-ult, drone off the back, but Kong is still going to hold towards short. You got to get past him still. Trying to be forced away, holding lamps, Leaf clears. They've got front side under control. I say somewhat, because we still see Simon there with the flash. No one to really play through it this time, so having to stay a little bit more patient, wait for this plant now.
This is one of the first times G2 have got into a decent spot.
Another ult coming right back in. Teo ults on both sides. Jorgamo willing to put his life on the line, but he goes down for it. Leaf going to be pressured, and EDG sweeping through. One over towards showers is going to be cleared. Nobody lighting him up. That's clean from EDG.
Great retake. So much utility there. Still saved in the bank for EDG. They had flashes, salvos, stuns. The Armageddon coming back through as well. And G2 made that incredibly obvious that they were going for a fast A hit. They literally used Taeho just straight off rip to push people out of showers and went for a 4-person exec short. This is not a comp that's going to be amazing at running these big 4-person short executes. Normally you're going to want the Fade to combo in there, maybe the Gecko, something like that. But they went for it, tried to make it happen. They're certainly trying to adapt and trying to find the openings, really heavily focused on A, as you can see again, but they're not coming out with the answers here.
No, and EDG starting to, it feels more and more robust as the rounds go on here. We just saw a really clean round. Smoggy trying to find a little bit of room to play from. That's audio cues, at least one, perhaps two. No way. No way! Doesn't get cleared out. He knows that there's already a crossover towards Lamps. He's got the ult as well. Fight forward or die. It doesn't matter which you choose. But G2 does go down, but it's limited success. Look at the grip on this site. Jorgamo, I mean, you ain't doing much more than that. EDG looking in control now.
I think EDG have thoroughly proven at this point that their A defense works.
Yes.
So this has been a great scrim, guys. Shall we perhaps test the B side or something a little slower?
No, back towards A.
They've got, there's a lot of mistakes going on here as well. I mean, for example, you see it there, the dog not clearing the close position. That close position is one of the most common spots that you see people play inside of. If they're playing with a judge or if they're trying to get the jump on you with some kind of crossfire over towards Lamps. There are errors here that don't befit a team with a reputation of having every T crossed and every I dotted. That's what you normally think of when you think of G2.
Yeah.
You can tell that we're towards the bottom of the map pool. My question is, do we get individuals? Do we get Valen's IGLing? Do other strengths of G2 here, other than the, the prep and the discipline, rear their head to make this a more even half?
It really doesn't look good here. Other than that, as you said, maybe there is going to be that little bit of life in them there, because it feels like they have nothing to bank on beyond that. Jorgamo having an okay display thus far, but 8-8's not exactly setting much on fire. It's certainly not winning them rounds at this point. Beyond that, Leaf not really having that impact. It's a very middling performance. As said, EDG probably quite happy seeing this, seeing how the veto went down.
Yeah, super happy.
We kind of thought this might have been a trap, right? Oh, maybe G2's cooking something up. Maybe there's something in the works here, but not really filled that idea that we've come up with. But maybe they can close out the rest and show us a little bit more. But we need something to activate for G2. Right now, 3 rounds, and the way they've got them and the way this game has gone, I am not really buying this. EDG.
Raze ult versus Raze ult.
Here we go. Oh, God. What is going on? It's Jorgamo to find it. Traded out, though. And they still have control. They have a lot of bodies here. Lovely swing, EDG. This is composure. Expecting the play coming out as well. G2 are trying to go blow for blow, but the bodies are here. Simon just putting up numbers and just roasting Leaf alive.
If there was a round that typifies exactly how this map has gone so far, it would be that one. Just a massive fight over towards B long. Both Rays with their ultimates, firing them off at each other. And then crucially, when Simon went for the reclear with the flash, nobody playing anti-flash, right? The layers that you would normally expect from a team like this, you see Valen is towards the bottom of B long in that, but he doesn't swing. He's not like, they haven't pre-thought out what they're going to do against EDG. And so every idea is working here for the Chinese super team.
This is a lovely confidence boost when you're considering the fracture is looking more and more likely as we close in towards an 8-3 scoreline here, looking like potentially 9-3 as well, considering the buy is Guardians. We do have an ult of Jonah Pease. Maybe that'll do something. But
oh, what a shot!
Hey, you wanted some individuals? All right, that's not bad. That's a vibe. G2 can shoot.
Were you mocking the Guardians?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll write a written apology. I'll get to it. That's on me.
No, that's crazy though. G2 have just given themselves an opportunity, I think, here to be able to win the map. I mean, 4 rounds and then a pistol is vastly different.
Sometimes this game confuses me in ways that surprise me every single time. But now Smoggy and Simon gonna have to try have a little go. Yeah, not gonna happen. G2 at least gonna look to salvage around here after what was a very underwhelming performance. Simon, yeah, there's just the pour on of utility. Timing alone is gonna be rotten for him. And then, yeah, you're right. 4 rounds does give you a little bit of a window to play with. As you said, maybe complement that with a pistol. Maybe you're back into this.
At the same time, though, just with a pistol, G2 haven't won one yet in this series. All 3 of the pistols have gone the way of EDG. G2 have got to turn that around.
Had it with your old phone? We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us, on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all 3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rolling your minds back, map 1 was an absolute barn burner between these two, but this really you're seeing the disparity here in reps, in everything. G2 did at least scrounge 4 rounds, right? They've given themselves a small window, but it's certainly not much.
I think this is also another demonstration of how good EDG's map pool is.
Absolutely.
G2 was scared to play Haven against them.
Yep.
Almost lost on Pearl, where G2, look, that's the top of G2's map pool, and are now getting destroyed on Bind, which is towards the bottom of G2's map pool. Where is EDG weak? That's the question.
I don't think many people can really find an answer to that yet.
Not the pistol rounds.
No, which is a bit of an issue when you've only got 4 rounds. EDG looking like they are back on track here after, as I said, a very hard fought for map 1, which just slipped between the fingertips. But let's see if they can stick the landing, keep this clean, get on to map 3. Chichu looking sharp at the start, but overwhelmed and looking to be crunched on. Kangkang's there, and Chorgamo trying to just play his life, trying to stay alive for a second. We got the TP support coming in, a little scared, but all good.
This is another really standard pistol round from G2. The flash, no follow-up. How do you get out?
With a shot like that will certainly do you some good. A 3v3 now, but does Leaf feel this pressure? Does he feel the absence of resistance on the site?
He should do.
Yeah, G2 starting to put it together. It feels uncomfortable. Something feels off here. The molly is an issue, but Leaf with a stunner. Okay, hold on. 2v2. But can they find these players in time? EDG trying to play to that clock here, forced to fight forward. Smoggy, lovely work. Being really slippery here. And Leaf previously up towards that heaven position, trying to do what he can. He's outdone here. EDG once again looking composed in these pistol rounds.
4 out of 4 pistols going the way of EDG. Their players look super sharp with ghosts in hand. And small mistakes again, like Valen being caught out in the open there at Showers instead of playing the corner. He was getting reinforced by players coming through the teleport. Both pistol rounds that G2 ran are mega standard, not something special that they've come out of the strat book with. The kind of stuff that you see from tons of other teams at the tier 1 level. And now G2 are going for the force buy. Smacks of desperation, for sure.
Yeah, there's not many good ways to characterize desperation in this one, and yeah, those stingers certainly look like it. Let's see, EDG, let's see how it looks once they hear those stingers, once they feel that pressure. It looks like fight a little further forward. Stalled out at least by the smoke now. Forced to respect that, but Jorgamo willing to try and hold this line down.
Chi-Chu is playing that position really disciplined. Valen's begging for a fight within some kind of stinger range. They can't find it.
Look, I've heard things about these North American stingers. I've heard they're pretty good, but I see caution being shown by EDG. Respect given in this one, not wanting to make any mistakes here. And you can see G2 kind of gathering back up towards Lamps, going for the swing. And the timing was pretty good, catching a couple on the reload. Oh, but they didn't expect Jorgamo catching 2 off again. And look at Kongkong's HP, down at 8. He's the one with the Vandal. Not close enough to pass it out comfortably. He wants that plant. Chi-Chu only on the Ghost. Oh man, this has suddenly become very doable. Kongkong trying to reposition here, but those stingers, yeah, that's a good spot for Jorg. Yeah, it's so nice from him. That 2 he found was just perfect. Not expecting that extra body, but Chi-Chu, timing's everything. And he's been caught off, down to 32. You think this one's got to be done here. They can start getting the defuse. Utilities coming in. EDG, little bit of a wake-up call. Can't take it too light, but G2 and Stingers, man, they're good with them.
It's the perfect result from a force.
Yeah.
It's always a risk when you go for this kind of thing. If G2 had lost the round, they've basically lost the map. But I think it's the right time to take a risk. And what is the spray transfer there? I mean, he's running and strafing. Obviously, it's the perfect weapon to do that with, but a stray bullet just flies onto Simon's head like it's a magnet. And Valen was also playing really nicely around smokes. He threw a smoke over towards default, which scared off EDG. Looked to try to close the gap and get the best value out of those light weapons. Okay. G2 with a lifeline.
Yeah, it is, right? It's a small window of chance. EDG going to be forced down to the Sheriffs and Classics, odds and ends, and a very simplistic approach thus far. Trinity could be farming on this. Judge there. Vintage for a reason. Going to be forced a little forward, but taking a lot of damage here. Forced down, okay. Nicely worked out.
Another example, I think, of not just playing against enough Tejo players. It's really difficult to play those kind of spots with a Judge against a Tejo that has salvos, can do a bounce stun to be able to take you out. Similar over on Split.
Drone is down.
Nobody's gone for the reposition inside the teleporter as well. Hoping that Valen or Jorgamo go for that as they pressure B.
Nice little off angle for Leaf though. The early warning signal of presence coming in. A little bit of a stall on top. Going to try and hinder this. Yeah, they try and disrespect that. You're going to get melted. 40 seconds, but EDG working this. I like what they're doing, genuinely. You might as well make something like this happen. Can they achieve much with that Judge recovered? I don't know. Can they gap close well enough? Leaf trying to find a corner of safety. The time is starting to close out for EDG here, and the spam from Jorgamo is lovely. Okay, going for it in this. I think that's a little excessive, but...
Definitely is. And I think, flashy though it is,
sure,
it's a similar scenario to what we saw earlier. I think Jorg has used... I mean, both of the Raze ultimates that I remember were on anti-eco situations where he potentially could have saved them. And I think G2 need everything they can to be able to survive these spots. The next round, EDG's macro is looking pretty good. Kangkang's 2 away from being able to get his ult online.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, a little surprised at that one. I felt like they had this in hand. They still had the player towards elbow. They still had the leaf towards sight.
Yeah.
It feels a bit too far for me, but
It's credit, though, to EDG's pressure that they were applying with only classics in hand. And that level of pressure is what I was looking for G2 on their attack side. And think about it, if they had done, there was no Viper wall there.
Okay. Now, can G2 keep up against the rifles? That's what we're looking at here. Now, EDG have the opportunity to show what they're made of. It's all a bit of a ruse to begin with. Kangkang was considering at least investing in the boombot, but then things against it. It's the other side.
There are pings all over showers where Jorgamo is currently holding. Looks like maybe a stun play, see if they can catch him.
Far simple in approach. Good info. They know what's coming here. There's 3 players for G2. Kangkang, though, going to start flying forward. Takes the close space. TP there. Nice. G2 holding on. Kangkang the one to answer back, but it's G2 on the site. Solid in their hold this time. I'm waiting with bated breath for it almost to fall apart, but it's not here. They've held their composure well. And EDG just getting broken on the way in towards site itself and towards showers.
One of the players ended up dying to salvos as well. And the macro game actually being played really nicely by Jorg and Leaf, the 2 players on your screen here. They dominated in showers against the Taeho utility that was coming out and made sure that a crucial piece of map control was maintained the entire time by G2. And they've got the jump on Smoggy here. Though he is thinking about it, it would be impossible for him to deal with both of them and get the plan down.
Okay.
That's a really big round for G2.
Yeah.
The game, although it feels like EDG have been in control, is only within 2.
It's 9-7.
And that's partly because of the force buy and the fact that that worked and got them an extra eco off the back of it. But it's also because they've now got a really crucial eco swing round here. Round 14 and 16, you might look back at this and I'll say this is where everything flipped for G2.
And it's enough of a pressure moment that EDG have gone, no, let's take a breath on this one. Let's take a beat here. This is 3 consecutive rounds. And again, that force buy going to just bring up the confidence as well. You're starting to feel out like this is possible. It was a very oppressive first half. A very small window of chance was given. Was it 4 rounds on the half flip? And then again, forced to have to try and convert a boat or like a force buy. Some really tricky scenarios that G2 have actually navigated after what you were complimenting, and rightly so, is EDG looking much more robust here, at least on that first half.
The thing with teams like G2 or EDG, to give them both their credit, is that when you're in an advantage position against them, you really have to step on the throat. You have to stamp them out. You can't allow them to start creeping back in and getting these advantage situations, because the closer it gets, the more it only takes one person having a hero play or some kind of ult cycle, and suddenly you're fending off a really serious comeback, as EDG look to be struggling with right here. But as far as we can tell, this is going to be a 1-round game.
Yeah, by all rights. I am seeing Kangkang considering the purchase. It looked like it was kind of maybe opting for a Bulldog at a moment, but then going against it. So, yeah, Sheriff's Light Shield, Regen Shield does have ult as well. So if there is a moment that could call forward that investment, it is there.
Jonah looks a little uncertain as to how to play that situation. He was thinking about using the dog, wondered if he had the timing to go for the jiggle, and decided it was safe enough. Doesn't take any damage there.
Blinded.
And there is a potential fight over here. They're trying to bait Jorgamo into going for the aggressive push. They found the kill. And now nobody could call the reinforcements through the teleporter, though they slow the game down.
Oh, this is nice, though. That is a Vandal they can pick up. Obviously, they don't fully know how secure and safe that is. If they want to go for that late look back towards showers, it's there. Oh, and another punish, G2. Stunning. Really punishing G2 for wanting to try and tip those scales back towards even, but to try and play out in a 5v4 up against Sheriffs, giving EDG what they wanted.
Nobody, as he goes for the drone through here, is going to realize that that Vandal is able to be picked up.
Oh, and G2, you'll be kicking yourself from this one. EDG have absolutely worked you over here. It's down to Trent and Jonah P to try and do something back, but nobody is going to have that upgrade as well. And the Curiosity, oh, he's got two! Jonah P! Making up for the mistakes! Leaving just the hero himself in the what? Oh my god, hold on, oh, he's got one back! These two teams now down to a 1v1, but Trent on the site itself and Kung waiting. Letting him sweat a little on this. Satchel over, force him away as a look, he went wide! And Trent recovers what looked like a lost round.
Incredibly important 1v1 to Trent. But he's not really the hero here. It was all on Jonah P. Somebody who got bullied, basically, in map 1. He was having a really rough game of things. Couldn't find his value. And here, he's saved them. He absolutely has.
Oh, bloody hell. Those three on the site. Jesus. What a game we are seeing here. Suddenly. Oh.
Jorg has picked up the operator here.
Okay.
For this round, and he's solo alone holding on A.
Have they seen that Leaf's crossed there? TP's? Oh, okay, that's big info. Run, get away, find a little bit of a corner to play from. There is a hunting squad here, looking for blood. Leaf draws it, Kung's gone.
Here's the reaction. You gotta push. You know you have the timing. There's only one player A.
He's respecting this enough. He knows that he can't stick around too close. Rattling off an operator shot, but backpedaling away towards heaven.
Now forced to play retake with the op. Do they have plan denial? No, nothing.
I'm looking at the ults here. Nobody one off from his. Simon one away, but it's Chichu with his Smoggy, with his Molly still there. They're going to try and clear sight. You've got the ults coming onto this, layering it forward, trying to facilitate what they can. An angle for nobody could be lovely, but it's Chichu with the first contact. G2 trying to gap close on this. Chichu nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's trying to play his life, and he still gets down Leaf. Quick trade. G2 unwilling to relent on this, but Util is the name of the game. They've got a lot of stall here. G2 are going to have to try and work this out somehow, even with the numbers. It ain't going to be easy. Look at it. Poured on. Jonah P puts himself forward. Nobody comes in. Trent on the trade, but time is everything. You've heard the ult going through. I think Smoggy knows he's done enough here. Trent can try what he can, but it's EDG buying those precious seconds.
Their comp has so much of that post-plant stall that they could use. They have the nade, then the mosh, then the... sorry, not the mosh, the fragment grenade, the salvos, Molly from Brim, and then the orbital strike on top. I mean, even if they've used some of them to be able to take the site, which this round they barely had to, it's such a good post-plant composition. And what's rough about that is it was probably the best played round from G2 that we've seen, and they don't get the win.
Jorgamo still with that operator here. Ult for Leaf, but other than that, it is just what they can do. Jorgamo slow down a little, but look how much space they're taking off this. Maybe this is the right read. EDG are going to take all of the site. You've got to hope in some mind that Trent holds back site, because Kung is hungry. Trent looked lost in the source on that one. He was just drifting away, but now we've got them pinned. This is actually an issue. This is a really tricky scenario for G2 to figure out.
It's tricky for Leaf. Leaf has to hold off the Horde that are looking to try to take some space over towards backside, towards spawn. EDG would really love to control heaven.
Oh, Leaf. That doesn't look winnable. It really doesn't. EDG posted up on this. Two players waiting. Nobody good for it. Valen does strike back towards Kung, but now Jonah P, the man who went large, who went above and beyond for the boys before, now he's trying to hold on to it. Nobody. Forced a little further forward. Dog goes in. It's all getting messy now. On towards the spike. Nobody going to take away Jonah P. EDG bringing it back to 11 now.
Two vitally important rounds for EDG to stem the bleeding. It looked like G2 were going to be able to put things together, go on a bit of a run off the back of the force buy, but they found their footing. EDG playing these situations so well. I still don't understand what happened with Trent there. I think he must have been full blind and was trying to escape. Just didn't quite realize he was butting his head into a brick wall.
Yeah, a little rough for him.
But EDG now twice have made exactly the correct macro decision to G2 dominating showers. They've gone in, they've taken lamps control, and then they've gone towards back, towards CT, and they've played around that pipes vent position wonderfully. I mean, in one of the rounds, they were messing around with Leaf, pulling him all over the place. And in this round, they double up, clear him out, and even deal with Jonah P, who's coming to reinforce the position. G2's adaptation of fighting super heavy over showers needs some modification, because at the moment, it's getting outdone.
Yeah, it is starting to fall short at this point. It's had its time in the sun and it's not quite having the same impact, but we do then once again bring back that conversation that felt like it was done for, but the lack of depth here for G2 might start being a little bit more of an issue because, again, that adaptation, we know that they're great at learning on the fly. These are hard things to come up with against the caliber of a team like EDG. Up to 11, facing off against 8. There is still a bye here for G2, but it's certainly not perfect.
Yeah, they're going to force into this one, and probably that means that Leaf is going to pit right at the start as well. So he's got the one-way over towards Showers. He can pit short. He's got a teammate helping him at the start of the round, and that'll allow them to keep B as the strong site.
Shoulder. Going to be seen. A little bit of a trade out between the two.
Immediately, Kang knows what the setup is. As soon as they see the Viper ult in short, he knows there's going to be a one-way over towards Showers. It's the most standard thing, so he just instantly takes all of that space.
I'm surprised that Trent did actually rotate over. I think he's going to try and quick foot it back towards B. Yeah, he's made it back through now. Simon's got to be cautious. He's very isolated. Nice work from Jonah P, but it's Chichu all in the meantime taking away the sport. Once again, Jonah P gonna have to go nuclear, and he makes a damn good go of it, but the site's already won out. We saw Chichu getting that damage done in the meantime towards the two players. Jogamo has hit a decent timing on this rotation, but it will be a post plant, surely.
He's hit a good timing, and he's got past the thorns. He's given away his position.
Less likely to work out now. TP as well, identifying where Leaf will be coming from. This is all feeling very known. EDG going for the secure plant in the middle of the site. Chichu takes away Jorgamo. They heard the TP. They know where he is, and EDG making it look comfortable at the end there.
Chichu has been utterly brilliant in this tournament. We've already talked about how he was as well at Champs. Where's the wall here? The Viper wall is too late. The rest of the G2 players over towards B not calling for it early enough. Maybe there was lacking fuel. Maybe that was because of Kang's pressure over towards Showers at the start of the round. He might have run out of a bit of juice just being worried about a Showers push. But there are gaps here from G2 that you don't normally expect from them, and EDG are punishing every time.
Yeah. And that's the credit here, is that EDG are finding those faults so well, genuinely. And look at this again, very simplistic in approach though here. No split through Showers, all in through short, and it's a brawl on the side. Jonah P does well, but he's the only one to do well for G2. It's lights out for EDG so far. They've won out the site, they got what they wanted. They add another body to the list, putting Leaf all alone. And the plant's there as well. 13 and map 2 beckoning. And Leaf could do nothing but die. EDG back in the game, and we are going the distance.
What a response, what a pop-off. Kang playing to the crowd. They're off to Fracture.
Hello everyone, it's Kang Kang from Edward Gaming. 我觉得首场的胜利的感觉就是，我觉得我们这一次比赛越来越能够快速进入比赛节奏，然后不会因为场外的一些因素而导致自己丢失状态吧。其实我觉得今天能够2比0液体，其实对于我来说可能是有点意外在里面，因为我可能会觉得今天会是一场很艰巨的比赛，但是其实还好。然后今天是我的优入首秀，然后确实我自己觉得我优入的操作可能还是有一点没有那么熟练，但是我觉得以赛代练嘛。因为我们的教练 Marco 说这张图的优入很厉害，当然我知道我可能玩这种英雄可能没有那么厉害，但是我觉得毕竟我在这个队伍里面，我需要去承担这一份责任，然后所以说我要去好好的把这个优入练起来。我觉得刚开始大家认识我的时候，可能就是觉得狙击枪很好啊，然后可能还有很多缺点，喜欢 repeat。但现在我认为，既然我能够站在世界之巅，能够成为大家心目中最好的决斗者之一，因为我觉得应该是去弥补掉了很多自己的缺点，去更融合团队，然后去在我该站出来的时候，我需要站出来。但是当队伍所有东西都正常运行的时候，我就做好我分内的工作就好了。
Dominates the angle. It's important to control A main. Simon with the slam, bloody dunk.
就我觉得瑞士轮其实对我来说我还是挺喜欢，觉得这个赛制就有更多的挑战性，因为你永远不知道你下一个对手会是谁，然后你永远都要保持你自己的竞技状态。这个人就很奇怪，因为我就喜欢挑战。希望我们有一场好看的比赛。
We are going the distance here after an incredible comeback from EDG there on Bind. I'm your hosting, so I'm back with Kakuka and Brent. Look at him! This is the champs winning aura that we talk about.
We are so lucky to have him. Like, the crowd really appreciates those moments because you don't only get to see your idol play on stage, he's also interacting with you.
Yeah, I mean, Kang Kang is the real deal, and EDG were the real deal on that map as well. I was worried about the trap play potential, I should say, with just them floating it. But honestly, they were in full control from beginning to end, and the tempo they were playing at was just like, it was lights out. It was just pure lights out.
Yeah, let's revisit some of those rounds because we saw some really nice ideas, right, from EDG.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was just Simon with these flash plays as well, just making sure that they could disrupt the plans. We saw it from the pistol round. I mean, okay, a bit of a team flash, unfortunate.
Happens to everybody, even to EDG.
They are just blinded. They're seeing the sun when this is occurring. And it's because of
Simon
Simon
is the important one. Simon is the important one, so we're thinking about the KO, Bren.
Full contention as well. Like, you're seeing it with the underhanded, making sure that they constantly make G2 feel really uncomfortable trying to go for these plans. Round 1, round 4, you're seeing it here. And as the rounds got a little bit later on top of it, yeah, G2 were kind of opting into it by constantly trying to go for these A hits. But the adaptations were going on both sides, and it ended up with them trying to play incredibly quickly, trying to beat each other in terms of the tempo and the paces. But for EDG, they had a pretty clear game plan, and it didn't really matter that G2 were trying to adapt by playing anti-flash.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we saw this time and time again. EDG thrives in the KOs. They like this pacey rounds. And in these situations where you think that nothing is clear, it seems like they have a really clear plan. Yes, sometimes the duels get a little bit wacky and there's some individual mistakes, but they're also extremely good at punishing them when G2 makes them.
And also 4 out of 4 pistols now. They've managed to capitalize.
Yeah, actually, I just wanted to also think about this round from the attack. They needed to step things up. G2 was getting back into the game, and I think this play really symbolizes what they can do with this composition, what you can do with the KO, and the impact that it can have in the game.
And we missed the kill at the end there, where Kang Kang ends up just taking out, I think it was...
Leaf.
Was it Leaf?
I believe it was Leaf.
Oh, yeah, Leaf just facing the wall. But that's just the conditioning that's offered, because he's constantly anticipating there's a flash there. He's trying to play anti-flash, expecting it from Simon. This guy, as much as the numbers aren't particularly, the highest in the world, it is him on the KO that set that pace and that tempo that got them the win here on Bind and has brought us here to map 3.
let's talk about this map 3. The crowd are very, very excited about it. We're very excited about it. And also, perhaps some more changes coming out of EDG because it's been a hot minute since we've seen their Fracture.
Absolutely, and they've changed so far every Neon that they have. In fact, Neon has not been played in the tournament just yet. So if they are to stick to their guns and play what they were playing regionally, we would see the Neon. We would also see the Killjoy that we still have not seen. But just based on the open moment that we just saw, where Kankan is speaking about the Euro and how he trusts Muggle's idea of the Agent Strong, you should play it, you should do it like this. Maybe they want to stick to that, maybe put him on the race. He does feel very comfortable in the Neon in this map.
Yeah, I think this is as well, Fracture being a big opportunity to see really how deep does EDG's map pool run, with them making consistent changes and tweaks over the course of it, because they are looking like an incredibly strong team. It takes a lot to bring G2 all the way to the brink like this. Not many teams are capable of it whatsoever, as just evidenced through their run in kickoff, which was largely just uncontested until the finals, right? Let's be real. But EDG have been capable of it, and they've been capable of making these twists and changes to their compositions. I imagine we're going to see the same again on Fracture. It's been part of the course so far. We don't know what they're going to be selecting on the agent select yet, but I mean, we're getting some sneak previews, I suppose, if you've got an acute eye and can take a look at the stage.
Yeah.
No spoilers.
And here, I'm not even gonna look. Never again. But here, I want to see the difference coming in from G2, because as I was mentioning earlier, I think it's important to remind people that Fracture was out for the entirety of last year. We did not see the map. It was not in the map pool. It was such an important and big year for EDG. But the rest of the world, before China became the region that they are today, they haven't really played the Fracture. So even though if they have played it regionally, here in the international stage, we have seen it's such a complicated map to play sometimes that I want to see if they're going to make it work.
And for G2, I want to see them win a pistol, and I want to see them to be able to convert those first kills, because 2 first kill conversion on Bind is so unlike G2. Before today, it was a 100% success rate, and they have a very good opportunity here on Fracture, because the last time they did face each other back at Champs, it went to map 3, and that is where G2 managed to close it out. These are a group of players that are familiar with these kind of situations. They're not going to crumble under the pressure. They're going to be able to bounce back here, and we will a moment. I can't help but feel maybe the pressure's on the EDG side, just with how loud the crowd is for them.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, I think they like that, right? I think that we just saw the reaction from Kankan that he wants the people to join him. I just don't want them to have in the back of their mind, if this is a strong start for G2, to just think of maybe we could have closed this in 2.
Well, let's take a look at the agent select and see if we will get some changes. We're not going to get a Yoru. They're sticking with the Neon.
So there's some difficulties with this. You're going to be finding it much harder, I think, to bait out the Vice wall across the map, which Leaf is going to be placing down. The Yoru gives you that option as a possibility. A lot of teams still run Raze, so it's something that you don't really have to think about as much, but I worry a little bit about this, because I did prompt the question, how deep does EDG's map pool go? If this isn't really defined and meta-proof that much, G2 will not hold back on this map. They're going to go at you hard of XX.
Exactly. So we see Chichu, he's going to be playing on the Cypher. They have also implemented the Tejo, but all I see is giving Kankan all the tools that he needs. We saw it on Bind. It was actually those more pacey, even faster executes that give EDG the edge. And with Kankan on the Neon, he's going back into that comfort zone. He knows exactly how and when to play against this.
Yeah, I can't say, listen, it could be anyone's game really at this point, but for EDG, I do have that just tinge of worry at the back of my mind here, because G2 are no slouches on Fracture.
They aren't indeed. This is it. The stakes are an all-time high. The winner moves straight to the playoffs bracket and scores a championship point. One last time, here's Pansy and Sideshow.
Yeah, and I want to ask you the question, do you echo a little bit of Bren's worry there with some of these compositional issues potentially, or is there enough room for you that you see there's still solid chances with EDG with this comp?
I think there are chances, but if you're going to go the way of the Tejo, I would like to see them go fully in that direction with the Vice, with the Raze. But right at the start, I think eyes should be on Jishu, because G2 run a very fast, exec-heavy strategy. And it looks like on the pistol round, going for this B split, heavy through arcade, and it puts so much pressure on the site anchor.
G2, huge challenge. Oh, nobody! Gonna keep him safe for now. Takes away Jorgmo. That's lovely. So G2 can reposition a little bit on the site. Valen does find nobody, but if it's Leaf now on the line, and this is G2 brawling out, a lot of angles to worry about, but they come out on top. G2 gonna find one right in that smoke. Jonah P's gone down. This is still a 2v2. Very doable. The HP, yes, favorable to G2, but with Simon and G2 still in this, I'm not running off just yet. G2 so low on HP here, gonna come together. Oh, Simon snaps and takes away Trent's head. Working it back in together so well. EDG passing the first test.
That is snappy, really nicely played. Even from the pistol round, you can tell that both of these teams actually are looking really good on Fracture. And one of the reasons for me saying that is that look at where the smoke util is coming down. You've got Brimstone smokes on site here for the defenders to be able to play around. And then on the attack as well, Valen pops one over towards Dice so that he can reposition after getting the plant down. And then Simon sneaks inside of the attacker's smoke, flashes through it like they're playing around those pieces of utility in a really good meta way. Oh, and that's tragic.
Frustration, yeah.
He knows that he probably should have been able to get that one.
And that could have been a really close chance for that pistol to finally go their way. But as it stands, EDG with this first strike on the board.
As they have done in every map so far, it's brutally difficult to win series when you can't win a pistol.
Yeah, and EDG aren't letting anything slip here. They want to keep control of all of this. No free orbs, no chance, nobody! Oh, it's just gorgeous from nobody, farming him up. They just wanted an orb.
Oh, and they're going to try to give the orb
look
to
at this
nobody.
smile. Simon, he's like, come on over. Guys, I got it. I know exactly where he is.
Leaf's like a tasty snack.
Look at it. Oh, they're hunting him down. Oh dear, this feels foul to witness. Simon closing it out in the end, but blimmin' heck, that's a round two. They're already grinning.
Aura. I think that's what they said on the desk. The champs winning aura. And I agree, it is really there. Not just from Kong Kong in his pop-off towards the end, but in terms of the way that they're approaching the game, thinking about the min-maxing, not getting worried in spots like that, toying with one of the best players in the tournament.
Amazing.
Have EDG got something aggressive to showcase here on their bonus? The Neon could add so much extra oomph into their defense fast plays.
And a monumental round for G2 on the other side to get this bye under their belt after what's felt like a drought at the start of these games. These last couple of maps. It's a big stack towards A for EDG. 4 players present, a very proactive G2, and they've read him again! Kong! How dare I doubt you on this Neon? Just through smokes. He knows what he's doing, he's fine. The eventual approach from Leaf is coming in. But they've still got this so sewn up. Ooh, okay, that's one. Now he's gonna know Kong Kong's around still. Nobody gonna be noted as well, but does he get to live? No, he doesn't. Kong Kong still in control, looking for more. This is 3 for him, keep in mind. There could even be an ace here as well. Nero back to back, they fancy it too. The crowd's having a go for it, they're calling him forward. He was the one showing off for the end. Showing the crowd what they wanted, but Jonah P shuts them up. It ain't over now. A 1v2, 37 seconds. He's got the spike and 2 individual fights, but pinning down nobody is incredibly difficult. Maybe
30 seconds
he could
left.
hazard a guess at Chi-Chu. Maybe. This is 25 seconds and it's all guesswork now. Takes a gamble, takes a chance. It takes a death, EDG converting the bonus here in round 3.
Beautiful protocol for them. If you dial things back to the beginning of the round and think about what their response was to G2's execute, it was to get bodies in front of the smokes as early as they possibly could. Stun, and they're on top of Jorg before he's even landed. They knew exactly what was going to be happening here. They knew that Jorg was going to be the tip of the spear on the exec. They knew the Dish player was going to be late, so they don't have to worry about that timing, and they're in fast flood defending.
Let's go!
They're prepped, they're ready.
And they're damn pumped up too. You're starting to see him really firing up here. Saw him igniting on map 2, looking like map 3. They are just turning the screws. They're in their face. It's sending a message and leaving no one alive. EDG lighting up the kill feed.
If G2 want to run these fast attack split rounds, EDG are super happy to take them on. They're not going to sit back and play retake. They're not going to try to play the crossfires. They're going to leap into G2's face, intercept them while they're inside their iPad, bibbing and bopping with the Fruit Ninja. They're going to try to catch timings while they've got utility in their hand and overwhelm them. I don't know whether other people are going to be inspired by this and pick up the Neon if it carries on like this from EDG, but you don't always have to have something that everybody else wants to copy. You can find something unique that works for your style. And there was no style, I think, more suited to Kangkang than the Neon.
Yeah, I love what you're saying there, the little niche look from them and making it such a characteristic of how they're approaching it. It's not just kind of slotting it into any duelist position. No, they are playing around this. It's playing around that aggression. They are taking the fight to G2. And it takes an incredibly good team to make G2 look impactless.
Yeah.
They look like they're barely making it out of spawn half the time. That first move on the chessboard is met by sheer force. It's wild to see them doing this to someone like G2. Contextually is the important part in my mind.
G2's Fracture has actually looked quite one-dimensional, though. It's just that that one dimension is phenomenally effective against everybody else. They've only really showcased fast executes. And now G2 need to show us that next dimension, that next level. They need to be baiting fast execs to force the flood from EDG and actually calling the pause and collecting those kills. But they couldn't manage it basically once on Bind, because the same strat would have worked there.
Look at the info here. Not going to go far enough on the tail drone for EDG to catch anyone towards spawn, but it does clear out towards A main, so feels like they want to free up nobody to hit that rotate early.
And crucially, the tempo difference from G2, right? It's stark. It's so different. Whereas you go and watch what they've done on Fracture in the past, it's fast, fast, fast.
My God, but Trent's already gone down, leaving Jorgamo on his own. This feels, again, it's going to feel a little lacking. They've seen no one else, and they're already looking for information down towards B main. They felt a little pressure, and they went, that's weird. There's no one following that up.
But Valen has called a really nice fake here. Because G2 have conditioned in their prior matches that they always go the first place that they make noise, now they've got a clear access to the A side. Unfortunately, it's a 3v5, because the two players faking on B have died.
I like what Jonapi's trying here, but it's really risky. He had to hit it the first time of asking, but Chichu already denies. It's down to 2. Leaf's position could be actually pretty spectacular, but it feels like it... Leaf? Oh no, he's got no idea. He's got no idea! It's not even the flank that gets him! It's Kangkang! EDG! Absolutely unstoppable thus far!
If you look at that from G2's perspective, Valen outplayed them in terms of making the right call coming out of the tag timeout. If Josh gave them that round, okay, we're going to make a little bit of a fake, a pump fake over towards B, and then we're going to reset on A. The problem was EDG just won every single duel at every point. They deleted Trent before a smoke went down, came back over here, caught onto everyone, found Leaf with the cam. It's perfection from EDG currently, even when G2 have a nice answer.
This is just lovely to witness. And G2 going to be forced down to heal pretty much. A broken purchase, not very many ults to bank on, but they could try and build up. Well, we saw EDG even willing in the previous rounds to take those riskier fights and still win them. Look, they're pushing out towards Arcade. There is no stopping this team. They are relentless in their approach in this map.
It's an unusual defensive setup. Only nobody playing for information.
Yeah, they've got no idea. They pushed out so early through Arcade and they're still working. It feels like G2 are so surprised at this aggression time and time again.
I mean, that is a weird one, though. EDG 4-stack over towards B and push out Arcade, flank underneath tunnel. That's the kind of strat you would expect them to save for a rifle round. But it throws G2's rhythm off.
Now, G2 have one out at least on the site, right? We're talking silver linings. They've got a plant. Let's go G2. Need a bit more than that though now. Kangkang already going to be really keeping track on Leaf here. Smoggy going to get contact. Chogamo wins. Those stingers in North Americans' hands are still deadly, but not deadly enough. Valen and Trent asked to do it all. Huge pressure. Valen tries to stand up. 13 HP. Looking a little unlucky as EDG maintain absolute dominance on that scoreboard. 6 now with 0 response.
utterly in control. I mean, what we said towards the end of map 1 was, if this was a grand finals preview, man, what a match it would be. Ever since that, EDG have diffed G2.
Straight up.
All throughout Bind, we were ready to give G2 the bail. Because, fair enough, it's at the bottom of your map pool,
okay.
you left it open. Okay, but if you can't perform here on Fracture as well, where you've looked good regionally, and it's not at the tippity top of EDG's map pool either, at least we don't know, I suppose, with this brand new composition.
Sure.
But they are getting smacked around. This is champs winning form from EDG.
And it's crazy seeing that caliber of jump up between these two teams, because they are meant to be, as I said, this could be the quote-unquote grand final that a lot of people were theory crafting.
It's another fake being called from Valen. So Josh RT's tack timeout must have been, these guys are biting super heavy, used the condition in a previous to run a lot of fakes. Last time, though, they lost 2 off the rip, and this time there's a heavy flank from north side.
Yeah, it's coming over quick as well. Already KongKong going to be closing that gap pretty fast. On the other side, I think it's going to be Leaf who's the one to try and catch this, maybe? He's got the flash behind him, but why do I feel this always just favors KongKong at the moment? The rest of the team making it over now, the utility, the ults, everything poured on. KongKong dealt with, Leaf now with a new lease of life, but nobody! Back-to-back impact! EDG starting to clear on through, and Leaf just wants to live! You don't get that chance! Nobody applying pressure! Valen punching back! It's still a 2v2. Jonah P, lovely little off angle here. It's Valen being dominant! G2 finally carve a round on the board.
He's the brains and the brawn for G2, calls a lovely fake, and then, fine, I'll do it myself, and gets 4 for them. But that's what they had to do to get 1 on the board. And the problem with running fakes like this as your win condition, oh, that is tragic.
Christ.
That's tragic for Jorgamo. He died with his showstopper out as well, I missed that. But the problem with running fakes as your win condition is they rely on the normal being the fast exec. And if the normal becomes the fake, then you're not going to bite anymore on the utility. You're not going to over-rotate.
I think that was 4 ults as well from G2.
Yeah, it's expensive.
And we've got KongKong going for the operator, has his ult here. Valen gonna have to be ready for this. Nice from Jorgamo, gonna take the space, and Jonah P's done well. Hold on. This is now still gonna be contested. KongKong wants the space back on the site. He's gonna get it. Rips him away from tower. And that spike is quaking in its boots in the hands of Trent. He can't go any further now. This is uncomfortable, but does he get timing? Maybe. This pause, this lull in the round. But with the flank from someone like Nobody, you're not that worried about them walking back towards A.
Not at all. Both G2 players are going to have to find great timings and great duels.
That not going to happen with this man, is it? Leaf. Great first, sort of performances here, but again, EDG looking like a step above the whole way.
They are. I did not think that we would see a team at this tournament make G2 look so rough. It's incredibly impressive. And this is still only the Swiss stage. Still plenty of opportunity for G2 to recover from this one and maybe go on still into playoffs, but I'd be amazed if they recover the map at this point. This is already such a hole that they have to dig themselves out of. EDG are showing brilliance.
Again, be it that little bit of vengeance to have from that one loss and EDG's championship run in the group stage to G2. People arguing, hey, but with Jorgamo here, that's a pound-for-pound upgrade over Icy. And well, EDG's form, to say the least, is skyrocketing. Nobody is still willing to fight on this, and it's G2 in support to take away Leaf. And man, disadvantage so early on for G2.
This is going to be really tough to play. We want G2 to be moving forwards, looking to try to find a fight rather than just play passive post plants.
But where's safe? Where's secure? It feels like nothing is for you. EDG waiting behind these smokes, but the go signal's coming in now. KongKong the first in and the first to fall. Good work, but better trade. Smoggy keeping the numbers up. G2 doing the same. EDG so clean. There's not much more to say. This is just a frag movie with their name on it.
G2, I think, player of the tournament so far.
100%.
He's I suppose we are saying that just coming off a masterclass from Durka as well.
Yeah.
Right before this. So maybe I'm getting dazzled by the lights in front of me, but my God, he's at least got to be in the running because every round it feels like he's having spectacular impact. He can't be touched.
God.
Reaction times. phenomenal. And just like on Pearl, Pansy, Josh RT's been forced to take the second tack timeout, round 10.
Feels kind of like a win at this point. I think we were calling that a little earlier with the scoreline, but at 8-1, you got to do something. I don't know how you're meant to contain someone like EDG. We're now seeing Chi-Chu kind of joining up with Kang in this. Nobody consistent impact. I mean, every single person having their moment in the sun for EDG. It's not just that tactical approach that has been profound and incredibly hard to contain, but now again, the individuals like, okay, another 4K coming in, another 3K. How are you meant to deal with all of these problems?
I mean, the cope for G2 is we didn't win a pistol, and you know, Jorg and Trent are just having a bit of an off day. They're both sat at the bottom of the scoreboard at 1 and 9. Trent in particular has been an absolute monster so far this year. It's been his best year at the Tier 1 level since he first sprung onto the scene. And he has had a bit of an off day today. But at the same time, there's a reason why it's called cope. You know, even if they'd won a pistol here, do you really believe it would have stopped EDG from winning the rest of the rifle rounds? Like, this is not an ult snowball that you're witnessing right now. The ults are certainly helpful, but it's EDG dismantling G2's style here on Fracture. And some of that is going to be the tape difference, because Chinese kickoff finished a little earlier and EDG had time to refine stuff, change stuff, but it's also just the form they've got, the read they've got, the quality they've got.
G2 nearly walked into their deaths. Have a look at this. EDG having a wander, having a walk. And Kang getting much, much closer just around this corner. Valen waiting. Oh! It was like a guillotine brought down, but Valen gets to live to fight for another couple of seconds.
Trent reinforcing this south side position. It's very difficult to go and retake towards Tree. I mean, even if you throw a bunch of utility at Kang, he is going to disrespect it.
They're already walking north side as well. They don't stop. EDG just don't stop.
This actually might be a good thing, though, for Leaf. He hasn't been able to find much value from Dish anyway. So being able to be given fights as long as he thinks about a flank could offer him impact. He's not thinking about it, though, is he?
Oh, he is. Oh, he's
caught.
Yeah, done for. The map now looking near on impossible to approach EDG here in numbers. The gap closing again. And G2 being strangled out of this one. Smothered as they try and work forward. Jonah P and Valen just inundated with util. Look at it. It's everywhere. There's nothing to do but die. EDG sending a message round by round. It's 9-1.
A lot of these rounds feel similar to Bind, where G2 on the attack side was sending it down short and then not finding that pause in the tempo to bait out the flash. You know, what you want to see from them is we go forwards, we bait out the defensive reaction, and then we punish it. And here, it's similar stuff. They're going forwards, there's a defensive reaction, but then they just get smothered by it. They get absolutely overwhelmed every time without being able to read what's happening. And EDG, they're just too strong.
Yeah. It is mad to see an outclass at this caliber, to this extent.
Yeah.
And again, G2 can do nothing but try and keep going, right? It's, you know, keep trying to find a new way forward, keep trying to find an area to work in, but the fluidity that EDG are playing with right now is so hard to pin down.
You got to be scared of Kang's operator. And then Kang is holding lines for the rest of the team to push. And also, when EDG are up 9-1, they're going to be so confident. So even if you throw a piece of util at them, or they have a smoke in their face, they're not going to respect it anyway. So it gets tougher and tougher to play against opponents when they get the confidence like this.
Not ready yet.
They have found the weaker side of the map here, but it's Kang taking a walk with his op on the north side that worries me, because this is what I'm talking about in terms of confidence. Would you be doing this if it was an even game? Probably not.
I want to say no.
Well, at the same time, it's Kang. Who knows?
Oh, God, of course. He catches Valen. A reward for that sort of behavior. Now they're going to be just scratching their head going, Christ, what are we meant to do now? Denied on the plant. Paranoid about tower, have to clear it. Stalled out, rotations are in, stuns coming through, they're waiting, they're pausing, they're hoping, they're praying, and maybe this time there's an answer. Leaf desperate to get there in time, Giacomo surrounded and on an island, he's dealt with. 13 seconds, the spike is so far. Leaf has to find the kills. He gets Smoggy. The flash will show, he knows. 6 seconds, he's got to make his choice here. He's trying to find him. 2 seconds. One, he's run out of time. Nobody puts him to bed. It's 10-1.
There is no kind of win condition that is finding success against EDG. The wall has been raised. EDG are finding so many opportunities. It doesn't matter what they do, it's working.
God, that scares me for the rest of the tournament as well. The confidence that this team will be working forward with. They've done this to G2. Arguably the team that people thought would, again, finalists potentially, high end. And to already see this sort of scoreline, that's confidence that could last a tournament. Kang already. Leaf, you've been liking a bit of dish? Nah. Ooh, body block. He's still gonna get the kill. They're still willing to brawl. It's a 3v2. It's still a man advantage on EDG's side.
At this point, G2 are playing not to get embarrassed, essentially.
Yeah.
I mean, the win just can't even be in their mind. The 10-2 half is the best that they could hope for if Trent and Valen are able to put anything together.
Okay, I mean, Trent's one off from ult. A bit of util left. Same for Valen, not ult-wise, but util-wise at the very least.
And the pause in the round here is to try to catch a potential flank that comes through. And EDG have been active, they have been flanking. But every time G2 pause and wait, it's not happening. You know, they're just sometimes making the right call in the wrong round.
G2 just chilling in, Cam.
This Cam has been getting so much value. It caught Leaf in a variety round as well.
Oh, that's a dirty little trip. Does get handled, then the cross does get spammed. You see Trent went low for that, but the plant's in. Quick stun. And looking like a quick retake as well. Simon on the drive-by, just going to catch Trent, leaving Valen in a world of trouble. In a 1v3, he's going to try and do what he can. We need heroics from G2 to even give them breathing room, and a desperate attempt here for Valen. Smoggy and Simon. Clean so far, playing by Pillar. Nice from Valen, but not nice enough. A near-on flawless first half.
Utter domination from EDG. G2 were the only team to take him down at champs, but that is so far away from what we're witnessing today. EDG came here to get revenge.
What a fucking stomp, man.
An 11-1, you said it. I mean, vengeance is being served here. The last time these two met, it was the only real time we saw EDG looking human back when they eventually went on to win it all anyway. Now we're sat at 11-1, and G2 better get a pistol.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that'll save them. This is going to look more like a coronation for EDG as they head forwards into playoffs. The chance of an upset, the chance of any kind of comeback is just almost impossibly small. At this point, with EDG dismantling G2, I think you've got to start talking very seriously about them being the second team ever to go back-to-back. The only team ever to win a Masters and Champs. You know, it's only Sassy as a player who's ever even been able to do that. This team is now poised, of all of them, including Vitality, who we saw go through the playoffs earlier today, as the team to watch.
Hands down. Hands down. Well, G2, how about a pistol? Let's have a look.
It would almost be crueler if they did win the pistol here.
A glimpse of what you could have had.
They've lost 5 out of 5.
It's not great, is it?
No, I think that's 0%.
Good at statistics.
But I'm not a maths guy.
No. It's not looking great though, but EDG getting closer and closer. Oh, Kong straight in. Oh, Chichu! It'll light him up, EDG. Give him hell. Jonah P and Leaf. Mile away. Good
Wrap
luck,
it
boys.
up. Stick a fork in him. There is no hope out here. EDG, no mercy. And nobody, by the way, has just decided to have a game to end things on.
Oh, this is a one-sided affair through and through. 12-1. Yeah, putting on an absolute clinic. Can close it out in this coming round.
You couldn't have found a more uneven open and close to the series. 18-16 deep in OT. No opportunity for one team to get a toe above the other. And now this could just straight up be a 13-1.
Oh, it might be. But Stingers and G2. Here we are.
Don't try to sell me anything here. Not a shred of hope. I want to hear nothing other than EDG glazing.
Ah, told you. It's crazy you hate G2 like this.
I know. I know.
Gonna need 4 more of those though. And this hasn't just been the Kong show, right? And Chi-Chu's been an absolute monster. Nobody, I mean, you can list the whole roster.
He's 16-5, he was 15-5 in the first half. Nobody actually not having like an unbelievable match, but in this map, he went bonkers just as part of the entire team destroying G2.
Okay.
They have a potential to collapse on them here in sand. Oh. Leaf would have been gifted a freebie.
Oh, they're going for it. Having a little swing on this one. Trent with utility, gonna do well. It's a 3v2. This is the advantage they haven't had in a minute. Just give G2 stingers. Oh, Chi-Chu, are you gonna do this on your own? A 1v2, no spike. Got Jonah P looking like he's nervous as hell up towards heaven, and I would be as well. There's no way he's gonna find a fair fight. Oh my God, Chi-Chu, it's all on your shoulders. Close it out, he can't. Trent extends play for another round.
To what end? To what end? You struggle against the relentless void. The cosmic abyss calls towards you. There is a black hole in front of you. The heat death of the universe inexorably approaches, and yet you resist. For what, Trent? For what? I know that they're pro players and you have to take everything one round at a time, but this is not lock-in. This is the Swiss stage of Masters Bangkok, and I've seen it written. It's the G2 comeback is not happening.
Oh my God, Kong, stop it! He got a headshot as well. I'm terrified of this team. They have nothing and they're making it look so much more deadly than it should.
It's the confidence and the individual ability. It seeps through everything they do, every round they play. I've never seen them play scared, actually. I think that's a really important point for EDG. I don't know what it would even take for them to get to that point. I think they've just got the personality, especially coming out from Kong, to just never be in a spot like that.
Again, with the Kong thing, it feels almost infectious, right? He brings up the rest of the team as well. Very much the rallying cry when needed, but again, another extension. The void is avoided for another round. Thankfully for us to get to witness more.
It does give us an opportunity to show what EDG are going to be cooking on their attack side with this composition.
That's true.
You know, normally, I felt like that previous comp where they would run the fade had a lot of natural synergies to be able to, you know, throw a prowler, allow Kong to slide in off the back of it too. The breach is great for sending Kong up. The Tail, not as natural. Not that it stopped them at all on the defense side. Kong was still sending it in perfect synergy with his 2 initiators. Oh, that's so awkward. Oh, you know the feeling, don't you? You cross someone in the corridor and you can't get out of the way.
On your left. Oh.
No, after you, after you.
Yeah, the Brits struggle in those scenarios. Okay, EDG dragging G2 around this map left and right, but Jonah P.
alone.
Uh-oh. Oof.
Cage triggered. Decides not to commit to it. If he had more people with him there, Jishu could have been a target. You see how quickly and confidently he backfills the space.
And G2 wins it too. You can see why he's confident. Support comes in. You're never alone with this team. And they're on the site. Simon doing well. Jorgamo with his 2, but it's down to Trent and Valen to try and keep this heartbeat still going. As EDG now with time on their side. Sit back in this post plant. You're right, confidence is still very much there. Doubled up towards Sand. Looking like they want to try and get a fight on this. G2's fallen, and G2 again, another step.
That's one of those moments actually where the overconfidence ends up punishing them. There's a 2v2 where they've got great post-plant control. They know that G2 are going to be swinging our rafters, and they just decide to go for the wide swing double peek. I get punished for it. G2 are already posted on the angles. The problem is I have so much difficulty believing that they're not going to tighten that up at some point.
Yeah.
And even in this round, it's such a beautiful fault line that comes through there. As Simon is throwing a cross-map fault line to be able to set up his lurker for a kill on the opposite side of the map. Simon's util.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Golf claps all around.
I mean, that's sarcastic tone of voice as well from Trent. It's, you know, he's not genuinely believing in the comeback yet.
Don't ruin my illusion. Let me think they're loving it. They believe. Round by round. This could be where it all goes to pieces as well. Sheriff, Stingers, and oh my, George.
What the hell is going on?
You don't get to see Jorg making mistakes often, but that was certainly one, making an absolute meal of it. Trent, Valen, and Leaf now at a numbers disadvantage. Plants in, Simon gonna get away as well. Okay, but clearing sight. You get to step forward, clearing dish. They kind of know, or should know, these post-plant positions and can hazard a guess at it, but they still have to dig them out.
Oh, they do just clear it before Leaf gets his toes caught.
Okay, nice bit of stall. Starting to get a bit nervous now, especially when Chi-Chu's reposition does get seen, but they're still making a go of it. Down to just Trent now. Is this how you go down with a whimper? It might just be EDG living up to their legacy with a monstrous 13-4, decimating G2.
They just took every other team at Masters Bangkok and put them on notice. This is the team to watch. What on earth was that moment towards the end there? Chaos. But a slightly anticlimactic end should not take anything away from the brilliance that was Map 2 and Map 3 from EDG. And the fact, if you scroll all the way back just to think about Map 1, that's the top of G2's map pool. That's EDG playing a composition that they've only practiced for the last couple of weeks, and they still push G2 deep, deep into overtime.
This team is on to truly become legends at this point. If they keep this up, again, the context of doing this to G2 is the statement. Any other team will be on notice. This map pool, terrifying. The players on fire. There isn't a weak point to this team.
And also, you've got to remember the Chinese teams have that tape difference. So there's much less VOD review that you can do of them. They're starting to put out more as they go through Masters Bangkok. But for example, this was the first time that they played this new composition on Fracture. So you'll be studying this as you go forwards. If you end up, unfortunately, facing these juggernauts in the playoffs. But for every other squad, they didn't really have an opportunity to change too much coming out of kickoff. And I think you can tell in a map like this, EDG were just so ready for the fast tempo of G2 and were so happy to brawl them out.
Yeah.
The prep was immaculate and the form was brilliant too today.
It really was, and it is a treat to see this level of upswing on any sort of team. And seeing the high notes, again, map 1, a beautiful display of an even sort of high-end, really high-octane game, but the beauty of this level coming out from Kangkang as well, seeing him be able to adapt, seeing that Yoru looking good, seeing the Neon still look viable, and again, I guess I don't want to say supporting acts, but the team around him looking fantastic. Chi-Chu having an absolute lifer of a series.
Yeah, he looks utterly phenomenal. And the idea of saying a life game would indicate that he doesn't do it often. And he does.
Yeah, it's fair.
He's not just gone through Nats, his idol, but now he's gone through Leaf and diffed Leaf when people were looking at Leaf as being the best Sentinel in the world, basically, coming into this tournament. Chi-Chu is on fire.
It's just an absolute treat to watch this game. EDG, in a class of their own, I think that's the fair assessment from taking away from this. And G2, back to the drawing board a little bit here in my mind now. This map pool gets tested and it gets shown.
At the same time, too, Swiss is brutal. I mean, G2 could end up, I believe, still facing off against teams like DRX.
God.
I mean, that would be gross.
Bloody hell, yeah, the road is certainly no easier now going forward. And yeah, I think the question about the map pool, the depth, it all gets brought into question. We've got plenty more to talk about. But for now, what we really want to do is hear from the player, Smoggy, in the Verizon post-match interview.
กลับมาอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วนะครับผมกับผมเองนะฮะและวันนี้ก็มาอยู่กับ EDG Smoggy Of course, we're back here with EDG, Smoggy, and Luna. What a game, what a game. First of all, congratulations. I really want to know, let's get into the first question, right? I really want to know, what does your team do to mentally reset after such an intense overtime in match number 1?
那首先想要请问一下 Smoggy 选手，在图一加时如此焦灼的之后，比赛之后，你们是如何去调整你们的心态的呢？
图一首先是开局，我感觉我有点没有打开，不管是打开局面还是打开我自己的个人的状态。然后加时的时候，大家可能也是有一点点就是玩的没有战斗爽，说白了就是没有战斗爽。然后我们到图2的时候就开始，大家都把自己的状态全部打开了，然后把自己该有的东西都打出来就好了。
Seems like we have a little slow start at the beginning, no matter it's my individually or the general whole game. And it seems like in the overtime, we didn't bring the best of our form. And in the second map, we just use our best form and everything just done well.
Got it. สำหรับคำถามเมื่อกี้นี้ครับก็ถือว่าถามไปเลยว่าหลังจากแมตช์1ที่พ่ายแพ้ในโอเวอร์ไทม์ไปเนี่ยเขากู้กลับมายังไงก็รู้สึกว่าทางของ Smoggy เองเนี่ยรู้สึกว่าตัวเองเนี่ยเริ่มช้าแล้วก็รวมถึงภาพรวมของทีมด้วยนะครับผมทำให้แมตช์1เนี่ยไปได้ค่อนข้างที่จะไม่ไปตามที่คาดคิดแต่ว่าในแมตช์2ทุกคนเริ่มที่จะกลับมาแล้วก็เพอร์ฟอร์มหรือว่าสร้างผลงานได้อย่างยอดเยี่ยมและค่อยๆกลับมาเห็นในแมตช์ที่3ครับ and I'm very very happy to see that as wellสำหรับคำถามที่2นะครับนั่นก็คืออยากรู้จริงๆครับนี่คือศิลปะเลยครับผมสำหรับ Fracture ในเกมที่3อยากรู้ว่าในทีมของเขาอะคุยอะไรกันบ้างมันเป็นยังไงกันบ้าง and for the next question I gotta admit that just now in Fracture was just a piece of art right I really want to know can you just run me through what was going amongst the teams and yeah I just would love to know what you guys were at this point
那其实图3真的是大家的操作都是美如画，就像一幅作品一样。那能不能跟我们总体来讲一下，当时队伍都是怎么样的一个情况呢？在整体的一个图3上。
我感觉从图2打完以后，我们队伍的那种状态已经变成那种极度兴奋的模式，就感觉已经是那种全员战斗模式了。然后到图3的时候，我感觉 G2 图3其实打的也不是很好，然后刚好我们的状态全部打开了，然后就赢了。
I think after map 2, I think every one of them are in the best form and we are ready to fight at that time. And in the map 3, although our opponent seems like didn't play really well, and also at the same time we got our best form and that's why we won.
สำหรับผมเองนะก็รู้สึกว่าหลังจากแมป2ฟอร์มมันเริ่มมาแล้วกำลังใจเริ่มได้แล้วแมป3ก็รู้สึกว่าทางคู่ต่อสู้นั่นก็คือ G2 นะครับผมค่อนข้างที่จะดรอปลงมานิดนึงเหมือนเสียกำลังใจไปบ้างนะแต่เรายังมีกำลังใจอยู่เลยทำให้แสดงผลงานออกมาได้อย่างเต็มประสิทธิภาพแบบนี้นั่นเองนะครับก็ถือว่ายินดีด้วยเลยนะครับผม and of course congratulations thank you so much for your time good luck for the playoffs And that will be it from us for the stage today. I'll pass it back on to all of you.
What a way to finish the day with that fracture performance from EDG. That means that we have two teams that have officially made it to playoffs, Vitality and EDG. They have locked a championship point as well. Did you guys expect this? Did you think your pick'ems, Swissology?
I definitely did not expect this. I mean, listen, I'm worse than a coin flip right now in terms of my Preds, but I'm happy for it, to be honest, because one of the questions I had coming into Fracture was like, how deep does EDG's map pool go? The question is incredibly deep. They have absolutely made G2 look like the schoolboys in this instance, and how much deeper are they going to go? Something that Josh said during the cast really resonated with me, which is like, he doesn't think he's seen EDG ever play with no confidence. I don't think I have either. They always play every single match like they know they're going to win.
Yeah, and I think that my biggest takeaway, especially for that last map, is why are you running the Yoru? Like, honestly, if you're gonna make it look this good with the Neon, like, especially during that first half, I'm not gonna tell you anything that you didn't just see. That was a complete stomp. Like, they win every single one of the duels. Yes, they are extremely fast-paced, but it works for them. It doesn't matter. If the meta's written, you can write your own.
I think the scariest thing for me is that could have been a 2-0. Yeah. That was very nearly a 2-0.
But we would have missed that
fracture.
fracture.
Yeah, we would have, but in a world where EDG could 2-0 G2, I wonder what else they could do as we move further into the bracket. Let's take a look at this, because while Vitality and EDG will be chilling with the amount of days off they will have, it is going to be a crunch time for the teams that play tomorrow, because Kakuka, it is elimination day.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have T1 going up against Trace Esports, and then Liquid going up against Sentinels. I feel like it's going to be a little bit like today, where we're going to have a longer day. I love the fact that we actually got the 6 maps today, because the matches, and especially the quality on the first match today, to me was unmatched.
Yeah, it was like 5.5 maps. Basically.
That's how it felt.
Yeah. Just trying to save us all on production, apparently. Yeah, I mean, try and give us a night that ends before midnight. But Team Liquid Sentinels is the one that I'm looking forward to most, I think, for tomorrow, because that one, honestly, is still up in the air. Sentinels are a team that usually start late to these tournaments. They like to just ramp up in terms of their form. But Team Liquid have just really impressed me, because they are one of the most active teams, I think, in terms of always trying to make decisions together on the same page. They do it in a very contacty, weird way, which is unique. But yeah, that one is bound to be a very good game, assuming that Sentinels can really just have an uptick in their form.
Yeah, and I just want to bring back the hot take real quick, because I believe in the beginning of today's show, Kakuka said that G2 were going to win this entire tournament without dropping a single map. And Bren said that G2 were going to win this tournament by 3-0 in the final. Do you stand by that still? Well, you
I can't.
You cannot. But Bren? A redemption arc for G2 incoming?
I think it's hard to stand by that after what we've just witnessed, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. I mean, they just got absolutely pounded into the dust, didn't they?
What if now that they've lost this match, they've lost the confidence after what happened? What if they just literally bomb out tomorrow?
Funny enough, I'm gonna make this all about me, because I said that Kong could be the first person to go back-to-back MVP bracelet. And can I bring you guys on board now on my train?
Absolutely.
You want to join?
Yeah. I literally gave you a mind, because I didn't even think that was a hot take. And especially, again, going back to the meta that has been established or set, and just him doing whatever he wants on Fracture, and everybody else, we have to say, like the way that they're implementing the old and the new with the Tejo, absolutely love it.
Well, that is all from us here. Thank you very much, Bren, for joining us today, and Kakuka as well. We're going to be back with Elimination Day tomorrow, starting with T1 versus Trace. Have a lovely night, and we'll see you then. It's time for the best of EMEA to take on the best of Pacific. The super team facing some of the best rookies we have ever seen in the game, or for a spot at playoffs.
Flash, he's out of this, looking for someone. Bless.
They know exactly where Hyunmin is. The satchel, not enough. Safe, guys. There's no ammo for Durga. Goes back in. Hyunmin takes him down. 3 kills already for the rookie. That's 4. But it's the round DRX needed. But catches on the flashback. A nade at his feet.
Durka's still looking for Bane. Wants a little bit extra, and he's gonna have it.
Does he check it in time? Spam. Going in. Durka's all the way at triple. But the smoke is up, and the timing, it's perfect.
That's my MVP. LeBron James.
13 to 8. Vitality strike first on Bind. Durka dashes over the top, and the anchor of Mako, he's good for it. Bane again tries to get out onto this site. The ult will push him back. Mako still standing strong. It's all Mako. Durka on the timing to fight in.
Vitality have a lot to do. Dash up on top side. Durka might actually have it in him, but as the classic comes out, Durka gets a third. On pace to potentially steal this round away. Durka on 4. Durka holding. Flashback comes into him, and Durka sits him down. It's the ace for Vitality's duelist. Ring will trade him out with the ultimate coming back on in. But DRX are getting wild with it.
How's he done that? But it's a 1v4, an IGL versus IGL. Maka. DRX, they rally back. The series is 1-1.
Ultimate back sight.
But that's why there's 2 players mid.
Ooh, Durka saw that teleport. Here's that drop. Pushing the smoke, taking his timing. No time, it's turning away. Durka is there. Durka with 4.
They're finishing A, but Flashback has been on the site the entire time.
There's no time.
They're shutting this one down. Vitality have got to move it. Into the site they go. But DRX, they cut them down. Vitality Les with a stinger, and Kex has one with a stinger of his own. They swing through, and the trade's good from Les as Vitality take back control. It took them a long time, but the super team from EMEA are the first squad in the playoffs.
It is a rematch from Champions 2024. G2 and EDG have to face each other once again for a spot at playoff.
Kung and G2 asked a lot of. G2 has been golden so far, and a big opportunity. Oh, he's still fighting! A huge 1v2. He knows about Leaf. 7 bullets, 17 HP. Trent trying to call him forward. G2, he answers the call! He fancies some more. He's gonna get more. Leaf gonna deal with him, but it's traded out again. G2 need to try and disrupt these final 2 players. And Leaf the one put his body on the line, put his life on the line. Leaf,
No way.
Leaf,
No.
Leaf. Unthinkable scenes! G2 now on the line. This could be over. G2 surely in the driving seat now. A 4v3. Oh, G2, prove me wrong. Kids, proving me wrong. Fallon and Chocobo digging back in though. It's done. G2 make it across the line. Sensational scenes here in Bangkok already. But G2 does go down, but it's limited success. Look at the grip on this side. Chocobo, I mean, you ain't doing much more than that. EDG looking in control now. And the curiosity, oh, he's got 2! Jonah P! Making up for the mistakes! And it's a brawl on the side. It's lights out for EDG so far. They got what they wanted. A map 2 beckoning, and Leaf can do nothing but die. EDG back in the game, and we are going the distance. 4 players present, a very proactive G2, and they've read him again! Kung! Nope, Kung still in control, looking for more. Is skyrocketing, nobody still willing to fight on this. Kung the first in and the first to fall. Good work, but better trade. Smoggy keeping the numbers up. G2 doing the same. EDG so clean. There's not much more to say. It might just be EDG living up to their legacy with a monstrous 13-4, decimating G2.
Okay, boom. I just need change something. To date, the fucking categories and shit. King. We are going.
Still alive, are we? Farewell.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
This tower says it all. Pride killed the Eternal Empire.
I offered the gift of exile, and you used it to reinvent yourself. I couldn't wish for a more potent instrument.
Mate. Bring me back something nicer.
Need something? Watch yourself.
Submit, heretic!
Nothing more to give.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, exile? Die in awe! Die! The touch of God! The touch of God! Die in awe! The light of divinity! The light of divinity! Die! The touch of God! Die! The light of divinity! This world is an illusion, exile.
prefer the view from where I'm standing now, Dominus. I've killed.
Ta-ta, not a cockroach.
We opens the... We Maraketh have a say. Go where you are needed.
Be careful.
The Empire didn't need a cataclysm. It created its own desolation. Can I not have but a moment's respite? Sin is the crack through which nightmare seeps. What was your...
What do you want? May fear guide you.
Life will go on.
Act with care.
Seems like the rain's brought out a few worms. Don't think I'm an easy mark, Exile. I've spent more than enough time around Exiles to know which way the dagger's pointing, and I'll happily give it a shove in your direction if you try anything. Ta-da! Ooh, see that? Stay in the light, Exile.
The beast knows that I'm here. This'll do nicely, Exile. Yes, Beast. I have every reason to be afraid. You will be the first of many to throw off Nightmare's shackles, Deshret.
I need to get determination.
May fear guide you. Go with courage.
Need some help?
Wait, what the fuck is determination? You don't have it as a scion?
Watch yourself.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside. The goddess is watching. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. When one defiles the effigy, one defiles the Emperor. No two battles are alike.
I have nothing more to give.
Claw your way to the top. You are inexhaustible. You are not an emperor if none will kneel before you. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. Slowness lends strength to one's enemies. Failure is an illusion. Rise to the occasion.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Is to act.
I have nothing more to give.
You are inexhaustible. Time is not to be wasted. An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. The Empire awaits you with open jaws.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Strike with
I have
fidelity.
nothing more to give.
Triumphant at last.
Far too much baggage.
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve. You are the sculptor, crafting your destiny with the clay of mind, body, and purpose.
You getting there?
Bring me back something nice, huh?
Another beer, damn it! Oh, we've got a promising list of picks. I've got plenty more eager to sign up. Oh, okay. Yes, that'll work.
One more for King's March.
Done. Sonya will make good use of them. Sonya will make good use of them.
Hail! The work continues.
Who's that? I. Don't give up.
Hello?
Why, hello. Welcome.
I felt it, saw it. The corruption will pass.
Goodbye.
Wait. Oh, I'm so dumb, man. I forgot I TP back. I didn't get the fucking waypoint. And then I went and I did my fucking ascension shit. I'm so stupid. Anyway, it's gonna be it for today. I don't think I'll see you tomorrow. But maybe. Maybe. Actually, I might, but we'll see. Anyways, that's it for today. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe Monday for sure, for the games. And yeah, stay safe. Bye bye.